fingers right. Boom. Boom shagalaga. Alrighty. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. What's going on the tube side? Those of you who wouldn't mind watching over there, you're more than welcome to. Just hit the like button on your way in. Those of you on this side of the aisle, tap the screen, do all the good things. And now we're going to go ahead and start looking for some lives. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, theys, thems, and MAGA, welcome to the live. This is MAGA Hunting with Hector. So I am going to start doing the search for some MAGA lives. We're going to find our first one, our first victims, and then we're going to go into it. So this ought to be good. And W's to the Erica Raid. Thank you for the follows. I just set up that effect. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the follows. Let me reset the gift goal. And I'm going to find our first live. You know what's crazy? I'm not sure how many of you were here for yesterday's live, but we did MAGA Can We Find Common Ground, where I chose to be peaceful and I chose to be ashwagandha and have civil conversation with Trump supporters. To my regret, it wasn't worth it, but I think that's necessary sometimes. I think we're going to keep that going today. We're going to only speak calmly and civilly with Trump supporters, so long as they choose not to be vile. Oh, real quick, let me show you guys something. The account that we'll be using to go into MAGA Lives is going to be my backup. This is the account that we're going to be using for streaming. And then this account that I'm letting up right now, this is the backup. The backup account is what we're going to be using to go into MAGA Lives. And I want to start off by saying this for any maggots in the chat that are going, you're trying to own them. You're trying to like get them and I gotcha. My backup in my bio says backup for Hector Talks. When you click on that, it takes you directly to this account. So any one of these Trump supporters can literally look on my backup and come straight to this stream. We're not hiding this. I'm not trying to get a gotcha. They all know exactly what I'm doing if they choose to look. They just don't look. Why is the backup photo so blurry? I'm not sure. That may be a glitch on your end. So make sure we're following the backup account. Follow the backup account. This is the account that we'll be using going to MAGA Lives. Everything will be streamed from here. But if you wanted to, thank you for the follows. Appreciate you guys. But if you wanted to see it from here, or you wanted to go into the live, follow the backup, and that's how you're going to get it. Perfect. With that being said, my mods are full. I'll have to do some clearing in a second. And thank you guys for knocking out the gift goal. God damn it. Let me reset it. I can't keep resetting it during the conversations. I'm trying to find the live. I'll do a bigger one. I'll do a bigger one to help out. Perfect. All right, that is reset, and now we're going to be looking for...
God bless you!
Looking for MAGA Lives. Thank you, Love and Jess, for the firework thingy, majiggies. I appreciate you. All right, I got to drop down for a second. We're going to find the live, and we're going to find our first victims. Let's see who's live. Somebody got taken down. Have we spoken to Lord MAGAcraft? I think we've spoken to him before, but I didn't know he does lives. So looks like we have one. Nope. He was taken down. So let's see who else we got. Carolina Misfit. All right, we'll go there. Carolina _ Misfit 4069. Let me pull them up.
God bless you.
Thank you guys for the gifts. Appreciate you. And if you see that follow button, make sure you hit that as well. We do this every Sunday. Every Sunday we do this. All right, 4069. I put 79. Hold on. There she is. Let's see what we got. I can't even unmute. Let me unmute. There we go.
Should be deported and are not. This is what's happening in blue states.
So I can tell that you have a hard time following along. Let me give you my policy, okay? 0 legal immigration and 0 illegal immigration. That's what I stand for, okay? So we're on the same page as far as getting these people out. My question is, why is it not happening?
0 legal immigration.
But it is happening.
But it's not, though.
The
numbers are
legal.
Well, maybe it's the blue.
What he said.
Maybe it's the blue.
That's why it's not
Yikes.
happening. Boobies.
Did you just say boobies, Heather? How are you, by the way,
Is that
Heather?
okay for you?
How
All
are
right.
you, by the way, Heather?
Just in case
Driving
anyone
the
cannot
whole-
see
I have
what the topic
literally
is,
listened
proud
to
member of the
Joshy
Trump cult.
The whole drive.
Conservatives
So the
united
answer
against
you were
liberal
looking for,
tyranny.
Joshy, boobies. How about that?
CUNT. Conservatives united against liberal
Movies.
tyranny.
I mean, I would argue that the majority of these.
I'm gonna give them
immigrants
props
are
for
not
the
in
name. That's
sanctuary
creative.
states.
But
I'd say
we're gonna
maybe
find out what this liberal
50%
tyranny
being
is.
generous, but I highly doubt that
All right.
all of the
So
immigrants
here's how this
are
is
in
gonna
the
go.
sanctuary
I'm in the
states.
live on my backup.
I wouldn't claim that either.
I am
What
then
it
going
sounds-
to
How many
request
did
up.
they take out of
So you'll see me up there in a
What it
second.
sounds like you're saying is
And
like,
then I'm going to ask them some
we
questions.
got
I'm going to
everybody
be
out
speaking
from
through
everybody
this.
who's
It won't work
cooperating.
through this
All
mic.
the
I'll have to
states that
keep
are
this
cooperating
muted,
with us,
and
we
you'll
got them all
hear
out. Okay,
the
so
sound
That's not what I said at
through
all.
the recorded
I
audio.
just told
There's
you
going to be a
that
slight delay between
Idaho
what I
still
say and
has
what you're seeing
illegal
on the stream,
immigrants,
or
but
the
they're
sound you're
working
hearing on the
on
stream.
getting them
Focus on
out.
the sound you're
I
hearing
think
on
the
the stream.
difference is that
And let's
when
get
you're
this
looking
show
at
on the
states that are
road.
willing
Thank you
to
guys for your
cooperate
gifts and follows so
versus
far.
states that
Continue
aren't
to do all
willing
the
to
good things.
cooperate,
And
we're seeing.
let's see how this
We're
goes.
seeing,
All right.
yeah, I mean, like, how many people were deported from Texas alone this year?
Thank God.
I don't know off the top of my head.
They're estimating it's between 88 and 110,000.
They have a full panel, though. This is a
We'll have
full
to find
panel.
those numbers mid-January, so we'll be able to have a more accurate, idea mid-January. But
Well, and you know what? I think I'm going to give you a follow, and I think we're going to have this conversation whenever we're not going to go over or use a bunch of estimations, because a bunch of sources are going to state high numbers, a bunch of sources are going to state low numbers. So we'll just see what the actual report says. I think it's going to be incredibly low.
I'm just waiting
I
in
think
the
by the end of the
request.
4 years, the number is going to
literally just
be
waiting in the
an
request for them
embarrassment
to let me
as far as mass
I'm gonna start,
deportation, not what I
saying
voted
some,
for.
things in the chat. Hopefully that'll get
my
their
hope
attention.
is by the end of 4 years that we have 7 million that go out, whether it be through self-deportation or otherwise, and that we keep it pretty consistently at 0 gotaways.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's my hope too, but that's the problem is I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's happening. I think Trump wrote a check with his mouth that his ass can't cash. I think he's leading people on to believe that the numbers are higher than what they are. And I just think it's a big, giant scam. It was a total
Well,
scam.
I will say this, and I can say this about my state. My state's a swing
Didn't mean
state,
to mute
and
their
it's
live.
mostly
You actually just
red.
missed what they said.
And where ICE
he said he
and
thinks that
Operation
Trump
Charlotte's
wrote a check
Web
that he
just
can't
happened
catch,
is blue
cash,
cities.
that he doesn't think
That's where
that,
they were going.
he thinks he's
So-
inflating the numbers of deportation.
And I think they
I've never heard that before.
they got 307 just in the
This ought to
city
be
of Charlotte.
Hey, Hector,
That's good.
And then they actually expanded out to the
yes.
surrounding counties while they were here, not just in
screen went
Mecklenburg
black.
County.
I don't even know when you
On
got up
me,
here.
it's black on
because
me,
the rest of
and
the
I don't
state's
see the box.
red.
I'm gonna drop.
Okay.
How many self-deported?
shoulder?
Oh, it's broke.
I'm in the request, y'all.
I got to go tomorrow to the orthopedic
I'm waiting in the
surgeon
request.
and see what they're going to do.
I don't know what they're doing.
So, I've got my,
I put in
my
the
little
chat liberal
medication
tyranny,
that
huh?
works
And
pretty
they still
damn
haven't let
good,
me.
I have to say. but yeah.
Thank you guys for
Hopefully they'll figure it
the
out
thank you guys
tomorrow
for the
what all
follows.
they're
I
gonna have to
appreciate
do.
you. There's some lore behind that. It's
Not
so
like
good. It's
Michael.
so good. Thank you guys for the follows.
Ghosty, what do you
WCU.
think of Trump's H-1B visa policy? I mean, in my eyes, okay, we'll say 600,000, we'll round up 600,000.
Hey, can I get
from the
can I get
US,
10 more
and then
followers?
we're
I just want to see
bringing
that effect
600,000
real quick.
Chinese
Can I get
people
10
to
more
work here,
followers? I
too?
want to see it again.
What
real
about
quick.
the Indian
10 more
visas, all
followers.
that shit? It's
It
just
shows up every
totally
10
pointless in
followers.
my
I want to see
eyes.
what it looks like.
Well, I don't
see
actually
what it looks
agree
like. 10 more
100%
followers.
with the
Hit that follow
H-1B visa
button.
program. I understand why.
Let's fucking
specifically
go.
when it comes
If
to
you
the
know,
Jason
you know.
Science
Let's
Act
fucking
stuff,
go. If you
but,
know, you know. Thank you for the follows.
I don't agree
Guys,
with
we
it.
have to find another
I don't
line.
agree
I'm
with
just sitting in the
bringing more
request.
legal
They're just talking
or
to
illegal
themselves.
in.
Like stroking
Well,
each other's
this
egos.
is the big problem that I
The
have.
fuck is the point of
because
this live?
The numbers in my eyes, whether
just
we
gonna
agree
antagonize
or
them
not,
now. I'm putting in the
they're a
chat,
joke.
what
I mean, you
is
said you wanted 7 million
the
people
point
out. I don't think
of
that's going to
this
happen.
live?
I would want that too. I don't think it's going to happen, but
Okay,
so
someone
this year
responded to me.
alone
They
we
said
took
when a
out
spot
600,000
opens.
people, and then we're bringing in
Kick one of your
600,000
fucking
H-1B
friends.
visas to continue taking the
Well,
job.
but
got a
you're
bunch of
you're
maggots up here,
You're
just
not
kick 'em.
including the roughly
Jesus.
1.6 million
What do you
people
mean when
that
a spot opens? What are y'all
self-deported. So if
doing?
we
What is the
do
purpose of
that,
this
we're
live?
actually at 1.6 million instead of a net
Jesus, I
negative
can't
or a
stand
net
Trump supporters. I can't
even
stand
of
Trump supporters,
600,000. We've
going on,
taken
Jess?
out 1.6 million just
What's
through
going on,
self-deportation.
Jess?
But
Yeah, I look at the
I think that
self-deprecation
being
as
optimistic is better
Unnecessary.
than being
Thank you,
pessimistic. So I'm
Steph.
going to stay
Thank you, Steph, for the
optimistic
gifts.
that
I
we're going to
appreciate you.
continue to see deportation numbers
Which
climb
line
and
is it?
that
Should we join
we're
and
going
tell
to
them
see
to
the
let you
illegal
up?
immigrants leaving
No, I
this
don't wanna do
country,
all
which
that,
are a net
but it's,
negative drain
Carolina
on the system.
Misfit,
And that we can actually start to have a little bit of
47
a
Carolina
more
underscore Misfit
level society
4079.
where we're not having
I'm
our
just gonna see if I can find
healthcare
another one.
impacted,
Once again,
infrastructure impacted,
if you guys can,
housing
those of you
impacted,
in the
and job
Discord,
market
send
impacted by illegal
MAGA
immigration.
Lives in the live chat.
We'll just keep having it impacted by legal immigration.
Because that way I can stay in the
Perfect.
request and I can look on the Discord for other ones to join.
No,
without
because I think you have to
leaving the request
understand
and
this.
fucking
When
up
you're
the queue.
talking about legal immigration, they're taking
I'm not
into
trying to
account the
leave,
fact that we can
the
consume
queue
about
ever.
1 million legal immigrants
Just in case they
per
actually
year
are
in
paying
this
attention
country
who's in
based
here.
off of the fluctuation of visa expiration,
let's
which
see. Yeah,
allows
see,
for
this
the
is my
housing
tab.
and the healthcare to stay stable and maintained. When you superinflate an area,
I saw a couple,
or
but it's in the group
region
chat
or
on TikTok,
country
and I'll have to leave the
with
request. And honestly, fuck it, I'm
10,
just gonna
15,
leave.
20 million
I'm just gonna leave.
people,
I'm gonna
their
mute them,
infrastructure,
'cause I
their
don't wanna hear somebody
housing,
else's voice
their
literally
healthcare
running from this
isn't built to
beat
consume
down.
that many.
Y'all can shut the fuck up, and I'm gonna find another one. Let's see what we find. Vicky P is offline. Redneck Tified is offline. The Frugal Foodie is offline. Danger's offline. Oh, is there not a lot of Trump supporters live right now? Is that what's going on? Enzo? Enzo, we have a video to make about Enzo. We have a video to make about Enzo. Enzo ran. Enzo kicked me because he kept saying stuff and I asked him to substantiate it. When he couldn't, he said, okay, I'm going to look this thing up for you. I'm going to look up my claim. We then spent another 20 minutes waiting for him to look things up as he's typing up the whole time. And then I was like, hey, do you have that source for your claim yet? He was like, oh, bro, I haven't been looking anything up this whole time. I was like, you literally told me that you're looking up the source. No, I've been doing other stuff. And I was like, that's so you concede? And then the fucker dropped me. I was like, do you concede? The fucker dropped me. So that video's coming soon because we fucking dog walked Enzo. That was great. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Mediocre white man. Appreciate the follows, guys. That's never gonna get old. Appreciate the follows. So guys, I'm not seeing a lot of Trump supporters live right now. Interesting. It's funny because I mentioned this earlier to Erica that we may have to switch MAGA hunting to a day where more people are live because Sundays sometimes are slow. Montana's live. I'm not. Okay, here we go. Philly by day. We got Philly by day. Let's go ahead and pull them up. Montana dropped me too. I'm not trying to go into the same panels. I'm trying to find new people because Montana dropped me too. They don't like being fact checked, y'all. Philly by day. Boom. See what we got.
Under current federal law, can we take an automatic and alter it, or a semi-automatic and alter it into
The
an
purpose of the
automatic?
United States Constitution is to limit the power of the
No.
federal government,
Okay,
not the
under federal
American
law,
people.
can we saw the end off of a
Then
double
why would
barrel?
Donald Trump be using it? to
President
limit
Trump at the
American
White House.
people?
Yes, you can.
Then why would
You
Trump
can saw
be
it
using it to
all.
limit
The
power
answer
of
is
the American
no,
people?
but again,
Okay, so
no.
we have
Once again, those of you who can't see the
regulations
background because
in
it's a little bit
place.
tight.
Right, here's why I'm in
it
the middle.
says
I'm not
the
trying to
purpose
debate with you.
of the United
Here's why I'm
States
in the middle.
Constitution
So we
is to
have
limit the power of
regulations
the
in
federal
place
government, not the
that
American people.
prevent us
I'm going to go ahead and get the request
altering
and we're
in
gonna
that
get
kind
this
of way the
show
performance
on the
of
road.
the
Tube side, is everything good over there?
to either enhance it
Everything's good
or
over there?
you know, whatever.
Thank
So
you.
Hang on, I
by
have a
that
All right.
measure,
I'm
with
in the
Oracle
request.
taking over, can we actually can we say the G word
I'm
now?
in the request.
Hold on, I want to play the clip so we all have the context.
Us today addressing the nation after 2 mass shootings in less than 24 hours.
We are outraged and sickened by this
I'm on the
monstrous
panel.
evil.
Here we
Offering
go.
a solution to stopping gun violence.
That is why I have called for red flag laws, also known as extreme risk protection orders.
It's a law going into effect here in New York at the end of the month. Governor Andrew Cuomo signed the red flag law legislation in February. Parents, teachers, law enforcement can all report people who they believe are a threat to themselves or others. If there's enough evidence, authorities can prevent them from ever getting guns or take away guns they already have.
We must make sure that those judged to pose a grave risk to public safety do not have access to firearms, and that if they do, those firearms can be taken through rapid due process.
The new law gives authorities in New York the power to confiscate guns before any crime is committed. The governor voiced his skepticism today on MSNBC that the president's...
Okay, sorry, I just got 2 warnings just by freaking playing a freaking video. But I think we get the point of what he was saying now.
Yeah, but that's not even the clip I was talking about. He was sitting at a table.
Anyone who's
with
not
a bunch
following
of
my
other
backup,
people
make sure you
talking
do
about
so.
it,
That's available
and they were
in the link tree.
discussing
You
red
can follow
flag
my
laws,
account
and
there,
he
but the
said
live that we're
very
currently in
clearly,
is Philly
can't
by
we take
day. Philly by day.
Firearms away and then go through due process later? It wasn't that speech. It was a round table discussion they were having.
Gotcha. I'm gonna look
And
for it, see if I
I
can
gotta
find
grab
it.
my
We
lasagna.
can,
Yeah, and I got to go grab my lasagna out of the oven, and then I'll try to find it as well.
okay, no worries.
So I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. So, Cal, what's going on, buddy?
Well, it's another beautiful night in Southern California. What can I say, man?
Amen.
I heard a great topic, and I had to jump in on that.
Hi, Hector.
Your thoughts on it?
Let me wrap up what I was trying to get at. So we have these laws that where you cannot enhance performance of
Say my name.
Hang on.
So I don't necessarily think it was out of line to think that maybe the same legal framework would apply. Now, whether I agree with it or not is like I'm 30,000 feet above it. Whether I agree with it or not doesn't matter. Like in that context, a bump stock ban didn't necessarily bother me because we already have these types of things. So if you're going to push for bump stocks, then now we kind of have to push for being able to enhance the power of a semi to an auto, or to be able to like saw the end off of a double barrel. So like when you look at it from 30,000 feet, it's almost the same thing. And we all agree bump stocks are dumb as hell and they don't really work.
Right,
I had a question.
It's Hector?
Yes.
Just for TikTok purposes, sir, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, awesome. Welcome to the panel.
Your friend down here, you haven't even said anything, and she's already hectoring. But okay, let's continue.
A lot of people like me.
Cool, no one cares.
Yeah.
Salty.
So,
What?
for the panel.
Don't tell me to be nice.
I don't know who's Trump supporters is who's not, but more specifically for the Trump supporters, do we believe that Donald Trump has ever said or done or passed an executive order that may have threatened the Constitution?
What are you talking about?
It was a question.
Get to your point.
Which executive order?
Is this how you want to start off this? Okay.
Well, you're saying it's a broad question, dude. Like what specific?
They're just asking you to narrow it down when you say.
Yeah, I don't think it's a broad question. It would be a simple yes or no if we believe he has or
No. Then no. He has
the
not.
answer no. If you have something you want to discuss, then bring up the executive order and we'll discuss it.
Just ask a specific question.
Otherwise, quit trying to
do something like super broad.
All right, guys.
Okay, cool.
Everybody, let's not dogpile on the guy. Let's give him a chance. If he comes off sideways,
Seems to be what he wants.
Problem.
With his fan club in the chat.
Okay, let him have fun.
He got W's before he even came up on the panel.
Even said anything, my guy. But fine, I can just.
That's the thing. Your fan club down there started doing the W Hector thing, and you haven't even said
Salty. Salty. God damn, man. My house. My rules. I love you and I appreciate you, but god damn. Let him be an asshole first, then we can jump on him. I promise you, I'll let you loose then.
I appreciate that, host. I
that
don't
was
come
just
here
funny.
to be contentious or anything. So the reason why I was asking is because I'm of the firm belief that the executive order that he attempted to pass a couple of weeks back, when it came to the burning of the American flag and imprisoning people up to a year, I think that was a direct violation of the First Amendment.
Salty, please. Yeah, I'll give this one solely to you.
I would say muted.
W Hector's for just saying what he thinks. Like that's ultimately.
Right? Like literally, like what has Hector won by doing anything except?
Have you read the executive order?
Can we focus on like my point?
No,
Have you read the executive order?
I want to focus on your like who made it your fucking brought in engagement that's annoying as shit. Have you read the executive order?
Who cares? Just let Salty go. Let Salty go.
Have you read the executive order, Hector?
Yes, I have. It's been a minute, but yeah.
So what law inside that executive order that he referenced takes away freedom of speech?
None to my knowledge. That would be the little argument that the executive order did not coincide with any law.
Your point is moot.
My point was the executive order in and of itself was threatening to the First Amendment.
No, it wasn't.
Well, I would say...
Are you allowed to start a fire in the streets in San Diego?
No.
No. What about in Oakland?
I'm unaware of the executive order citing that.
How about L.A.?
To my knowledge, I'm unaware
San Francisco?
where you can start a fire, and then that executive order would be what you would be charged under.
I live in LA. Right. I can confirm that it's no. You can't start a fire in the street. Sorry.
Correct.
Correct. You can do that anywhere.
How about burning a flag in a mall?
Well, that's night and day difference, because then you.
Well, that's what he's talking about. He wants to arrest people for burning flags where they're not supposed to.
Well, that's we would already have laws against that. Private institutions with rules.
Well, Hector,
but nobody enforces it.
Hold on, guys. If you look at the executive order, and it specifically says in there that burning an American flag in the middle of the street should be treated as any county or city ordinance is as it would go to if they were burning trash.
Correct.
So burning the American flag in your front yard, in your backyard, or even if you have a permit for a protest and it's fit in there, you are 100% allowed to do it, and it is still legal. But you cannot just buy one, walk out to the middle of the street, and light anything on fire. Not a cardboard box, not a tire, not a mattress, not even the American flag. It's treated like everything else. You can't burn anything in the middle of the street. That's it.
Correct. I'll tell you what. I have the executive order pulled up here, and I can just read it.
Please. And the whole thing.
Read it. We've all read it at one point or another.
And don't forget to include the part where he says it's not a violation of freedom of expression, like freedom of expression withstanding.
Well, I said,
and if he reads it with no errors, I'm going to put W. Hector in the chat, just so you know.
I appreciate it. All right. So August 25th, 2025, prosecuting burning of the American flag. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Section 1. Purpose. Our great American flag is the most sacred and cherished symbol of the United States of America and of American freedom, integrity, and identity and strength. Over nearly 2.5 centuries, many thousands of Americans patriots have fought, bled, and unalived to keep the stars and stripes waving proudly. The American flag is a special symbol in our national life that should unite and represent all Americans of every background and walk of life. Desecrating it is uniquely offensive and provocative. It is a statement of contempt, hostility, and violence against our nation, the clearest possible expression of opposition to the political union that preserves our rights, liberty, and security. Burning this representation of America may incite violence and riots. American flag burning is also used by groups of foreign nationals as a calculated act to intimidate and threaten violence against Americans because of their nationality and place of birth. Notwithstanding the Supreme Court's rulings on First Amendment protections, the court has never held that American flag desecration conducted in a manner that is likely to incite imminent lawless action, or that is an action amounting to quote-unquote...
Pause, please. Go back and read that last two sentences, please.
Notwithstanding the Supreme Court's rulings on First Amendment protections, the court has never held that American flag desecration conducted in a manner that is likely to incite imminent lawless action, or that is an action amounting to...
Isn't that true?
Fighting words is constitutionally...
Isn't that true?
That is correct.
So the courts have never ruled on burning a flag starting a riot, right?
That is correct.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes. My administration will act to restore respect and sanctity to the American flag and prosecute those who incite violence or otherwise violate our laws while desecrating this symbol of our country to the fullest extent permissible under any available authority. Section 2. Measures to combat desecration of the American flag. The Attorney General shall prioritize the enforcement to the fullest extent possible of our nation's criminal and civil laws against acts of American flag desecration that violate applicable content-neutral laws while causing harm unrelated to expression consistent with the First Amendment. This may include, but is not limited to, violent crimes, hate crimes, illegal discrimination against American citizens, or other violations of American civil rights, and crimes against property and the peace, as well as conspiracies and attempts to violate, and aiding and abetting others to violate such laws. B, in cases where the Department of Justice or other executive department or agency determines that an instance of American flag desecration may violate an applicable state or local law, such as open burning restrictions, disorderly conduct laws, or destruction of property laws, the agencies shall refer the matter to the appropriate state or local authority for potential action. To the maximum, this is C, to the maximum extent permitted by the Constitution, the Attorney General shall vigorously prosecute those who violate our laws in ways that involve desecrating the American flag and may pursue litigation to clarify the scope of the First Amendment exceptions in this area. D, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Homeland Security, acting within their respective authorities, shall deny, prohibit, terminate, or revoke visas, residence permits, naturalization proceedings, and other immigration benefits, or seek removal from the United States pursuant to federal law, including...
I'm tired of you reading the executive order. Like, what part of that says anything that he is going to take away a person's ability to burn an American flag and violate their freedom of speech? What part?
I never said that's what it cited, to be fair.
My fucking God. What the hell was the start of the argument about?
Oh, yeah, you started the argument.
So, Hector, so what was the First Amendment violation you suspect then?
He's sitting there encouraging you to be dumb as fuck. And they're so stupid.
What are we
They're
talking
sitting there
about?
telling you like how great you are as a fucking host.
No
You literally
problem
started the
repeating
fucking
myself. I can
argument
tell you
about.
exactly
Oh my
what my
God! Shut
argument
your
was and
fucking
what I
face,
said
please.
when I
You
started.
started the whole fucking thing coming up here saying, "Don't you think that Donald Trump's executive order violates the freedom of speech?" No, it doesn't.
I said threatens the First Amendment.
Oh my
yes.
God! Shut up.
Okay, so how does it threaten the First Amendment?
I believe it threatens the First Amendment, specifically in what the administration's interpretation of the violation of burning that flag would be, and how it would be associated with an illegal action.
Reading comprehension skills really fucking suck.
Almost done.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Salty. Sorry.
And then fast forward to section D.
Your cult that you brought in here, the fucking fleas that you brought in with you.
Fast
They can
forward
go
to
fuck
section
themselves
D,
too,
which
because y'all a bunch of fucking
didn't allow me to
retards.
finish. I will
Stop me,
go.
Philly.
Dude, salty.
I know, drop me.
You gotta take a left, dude. Sorry, man.
Whew. Section D is a really...
Hey, you can listen. You can stop. You came in, and the first thing that you stated was, what was the question that you proposed to all of us?
I said, do we think that Donald Trump has done any action, directive, or executive order that has threatened the Constitution? You guys
Correct.
said
And
no.
then you
Versus
stated,
no.
then you followed up, and
And I
you
cited
stated,
this one, yes.
yes, correct, and then you read the executive order, and what did it state?
So based on what you read to us, no.
Well, no.
Back, bitches.
Because we just completely agree
Hold on, Salty.
with D, and then what Donald Trump would determine as domestic terrorism.
Okay, so first and
Hector,
foremost,
I got a question for you.
I'm sorry, I'm talking. So
ahead,
first and foremost,
Trucker mute.
Yeah, you got to mute, man. So first and foremost, it's not what Donald Trump would determine as a T organization. Also, second off, he would not be the one determining whether a person would or not be persecuted or prosecuted under this. Since you read the executive order, and like I have it up on my screen, it falls under the county and or state that the person lives in. So if your county or your state went, you know what, or whatever their ordinance is, hey, it's a $25 fine, go about your way, have a nice day. If the county or state or whatever that you live in says, no, this is punishable by 5 days in jail, then that's what your state and county would determine. This has nothing to do with Trump or what his administration determines. It has to do with your state and county determine.
That is correct. That is the laws that it would
Hector, I'm curious though. Like, I mean, I
We
get
saw
we're
that.
American. I get we have our Constitution. I get things are all grand because of that and stuff like that, right? And this is the reason why, you know, America's great, is because we allow people to come over here and desecrate things that belong to us and we won't do anything about it. What do you think would happen if you went to Mexico and burned a Mexican flag in front of, I don't know, the Mexican president?
I am unaware what Mexican laws are like. I think we're better than
I don't think they would allow you to stay there anymore, and you'd probably be locked up and put in jail.
There's actually a
and you
jail
don't get
time
to see
for
a
it.
judge until they decide to.
So I want to emphasize the fact
And
that
you're
to the
guilty
host-
until proven
to
innocent.
the host's point, yes, this falls back on city laws and ordinances, state and local, ultimately, yes. But we saw a push of Donald Trump's idea of what this domestic terrorism would be with one of the veterans that was arrested at the protest that took place that week. I
And
believe
why?
it was
Why
Jay.
was this?
Hector, I got one quick question, guys. Hector, can you guys hear me? Am I clear?
Yes.
Loud? All right, Hector, I got one question. Do you remember the young lady that was arrested in California for the trampling and the burning of the flag? Do you know what she was arrested for?
I'm unaware of what you're talking about.
But it was a young lady. She was Mexican American. She trampled the flag, broke onto the state park, took it down the pole, and then stomped on it and burned it. And then she was arrested, did 6 months in jail. So what you're referring to is actually a case that's going on right now that will set precedent.
No, that's in California. I was referring to a case in D.C., but go ahead.
It's that case is going to set the precedent because she broke into a state park, took a national American flag down off the state park pole. You know how they fly the poles with the flags, 3 different flags, state flag, American flag, and the other flag. So she took it down, trampled it, and then she burnt it, and then she was arrested and charged with resisting arrest, desecrating a flag, and countless other things, aggravated battery on a police officer and other things.
So that's other violations and laws that she would have to be concerned
I
about.
live in California, so it's also theft and vandalism because it was not her flag.
Correct.
She broke the law.
And by the way, Mexico, it's 4-year jail sentence for burning Mexican flag in Mexico.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
It was this
Yeah, 4
freedom of
years.
speech.
She broke the law, so I don't know why you're.
But freedom of speech.
Wait, hold on. Like, I really get frustrated with this because I feel like there's this narrative push in the media that is consumed by a lot of different individuals, and then that gets floated around, and we start to have these open discussions. But when we open the law and we start looking at what's actually written, then you can see that, like, okay, well, maybe that's not really what's taking place here. Maybe the law was written, or the EO was written in a way that actually protects the law. And so that's where it becomes an issue in this point of contingency between the right versus the left. Like, it doesn't have to be this way. We can also step back and look.
I quite literally decided and chose to open up this executive order for all of you. I wasn't up here trying to spread any false narrative, and I made my point.
I didn't say that. No. I didn't say that you were trying to spread.
Interrupt her, so please don't do that.
Sure, no problem. I apologize.
Yeah, so basically, I'm not saying that you came up here to spread false information. I'm talking about the fact that these are very high talking points that have been filtered through the system right now, and then they get brought up. And when we look at the law and we dissect it, it actually is not unlawful. It's not unconstitutional, and so that's where a lot of people get very frustrated because it's like, we're constantly feeling like we have to prove something when literally the law is written the way that it's supposed to be. So that's what, do you understand?
Yes, I understand a lot of people read headlines and they don't actually look at the laws and how Donald Trump's many actions or words do not affect it.
Again, we're asking
really quick, Hector.
For an example.
Hector, are you familiar with U.S. flag code?
Say that
Passed
again?
by U.S. Congress? U.S. flag code?
To my knowledge, somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, laws that were signed into being through Congress and the president actually makes it a crime to burn a flag, and it was only after, I believe it was Texas v. Johnson, that the Supreme Court said, well, if it's expression, it's allowed. So
Correct.
actually we're questioning the application of a properly constitutionally codified law and how broad or how narrow is that brush of expression, because we don't want to go around saying that, all expression, all personal expression is covered under the First Amendment. I promise you we don't want that.
Sure.
So we need to make sure that that brush is very narrow. And I think that's what they're looking for here, is to look at this and just see how narrow that brush really is, because there are some applications for exactly what the EO calls for.
Right. So I pointed out Section D specifically that I found to be a little concerning.
Hector, how patriotic is it to burn an American flag?
How patriotic is it?
Yes,
I
how?
think I would be the determining factor on if it's patriotic or not. I wouldn't say burning of that flag would determine if you're less or more patriotic than the other person, especially when it's mostly associated with the specific administration and their actions and not America as a whole. Even then, I would somewhat get it based off the demographic of people that you are.
This is why we'll never get along with you people.
I think I've been getting along just fine since I've been up here.
Which demographic of people am I?
I don't know what you are. What? I mean, are we talking about race? Are we talking about veteran? Like what?
Hector, what would happen if I brought up a pride flag in public?
So that could be certain communities, that could be racial, it could be veterans who are dissatisfied with the actions of the Department of War, whatever we call it now. Like that's what I said, depending on the demographic. So again, I want to make my point with Section D. The Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Homeland Security acting within their respective authorities shall deny, prohibit, terminate, or revoke visas, residence permits, naturalization proceedings, and other immigration benefits, or seek removal from the United States pursuant to federal law, including 8 U.S.C. 1182A, 1424, 1427, 1451, and 1227, whenever there has been an appropriate determination that foreign nationals have engaged in American flag desecration activity under circumstances that permit the exercise of such remedies pursuant to federal law. This is the issue that I think.
So I want to jump in here really fast because I know where you were going with this. So people who have green cards, visas, things along those lines, they do not have full rights as an American citizen. Now they can, where did it go? They have the right to fair and legal proceedings, even in deportation cases, such as established by the Supreme Court. They have protections against unlawful searches and seizures and arrests, the Fourth Amendment. They have labor rights, fair wages, safe working conditions, equal benefits as U.S. citizens under work visas, and the right to remain silent. You do not have to answer questions about immigration status to officials without an attorney. Guess what is not covered under that? Freedom of
First fucking Amendment.
It is not covered when you hold a visa.
It's the People's Constitution. It applies to everybody, American or otherwise.
I am
tired of that shit.
I'm unaware of people with visas and whatnot not being able to freely speak just as much as an American, so long as it's not specifically threatening the government.
But you just
Wouldn't you say burning an American flag is like a threat to the American government?
Wait, Hector, you've got the right one. I'm not going to budge off this. I'm not going to let you switch to another topic. I'm going to not let you pivot like you did a little while ago. You
I literally didn't pivot. We're still talking about the flag.
I'm sorry. I'm the host. I'm talking. This is when you do shut up.
Sure.
You specifically said Section D.
Correct.
D talks about visa holders, things along those lines. I just read to you that they do not have the same rights as us. That makes
Where did you read that from?
Mute.
Where did you read that from?
Oh, Lord. Why do you seem to think that they do have those rights?
Well, hold on.
Why do you think that in the preamble of the Constitution where it says we the people of the United States, why do you think
they do not have protections with the First Amendment? So I was simply asking where you read it
Look at the big screen. Would you like to go into the Library of Congress? Would you like to look at Margaret W. Wong and Associates? Would you look at, I don't use Rocket Lawyer. I don't even know why they put that on there. Yale University. Which reference would you like me to click on?
Whichever one, because I actually can't see it. It's quite blurry.
Blurry.
It could be my phone. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Philly, just FYI, it looks Greek on there. Like it looks like ones and zeros, bro. Can't read any of that.
God damn it!
It's not clear at all.
Yep.
I mean, I have no reason to doubt you. You can read it. Just
give me 1 second. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, it's not helping.
You're gonna have to have a talk with your production team.
Yeah,
this is totally unprofessional.
That's you guys. You guys are my.
It's pretty clear on mine. These guys are all just using potatoes.
Shit, you're screwed.
Okay, so Hector, here's an instance where, like, if like simple thing. If you were an American citizen and you got a DWI, right? You would still have all the you would still be an American citizen at the end of the adjudication. If you're a visa or green card holder, particularly like certain student visas or work visas, you actually sign a paper that says that if you do anything of sort, the State Department can actually take that away from you. And so if you were to get a DWI, the State Department can, and within its rights, take away your status. So this is not something new. We do this all the time. And
Yes.
we have taken away the status. And the
I
freedoms and the
specifically
rights
was
of
wanting to
people.
know how, I guess, a burning of the American flag
Don't you,
or other
Hector?
things.
You don't let anybody finish. I'm gonna guess that you're not married.
It'd
be kind of hard to get married if you don't let your woman finish.
Really just trying to get the whole
I
scenario
wish you could just shut the fuck up and let somebody finish their point.
the First Amendment specifically.
You decided you were going to interrupt
not
him.
applying to undocumented
Shut the
migrants.
fuck up, dude. Shut up.
Okay.
Let that boy fucking finish what he was saying. Shut up. Shut up. I'm fucking opening your mouth.
Your name.
He needs to get him a sedative.
God, you're fucking annoying as fuck. I don't know why you got fucking followers in here. You got fucking fleas in here.
It's been so nice.
I'm gonna have to fucking take a fucking flea bath when you're done.
Salty.
Hector, what you've been is a tad bit sarcastic and a tad bit condescending. Just
What did
because
I
you
say that was sarcastic?
Hold on. See, this is what you're doing right now. And I'm going to get rude. When someone's talking, try this. Shut the fuck
you're muted.
up when someone else is talking. That is the problem right now. As soon as someone tries to
They're so fucking triggered! This motherfucker was triggered the second I joined. I just want to point that out. Then the host was defending me. And then now that I'm questioning their logic, they want to get hostile because they're like
hit the mute
claiming
button.
things that I never said.
Or
Okay.
just hit the mute button while you're not talking.
God damn.
I mean, you're gonna kind of have to go against your instincts to, listen for the sake of rebuttal and listen for the sake of listening. Because what we're telling you is there's even language. There's three things that we need to remember.
I'll
Number one,
put
there's language
something
in
in
that
the chat,
executive order
please,
that
and
gives
I can mod you
deference
from
to
there. Put
the
something in
freedom
the
of
chat.
expression, right? And it always has been. Number two, historically, and most of the stuff that we like to argue in courts in America is judicial precedent, right? So historically, in 1989, once we passed the the right to, whatever you want to call it, the right to burn a flag law, or the Supreme Court said it was a-okay. What we did was we wound up. Somebody's playing Eye of the Tiger. So what we did was, okay, SoCal. That's just like talking when somebody else is talking. So what we did was we
I
wound
thought
up.
it was fitting for the battle.
Okay, Philly, go ahead and run your live.
No, man, go, guys, come on, please. Like,
You know
if
what?
I'm
It's
gonna
cool.
if I'm gonna get on a friggin' someone in the comment, go ahead, Madball.
All right, so what
Although
we
if I
did,
can't find your
and this
comment,
is just kind of
put something in
judicial
the
precedent
comments,
or legal precedent, or even like prosecutorial precedent, was what we did was we wound up like kind of inching back on what we consider free expression, right? So if I were to take a flag, burn it in the middle of the street, more to the point, if I were to take a sheet and burn it in the middle of traffic during a protest, right? If I were to just take a blue or pink sheet and burn it in the middle of a fucking protest, under certain state ordinance or state laws or city ordinances, that might be considered arson or open burning or whatever. But
It should be modded now.
But what we did do is we said, okay, so with the flag, however, we're going to be extra cautious not to step on somebody's rights and charge them with the arson charge that they would have caught on anything else.
When have
So
I
it's
ever
kind of like
argued
saying-
you can't burn it in
it's very
certain
similar
areas,
to
you can't do any
saying,
property
okay, it's
damage, you
okay
can't
to
burn
drink
other
and drive
people's
on
property? They're
tequila, but it's not
repeating a
okay to
bunch
drink
of
and
shit
drive
that
on
I
whiskey and
never
alcohol
fucking
what
said.
we had tonight.
I need them to
Obviously,
narrow
those are-
down
okay,
how the
no.
people with visas and
And
whatnot
we
wouldn't
ju-
be
or we
protected
just
under
don't
free
prosecute
speech so
that
long
sort
as it
of
wouldn't be constituted any
It
type of
doesn't
domestic
work
terrorism.
that way.
That's
So
what I've been
this
asking
law,
for
first of
clarification
all,
for,
gives
and they're just
deference, or this
fucking rambling.
executive order gives deference
Did you also
to the
bring
freedom
up
of
Texas
expression,
v. Johnson
and
by
it
chance?
specifically talks about
They did.
using
did,
state and federal and local ordinances for what the actual act of the burning of the flag was. It has nothing to do with the flag or the expression of it. Is, were you violating an ordinance during that, while you were doing that? Under which case we would prosecute you, where we might not before, with people using prosecutorial discretion and using like very, very, like soft kid gloves for this sort of thing, and that's all that it does. And by the way, it's one of the
W's
few
in the chat
executive
to
orders that
Loretta
actually
for the
hasn't
$5
necessarily
cash
gone
app.
and been
Hey, buddy.
challenged in the
Hello,
Supreme
Loretta.
Court or
Appreciate
stayed
you. Can we
by
get some
a,
W's in the chat
a
for
federal
Loretta,
district
please?
judge.
Some W's in the chat
So
for Loretta.
imagine that.
Appreciate
This
your
is the
support.
one.
Guys, best ways to
This
support
is
the
the one
platform
that
is going to be the
violates the
links in the bio.
Constitution
Hector
the
Talks
most.
with 2 R's.
Why
Hector
hasn't it
Talks
been
with 2
stayed?
R's,
Why
all on
hasn't
Cash
it
App
been
and
challenged?
Venmo. And then PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. That puts us at 20 of our daily goal, or nightly goal, I should say. Best way to support the platform is going to be links in the bio. Don't
Already
forget
has
the tube
W's
side.
in the
Make sure you
chat.
like the
Hasn't said
stream.
a
You can
fucking
send a
word.
super chat.
Okay. Well, we're just going to run with it for right now.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
Has it followed you in here too, Erica?
Hey, okay, Salty, here's the deal, right? I don't know what your issue is, but chill out,
Don't
bro.
fucking address me, bitch. I didn't say you could
Yeah,
address
hey,
me.
no,
Okay,
no,
okay,
I am
L
addressing
Erica.
you.
Yo, everybody, shut
The
up.
fuck is wrong with him?
Stop. Everybody.
Everything.
God damn it. Salty, all due respect, man. You okay, man? And don't anybody say anything. I'm
I'm
addressing
fine,
my
but
friend right now.
this bullshit of these people coming in here and like W Hector and W Erica, like literally, well, people are fucking simping for illegal immigrants to come over here and burn our fucking flag and do shit like this. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Addressed about the First Amendment,
Yo,
please.
Hector, I'm
Shut
sorry.
the fuck up.
I said I'm talking right now.
They keep fucking muting me.
Literally
He
talking
wasn't
when you
even
weren't
fucking
talking.
talking.
Not
That's the
trying
only
to be
reason I said anything. Salty was rambling. Oh my god.
Salty, man, you know I
Is
love
that
you.
who I'm
I
hearing
want you up
talking?
here.
Is Salty?
But
That's it?
I need you to
The
take a breath,
angry,
man. Could
pissy
you please for
one,
me?
that's
Yeah.
Salty.
For me.
And then the host has
Gotcha.
his moments.
Fine for you.
All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
I just want to point out that we were having
Hold on.
Make sure
a
you guys are
very
also running it
respectful
through links
conversation.
instead
Hold
of
on.
gifting
Yo,
her in
I
the
want to give
live
Miss
as
Erica
well.
the floor back. She was speaking. So, Miss Erica, if you please.
Hello, you did ask for something. I can't recall it. I apologize. What was it that you asked of me?
Just your age.
Okay, 39. 39.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay,
What's on your mind this evening, ma'am?
I came up because I was listening to the conversation and you all were speaking about basically what the Constitution covers in regards to basically non-resident citizens. Well, I should say non-citizen residents is actually what it's called. So you were speaking about that, and you were saying that someone on the panel was saying that the First Amendment does not apply to non-citizen residents, so like those with asylum status, temporary protected status, so on and so forth. And my question is where in the Constitution or what case precedent set that? Because I was looking over looking through the Constitution, doing a little bit of research and trying to see where it said that, and I couldn't find it. So if you all have it, let me know, or what case said it. They said they wasn't covered by the First Amendment. So
That's not
does the
what they
First
said.
Amendment apply to them? I could have heard wrong. I'm serious.
You
What was
did
it?
hear wrong because they said that they don't have the same First Amendment protections that a citizen does. That was the
What
statement.
would be those? Oh, okay, so what protections don't they have?
Well, specifically, under the First Amendment, they are allowed to participate in protests, but at any point, if that turns into some sort of, first off, if it's a paid protest, they can't participate. If it turns
I want to
violent,
remind
then
everyone
they're
that
going
we
to
have
end
this
up being
fucking documented.
held accountable for
That he's
that.
changing his words because first he
I
said
was just
not all
looking
the
over
same
this.
That's like
rights
an
apply to
American
people with
would.
visas and
But their
whatnot. He never
immigration
specified
status
the
is at
First
risk at this
Amendment,
point then.
and that's why I nitpicked at
Well,
that
that
part,
makes sense,
particularly where he
but
said he had something
jail
pulled up
time and
and then
fines would be
literally
at
moved
risk
on from it.
for
That's what we're waiting on.
Americans.
Thank you,
So
Erica,
I'm
for
trying to
bringing that up.
see
W. Erica, make sure you're
what
following her and
makes
hitting up her
that
links as well.
different. It's not. I'm
Thank
so
you for
sorry
passing
if I'm
over
not tracking
100,000
or it's
likes.
not
Let's get the likes up to 100 and
because
fuck
they
it,
have
200.
rights.
There's 419
They
of you in here.
have
Double tap that
basically the
screen till
same
the hot
rights.
bar
The
gets
only
full, just for a
difference is
solid
that
15 to 30
they
60
have the
seconds. Let's
additional
get the likes up
burden
to
of
200K.
their immigration status being revoked.
Thank you, Soul of Beer Camp, for the
But
gifts. Let's knock out that gift goal as well.
I mean, they still could face fines and jail
There's a
time.
couple different set of rules for people, right? That, like, there's a couple different set of rules, right? When you come in and you're on a green card, okay, you are not allowed to do anything that speaks out against the American government. Period. Point blank. You're told this when you get your green card. But then there seems to be a separate set of rules when it comes to somebody who is here illegally without that green card
by the way,
or
so
any
they
type
have
of
to agree to
visa
the
or anything
Constitution and
else.
defend it and protect it.
Thank you, baby.
Okay, where is that listed? Like,
Well,
what can I
read
look
that
at to
stuff.
see
Go
where
look it
that's
up.
listed?
Go look it up.
I'm so sorry. I'm not exactly
I'm
sure
so
who
sorry
pissed in
you're
your
just dense. I'm
Cheerios
so
this morning,
sorry.
but I'm
I'm
gonna
so
need you to
sorry
take
you're
a
just
chill
dense.
pill, bro.
I'm
Like,
so
calm
sorry you got
down,
sent for people that are
right?
here
Because I'm not
illegally.
Hector. I will
You're
cuss your
shipping
silly
for
ass
people that
out.
are here
So calm the
illegally.
Okay,
fuck
yo, that's
down,
it. That's it.
okay?
That's it.
Because
That's
I will
it.
calm
That's
you,
it.
boy. I will
So,
calm you down.
no, you won't.
I didn't even fucking say anything. You didn't
No,
cuss at
you
you at
won't.
all.
Yo, Salty, I love you, man, but I got to do this.
How many times
All
he's
I
gonna keep
asked,
dropping you and
and you
bringing
had
him
it
back
pulled
Hold
up
on,
up?
give me 1
earlier,
I
second.
don't
Hope.
Hold on,
understand.
Hector. Hold on, Hector. Salty, I love you, man. You know I freaking love you, but I need you to take a lap, man. Please. You're on one tonight. Dude, I love you, man. Don't do the really to me.
I think we should tell him to drink water.
All right, we currently got 145 people in the live right now, man. If we can get everybody to tap that screen,
We
let's see
blew
if
up
we can
this
get this live up
motherfucking
to
live.
30,000 likes. If you could also tap that heart right next to my name, do the daily heart me. I would really appreciate it. We also do have a live goal of hand hearts. So if you're enjoying the live, if you're enjoying the conversation, please feel free to donate to the cause. If you could also share this live out with your friends, please share this live out.
While he's doing a
With
mod
that being
announcement,
said,
make sure you guys are
back to our
staying
regular
engaged.
scheduled
Hector said
fuckery.
200 in
And
the
a side
next
note, if I
couple
see
minutes.
anybody in the
Everyone keep
comment
doing
section
that.
starting to
Boop,
talk shit about
share,
freaking Salty, I'm just
repost,
going to mute you,
add to
block you, and kick you
stories.
the
Make
fuck
sure you
out of
guys are
here.
staying
So you
engaged.
got
If
two
you are
choices,
seeing
man.
my
Either shut the fuck
account,
up and join the
make sure you
conversation or
guys are
get out.
following this one. This is my newest account.
Go
Main
ahead,
got
Hector.
hacked. So if you're seeing me for the first time, hi.
All I wanted to see specifically where it was cited that they would have had the same, which since you clarified, the same First Amendment rights as an American citizen, because I'm aware of some limitations that green card holders, visa holders, and whatnot would have versus an American citizen. But I'm unfamiliar with it being significantly limited versus an American citizen, especially based off the case Bridges v. Wixon, which was 1945.
Well, look at it this
So,
way.
Hector,
Well, can I answer, or you want to go ahead?
you go ahead. You go ahead, brother.
All right. So look at it this way: if somebody's protesting, right, and if an American citizen does something illegal during a protest, they will get fined, arrested, whatever, right? If you're not a citizen and those same things happen, you can also get fined and arrested and deported. That's the extra step that can be taken if you're not a citizen.
I'm really not trying to be rude and interrupt, but that's not what I asked. I already know that.
I don't know what ax means.
Ask.
Okay, but that's kind of what you did ask, or at least that's how I interpreted what you asked. So if I misinterpreted that, I apologize. Can you please restate your question?
Yes, I wanted to know specifically where it would be cited that the First Amendment was limited and how it would be limited for undocumented migrants versus American citizens.
Well, that, I believe, is what I answered. Does that anybody else have a different answer?
You mentioned
I think I got
undocumented migrants and
I think I
Americans
got a
both
different.
violated
I
the
think
law.
I got a different.
One can get a
I got a
fine,
different
one can
spin
get
on
deported.
it, Hector. So I think what you're asking is, what you stated is that the answer to the question is when these people come into the country and they're seeking residency, they're here technically on a residency for a probationary period. So anything that could mess up that probationary period while they're over here, exciting violence, exciting a riot, jaywalking, whatever thing they could deem necessary to send them back and deport them, that's something they had no business participating in because they're not fully an American citizen. They have to go through these probationary steps until they get to that status of being an American citizen. And even when they do become an American citizen, a felony can also revoke that citizenship later on in life. I hope that answers your question, and I hope you can hear it.
Tag me in when you're ready.
You just said the same.
Ready, sir?
Go ahead,
He
man.
said.
Go ahead, man. Bull.
Just said the same thing he said.
Go ahead, man.
All right, we've had something in this country for over 100 years called the plenary power doctrine, which directly refers to the Article 2 powers of the president and the State Department over matters of immigration. Like the judicial branch doesn't even have control of immigration, right? They can hear certain things about it, but the immigration court is actually an Article 2 court, where all the other courts are Article 3 courts set up by the U.S. Constitution. And so under that, the doctrine, the plenary doctrine is that the president and the State Department have full control over all matters of immigration, and this would include being able to give or revoke visas. Like the judiciary has nothing to do with that. Congress can only set forth certain things on that. And this has been upheld by the Supreme Court since 1889. In the Chinese exclusion case, the court affirmed that the excluding foreigners is an incident of sovereignty. In United States, Turner versus Williams, 1904, directly addressed this. The court upheld the deportation of a non-citizen and anarchist for advocacy, ruling that excluded aliens are entitled to First Amendment protections because they're not entitled to First Amendment protections because they are not part of the people. Harisides versus Shaughnessy, 1952, extended this to long-term residents. This is where it gets interesting, allowing deportations for past Communist Party memberships. Now, in America, if you're an American citizen, you can be a communist, and there's nothing that they can do about it. They can't even arrest you. They can just look at you funny and make fun of you on Twitter and Facebook and TikTok. But if you're a foreign citizen and a past member of a Communist Party, they can deport you if they want to, if it's considered an issue of national sovereignty. Reno versus the American Anti-Arab Discrimination Committee in 1999, the court held that non-citizens cannot raise selective enforcement defense, which is like basically saying you're picking on us because we're Arab, based on their political speech or associations. This means that immigration enforcement can target speech indirectly without First Amendment scrutiny, as deportation is not punishment, but it's a civil remedy.
Indirectly.
So if you start talking about this guy at SoCal, right, that got his student visa taken away and he got deported, it's very simple. His name.
I never mentioned him.
Okay, but I'm using him as an example.
Okay.
He put his name on all of the paperwork for this protest, right? He put his name all over it. He led the protest. He signed the protest. He booked the venue. He did he got the permitting. He got everything. And so even as an American, and he's allowed to do that, but even as an American citizen, I am responsible if I'm the one who gets the permitting and does all of this stuff and goes through all the legal paperwork. I am responsible for the outcome of that, right? Either civilly or criminally if something goes bad. And those protests in SoCal did go bad. So it was within the State Department's purview because they did go bad, and he is civilly or legally, his civil punishment was that he lost his visa, and that's it. He's gone. So we have this, and we've done this in this country for well over 100 years and not given deference in certain instances to foreigners when you start talking about Article 2 Constitution powers and being able to use the case of national sovereignty against that.
Hold on really
Great.
fast. Hold on, Hector. Hold on really fast. I just want to introduce our news person.
How am I salty 2.0? I've been very calm. Shut your stupid mouth. You're an idiot.
I know.
Guys,
Love
guys,
Mimant. Is that how you say your name?
yes, guys, guys, you know me, it's low. This is my backup account. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
So
but
much fucking
I want
talking!
to warn you,
And no one has been able to cite
main account
specifically
was
what they were
hacked
talking about. He
last
just did a
night
bunch
at
of
3 o'clock in the
rambling.
morning.
A bunch of
And
rambling. We're
this
already
person
aware
is,
of these branches being able to just
going
revoke
after
visas for
everybody
certain
that is
reasons, but they're
following
still
my
avoided
main
due
account
process if
low.
they chose to do so, or
And
could take it up with a court
I
and a
want to
lawyer.
warn you all because many people are believing it's me, and a lot of people are losing their accounts. So be aware. I just want to, you can drop me immediately, but I just want to, if you can warn everybody that my account is being hacked. So if any of you receive any messages from my account, it's not me. This person is asking please, it's me, it's low. I'm asking for help. I lost my phone.
Yeah, I got a DM yesterday with that same thing saying you needed to friggin' send a code to get into your account to my email.
Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's not me. I'm sorry. It's not
It's
me.
not your fault.
Oh, if you can DM anybody that you
I'm
know.
finna leave, bro. I'm finna make my point.
I did this account a couple of months ago,
Too many
and I
people
put
rambling,
a
saying shit that
flyer
has nothing to do with my points,
trying,
putting
but
words
I
in
know
my
a couple
mouth,
of people
crashing the
already
fuck
fell
out.
for it,
Thank
and
you guys
I'm
for not
feeling
having to get about the
terrible.
reset
But
that in a second.
I'm
This
just
is
trying
fucking
to
annoying.
go in every live that I can, trying to let everybody know. But I don't know how far can I go because my agency is trying to help me. But these people keep deleting my videos and deleting and getting to everybody he can. So I don't
gonna
know.
lose her
I don't know.
account. That's
I don't know what to
same
do
thing that
really.
happened
So
to me.
I just wanted to let you know, guys.
All right, appreciate you. We'll be on the lookout.
I'm sorry, guys.
All right, no
Drop
worries,
me.
love. Yep.
Love you. Bye.
She gonna cry.
Okay, where were we at?
Hey, Johnny Five in the comments.
Oh,
Take some
Lordy
time,
Bell.
and then just go fuck yourself.
So I do have something to add real quick. As somebody who's actually been on many different parts of people with visas, when you sign a visa, it's a contract. Depending on your visa, your terms and conditions are different. Some things say you can't break any laws. Some things say that you can't do any protest, depending on what your visa is and what you're here for. This is subject to the contract that you sign, which means you don't have the same laws and regulations that are afforded to every people and every citizen in the United States. So when you come here on a specific visa, you have to pay attention to very specific rules. And I don't know if anybody's ever sponsored anybody to become an American citizen before, but when you do this, you also have to sign a contract stating what responsibility you have with these people that you're signing for to make sure that you're going to sign for them. So even though there's rules and regulations, and I'm an American citizen, if I've signed something to these people and they do something and I back them up on it, I also can go to jail for what their behavior is while they get deported.
Interesting.
So the person before whoever last spoke, who mentioned several cases going back to the 1800s up until I believe 1950 was the last one he mentioned.
1999.
1999. Okay. I wanted to know.
We're not going to pay attention to anything that was just said about the contract that you signed with the United States.
I never denied any of that. That was never.
So you're just going to brush over it.
Again, that was never my point of contention. I wasn't going to disagree with anything that was factual. I understand that visas and green cards and stuff all have different obligations and contracts. And then to determine based off of certain people having it revoked based off of certain reasons, we would have to know every single person's individual cases. So
yeah,
I didn't see a need to respond to what you said in some type of denial or rebuttal because there was nothing to deny or rebut. I wanted to get back to the other thing that person said before you. I wanted to know.
Hold on, Hector, if I can reverse, I just want to introduce our new person. I don't want to be rude. Is it Manuel? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, it's Manuel.
Okay, just for TikTok purposes, sir, how old are you?
33.
All right, so we'll go Hector, and then we'll drop down the Manuel, and then we'll open up from there, okay?
I wanted to know how anything that individual mentioned would negate the case of Bridges v. Wixon in 1945, where several Supreme Court justices wrote their opinions that addressed that immigrants had First Amendment rights.
Nobody said that they had First Amendment rights. Like, that's not the argument that I made. Like, what I said was that Article 2 powers over deportation and what these people are entitled to be able to do and not do come under the Article 2 of the executive branch, which has full control over foreign policy, which includes immigration. It has nothing to do with the judiciary or the Congress, as well as the courts have upheld this time and time again. Now, sometimes, like you could come to America and pretty much almost say whatever you want, so long as you're not violating the contract or your visa, which we all agree. Like, there's no disagreement there. So I never said that they don't have First Amendment rights under that. I said they are limited and are subject to, more or less, if whether you like it or not, I'm making a dispassionate argument here, the whim of the executive branch of the State Department.
Sure, but they also include, they also show that they were protected under the Fifth Amendment and the Due Process Clause. So if the executive branch was to use that powers and then reject that due process, if it was...
What are the facts of the case?
For the case, then that could be the challenge that I'm speaking on.
Yeah, you'd have to tell me the facts of the case. Like, did they commit a crime?
No. They tried to revoke his status because he was a member of, or his affiliation with the Communist Party in 1920.
Okay.
Again, this is Bridges v. Nixon, 1945.
Okay, so
being part of a communist party who at the time wanted to overthrow the United States, in your opinion, isn't a crime?
He was a part of the party. That doesn't mean he shared those sentiments specifically. I think the American history has a very interesting view on communism that isn't always correct.
Okay, so Heresides and Shaughnessy in 1952, nearly 30 years later. Was the other one that you're mentioning adjudicated in the Supreme Court?
Say that again.
Was the other one that you're mentioning adjudicated in the Supreme Court?
Only mentioned one case, and that was Bridges v. Wixon.
That's what I meant, like the other one. Okay, was that adjudicated in the Supreme Court, or was that like in a lower court?
Supreme Court. It went up to Justice. The two opinions here that I was reading was from William O. Douglas and then Frank Murphy.
Okay, so in like I said, 1952, and I'm going to butcher this fucking name, Heresides versus Shaughnessy, they upheld the deportation of a communist. Now, when it comes to the Fifth Amendment, that's a little weird because the Fifth Amendment does apply to people who are here, foreigners, legally or illegally, if they have committed a crime or have enacted a lawsuit, right? Or are party to a lawsuit. Either they're suing or being sued. So yeah, and so if they brought an action, they are entitled to Fifth Amendment due process, or if they commit a crime, they're entitled to Fifth Amendment due process. So if you engage in a court system, you are entitled to all that comes with. But just the simple fact of violating your visa somehow doesn't necessarily entitle you to a Fifth Amendment hearing, or being here illegally either. Because if you read the Fifth Amendment, it talks about like high and notorious crimes.
Wouldn't that be determined on how, I guess, you would violate said visa and if you would be afforded that due process?
If you violate it in the course of committing a crime, possibly. If you violate it, say, let's just say for the sake of argument, because I and I don't want to get back into like a sore subject, but let's just say you sign on your visa that you're not going to speed, right? Like you're not going to go more than 5 miles over the speed limit, right? You get caught doing 65 and a 55, right? That's kind of the contract of your visa. Then probably not. Like there are instances for sure, and probably in that specific case that you're talking about, the Fifth Amendment right to due process was granted. The Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate yourself, or even the Sixth Amendment right to face your accuser, or your right to jury trial and all these other things, probably in that instance did apply. But that's not a broad application, because if it was, then it would have been upheld in 1952.
I know, man.
So let's beg off and let the new guys talk a little bit, man. We'll come back to it.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I did have some further questions on what exactly was Mahmoud Khalil's violation, but Manny.
No, that was going to be my next question anyways, is what was exactly his violation?
I don't know, but we've went way off a topic from what Hector first came in. How long are we going to go down this rabbit hole?
I feel like this is still around the First Amendment topic, though. Regardless of whether it's about the flag burning or anything else, this is about the First Amendment and freedom of speech.
Well, the original thing was that this is like Trump was violating Constitution.
Threatened, yes.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah,
originally, I think that it was stated that he was.
Yeah, and now we're talking about
those words never came out of my mouth.
From the 1790s and judgments that were passed in 1952, and like I said, we went way down this rabbit hole.
The rabbit hole that they kept pivoting.
So I have a question. Here's my question here.
They're the fucking
Hector and
ones
Emmanuel.
who keep not paying attention to what the fuck I'm saying. I have to
do you
keep
think that
repeating
it's
myself
okay
over
for
and
someone
over
that's
what my
visiting
point
that
was.
isn't like a full citizen to basically stir up unrest, even if it's just peacefully protesting or whatnot?
Yes, they have their right to peacefully protest.
No,
A visitor, whether that visitor be on a visiting visa, whether that be on a school visa, whether it be green card, LPR, or just plainly going between court cases, which would make them undocumented, yes, they have the right to peaceful protest.
See, I think if you're here illegally, you don't have any rights. You should just be catapulted back over the border.
Unfortunately for that, I feel like there is. Let me redact that. I know that there is. Unfortunately for those feelings, I know that there is court cases that would state otherwise.
Okay, and is there any other country in the world that you can go to as temporary status and do this kind of thing, or is this only in America?
Well, not only do I not know other countries' laws, I think that's what I've heard multiple times in this panel say that's the beauty of being an American and being in America, right? So if it is the case that America only has those laws, which I'm not saying they do, but if that is the case, then that is our laws. And if we want to change those laws, it shouldn't be an executive order. It should be an actual amendment or a repeal and replace.
No,
Congratulations. No,
go ahead, Kess.
congratulations. That executive order didn't change anything. But I need to point out that you guys keep saying the wrong thing over and over. If you're going to court, you are not undocumented. You are documented and you are here. You are under a different action. If you are undocumented, that means we don't know you're here.
That's not true. Undocumented specifically states by the USCIS that somebody who is undocumented does not have legal standing with the United States. Not that someone we don't know. They do not have legal standing with the United States, specifically meaning that they are not LPR, they are not amnesty, they don't have a green card, they don't have a visa, they don't have TPS status, any type of twilight status. That is what undocumented means. It does not mean we don't know you exist in the United States
So basically,
of America.
an illegal immigrant.
Again, an illegal alien, an unauthorized immigrant, a undocumented immigrant. I'm using all three terms that are used by our DHS. Okay, so an illegal alien. I don't. Okay, awesome.
No, sorry, Manuel, your volume's really, really loud.
I'm gonna let Manny cook.
I'm trying to talk and I'm being interrupted by both of them. So if I turn my volume down,
is Trump's
All right,
interpretations
guys,
of these
yeah,
orders,
I'm gonna say this
regardless of the federal and
one
local
more time.
laws,
And if I
his
have to say this
executive
to
orders
God knows I'm
and
gonna
his
say it to
executive
everybody.
actions
Stop
threatened even state
cutting
and local laws, which he
people
didn't give a fuck
off.
about, based off the blue states that he's
Literally,
threatening to
the
raid,
next
pull
person
aid
that
from,
does
so
it,
on
whether
and so
you're my
forth. Fast
friend
forward to
or
section
whether this is
D,
the first time
when
you're
it
on my
talks
panel,
specifically
I will
about
Stop fucking doing it.
visa
Goddamn
holders, blah blah blah. It
adults.
says shall deny, prohibit, terminate, or revoke visas, resident permits, naturalization
Please,
proceedings, so on and
continue.
so forth, based off of this
Ending
flag
with-
desecration activity under
Ending
circumstances
with
that permit the
LPR
exercise
are,
of such remedies pursuant to federal law.
ending with
Donald
a
Trump,
undocumented
it would
immigrant,
determine
or
that.
as our
He did
actual
determine
law
that
states
would remove
specifically
Camille
in the
and several
INA,
other
as well as
immigrants
other laws
simply for
within the
protesting, even
8
the ones who did
USC,
burn the flag. But I can't get my
unauthorized
fucking point
alien
out.
or illegal
Guys, hit that
aliens
follow button. There's
specifically states
402 of you
people
in
who
here,
do not have legal
181K likes. Let's
standing
get that up to
with the
200K.
government.
Hit that
Does
follow
not
button.
mean
Let's
that
also
we do
knock
not
out
know
this
who
gift
they
goal
are.
here.
That means
Once
that
again,
they
best
do
ways
not
to support
have
the
a
platform
legal
is gonna be
status
linked in
that
the
is
bio, Cash App,
legally
PayPal, and Venmo.
recognized
We don't
by
have
the
daily
United
goal here,
States.
and I'd love to get that
Yeah,
moving.
but wouldn't
Those
that
of you on the
also
tube side, what up,
include
tube? We got about
individuals that
60
are
something
here that we
people
do
over there.
not know
Hit that
about
like
as
button. Make
well?
sure you like the stream. Best way to support the platform is sending a super chat.
Yeah, so I don't understand the question.
Well, we don't understand your point because illegal alien undocumented.
I'm not. I didn't make a point. I was clarifying the definition of unauthorized, right? Because I believe I don't want to mispronounce your name, but Kessie,
Kess.
Kess. All right, Kess said that this is about people who we do not know, right? And if they come to court, then they are documented. That is incorrect by the definition of undocumented, or again, unauthorized alien or illegal alien. That is incorrect by that definition.
Yes, so basically what I was stating is that while those instances that you gave are also true, in addition, you would have to include that there are people here that we do not necessarily know about, that even if they're just overstayed their visa or there's some sort of issue, or maybe they're applying for asylum, whichever it may be, that those are also included in that. I'm very well aware that undocumented doesn't automatically mean, well, it does mean that it is kind of illegal to the person that's in the comments, but
Not all undocumented immigrants are what we be considering illegal. Considering if someone is here
call them then?
if someone
Somebody that
is
doesn't
here,
have papers obviously means they didn't cross the
Alright.
border.
Hold
What
on,
would you call
salty,
them?
salty. I literally just said, man, stop. I'm keeping freaking.
I love how
this
he has to
calm.
keep checking his
Everybody
little
stop
bitch boyfriend
cutting
here.
people
It's
off.
fucking
Whether
great.
we agree with them or not, just
Is
let
this
them
like the
finish
third
their
time
stupid
they brought him
statement,
up
even if we
again?
don't agree with them.
Yes.
Just let them finish.
Third or fourth.
thank you, host. Whether or not, or if they're in between their court hearings, so they are not documented, they are here. Somebody who is seeking asylum but has not been granted asylum is undocumented until they are either given that affirmation that they have been granted asylum or they have been denied. And then once denial, if it is affirmative, they can go and then petition that for a defensive asylum case, all the way up to going to an immigration appeals court. They would still be considered undocumented. So
Salty, you wanted to jump. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, my bad, Manuel.
No. I think that was it. I was
Why
trying
does
to
he keep giving him the
remember.
fucking mic?
All right, Salty, you want to jump in, man?
If somebody's undocumented, other than illegal, what else do you call them?
What else?
I see why he's so mad. Look how
By
bald he is.
DHS standards,
How many backflips are you going to make during this?
by DHS standards, it would either be unauthorized immigrant or illegal alien. That's the two terms that we actually have.
Okay.
Where in DHS literature can we find this?
Where in DHS for both unauthorized
and the distinction between illegal, undocumented immigrant and illegal alien in a DHS?
Well, no, it's not the distinction. So in our laws, those two are interchangeable. They're literally used between both the INA, the IIR, IRA, the IRA. There's several pieces of literature within our immigration code that actually uses both of these, right? But if you want the definition, you can go to DHS, or it's ohss.dhs.gov/statistics. That's where they give you the immigration yearly review, fiscal review, where they actually define all the terms. And I don't remember the page. I can pull it up because I download all of them. But it has the actual definition of unauthorized. I believe it's going in the 2024 one. It has the word unauthorized immigrant or unauthorized alien. I can pull it up if you want, but it's there.
And we're still arguing First Amendment. Is that right, Jamie? Are we still arguing First Amendment?
Yes.
Yeah. Why do green card holders why do they have one set of rules and things that don't apply to them, or like things that they're not allowed to do? Green card holders, but then somebody who's here illegally, no documentation, no green card, no visa, no anything, right? There's a completely different set of rules for them. Why is this?
I would need to see what you're talking about.
So obviously you were born here then, correct?
Yes, I was.
You haven't had to get a green card or a visa.
No, I have not.
Are you referencing specific differences?
Have you ever read the process to get your
Yes,
green
I
card?
know about the State Department's process. I know about.
And what's the contention like? And this is what I'm asking. Why do we seemingly have two different sets of rules for people who have the same status? They are non-citizens. Even if you have a green card, you are a non-citizen.
But you aren't, because a green card status holder, is an LPR
Thank you,
status.
Shauna, for the gift.
When someone has a green card status, they fall underneath the different sections.
Somebody who has no papers at all?
As for someone who is trying to either become an LPR or Twilight status or even a citizen, they have we don't fall underneath immigration laws, not all of them. We can't, right? Like American citizens, I'm saying we, the collective we, by the way, do not fall under every single immigration law. There are some, but not all of them. There are laws that apply to some people, but not everyone. Are you confused about which laws we would apply?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you were caught trafficking, or I'm sorry, host. Let me.
No, you're fine.
I didn't mean.
Continue on. Just.
If you were.
Hold on, guys, really fast. Well, Manuel, I'm just going to ask you to land your plane if you could. Jamie's had her hand up for like a good minute now.
Oh, yes. I would have to find the actual codes, but the ones for like harboring, I'll use that one. That one's the easiest one. Harboring, if an American citizen is found harboring an undocumented immigrant, right? Harboring is an actual 8 USC code that would fall, that we would fall under. That is still an immigration law, though. That is not any other type of law. So
yeah, and the American would be charged in an American court and sent to an American jail with an American sentence. The other side of it, right? Like an undocumented person that crosses here without trying to get any papers or go through any process or anything. Like the literal punishment for you is a simple deportation. But people are trying to make it a little more difficult than that, and I don't understand why. I don't get it. I really don't understand. It's just a one simple time. And listen, even right now under Donald Trump, he's giving them $1,000 if they do it on their own. Like you're already going to
Is this
go,
better?
but here's $1,000 if you just go on your
So
own.
when he started talking about American this,
You
American
said Jamie
that,
wanted to
American
go. I'll
such
hold that.
He
answer.
let
Go
out
ahead,
a
Jamie.
really loud sigh when he muted.
Yeah, so in addition to that, if they actually self-deport, receive the $1,000, and they can come back. Yeah, so basically, I wanted to address the fact that illegal alien and unauthorized immigrant are actually the same exact thing. That was all.
Yeah. I was using them interchangeably, but yes. So
It sounded like you were trying to make a difference between it that I could have misheard.
no, I was just using all three terms as not to be try to get caught up in the semantics. As far as the,
I tell you guys are really running out of steam. Like when it comes to your arguments, like
I'm not. I've just got up here.
Observation.
Yeah. Okay. So as far as this idea that American judge and American sentencing and American this and American that, right? Like
Hey,
immigrants who come through a non-port of entry. I'm sorry.
Philly, Kess,
Yeah.
can you drop him?
Who, drop Cass?
Yeah, he requested to be dropped.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Why do people have problems just hitting the back button? That's what I don't understand.
No, it actually helps affects my algorithm if someone just drops.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's one of those little fucking TikTok game things. So, all right. Anyway, where are we at?
Sorry. If anyone comes through a non-port of entry is subjected to 8 USC 1325. That is a penalty and at most to be held in prison. Right? They can be deported, but then they would also not only have to be found guilty of 8 USC 1325, but then also be subjected to 8 USC 1227. They would then have to cite that code for being deportable, which is what 1227 cites as who is deportable, and then they would find them that. 9 times out of 10, not even 9 times out of 10, the majority of
keep doing
cases,
all the good
nobody's
things.
getting
Let's move
deported
up to
underneath
300K
1325
next. Big W to all the
because they are
tappers. Tap
going to
that
be
screen like your life
subjected
depended on it. Tap that
expedited
screen how you
removal.
tap your X button.
The vast
when you're
majority
tweeting out
of
your enemies on Call
deportations
of
at the
Duty.
border
Tap that
are
screen the same way you
expedited
tap
removal,
your
not
1325.
Manuel.
I'm sorry?
Like it just seems like you're reading off something. It's fine, I guess.
I'm not. I can show.
Fine.
I mean,
my question though, like, because like
Okay.
your plane ride just keeps going and going. I don't know if we should just go with you.
I
Or
literally
force you
just
to land.
started talking. I don't understand. Like I
Who makes
listened
the
to you.
final
I heard you.
determination?
I'm
Who
trying
makes
to
the final
respond to this
determination?
whole American court situation where immigrants,
Who gets to
regardless
make
of
the final
status, still go
determination on whether or not
to.
somebody's deported?
All right, awesome.
Guys, come on, please.
Who makes that final determination?
The judge.
Did we ever get back to Mahmoud Khalil? Or are we waiting on that one?
Oh, you guys talked about him too.
Why do we need to go back?
Well, he was mentioned, then we never expanded on it.
Let's go back.
But by all means, we can finish up here.
But anyway, yeah, we all know what 8 U.S. Code 1325 is. 8 U.S. Code 1326 is if you get caught doing it multiple times. 8 U.S. Code 1327 is if you are assisting somebody, you can be charged with a crime. If you're assisting people,
Nobody
hence
denied
being a
the other
coyote
ones.
or you're human trafficking, right? We all know
It's
those.
hear them make a point, bring up other points that no one denied or not even in contention to
My
make yourself
point
sound
wasn't to
smart,
say that you
and not
guys didn't
actually
know it. My
addressing the
point
point
was
that
that
Manny
they're not
says or I says
deported.
that
People
shows
who
them to
are
be
subjected
fools.
to-
Thank you
can
guys
be
for the follows.
subjected to
Appreciate you.
USC 1325 are also asylum seekers. They can be charged with 8 USC 1325 and still fall under the 8 USC 1158. So it's not an automatic deportation sentence. It's not cut and dry the way that Salty was saying it.
Right, but they're often subject to expedited removal, which is like half a step down from deportation, right? It's deported, but just not quite as fast.
Well, I mean, expedited removal wouldn't even be using 8 USC 1325. They would be citing the code for expedited removal, and then they would just be removed because they fall underneath the requirements.
Make sure we're taking
for
care
that,
of Manny
right?
as well. Take care of Manny
2
as well.
weeks
Follow him
and
into the
100
live.
miles
Hit
or
up the links in
something
his
of that
bio.
nature.
Yeah, so
Stop
they're
gifting
not
us on
deported,
MAGA
they're
panels.
removed.
Stop fucking doing
Yes.
that. There's
Removals,
no reason why I should have about
deportations,
600 coins on this
administrative
because the
removals,
host gets the most
deportations,
and this hosting
repatriations,
worth
as well
shit.
as expulsions all
If you want to give
fall
Manny, he
underneath
does
the
have
definition
some
of
links in there.
deportation.
He does not have the
That's
CA
kind of the
app.
point I
If
was
you
trying
want
to
to do
make. Is
that,
like there's
links
not
are
a
in
whole
my
lot of
bio.
difference
all of the gifts
end
that
result of
via
what happens.
those pay links are
Well,
used
no,
for us.
but
So.
that's not what we're talking about.
W's in the chat for Jess for the $10 on Venmo. Happy hunting. Appreciate you, Jess. Can we get some W's in the chat for
immigrant, regardless
Jess?
of status,
W's in the
does
chat
not
for Jess. Appreciate your
see
support.
can
Guys, best way to
see
support
an
the platform is going to be links in the bio,
immigration-related
Cash App,
judge, but that doesn't
PayPal,
mean they
and
also
Venmo.
cannot
Cash App
see
and
what
Venmo is Hector
Salty
Talks with 2
said
R's. PayPal is
an
Hector
American
Pal
judge
with
can
2
get an
O's and 2
American
R's. Those of you on the
sentence for an
tube side,
American
make sure you're liking the
Well,
stream.
they're
Hi,
not going
Tube.
to see an
Mods, thank you for looking out
immigration
over there.
judge in
You may
Mexico.
use the link in the description or the pinned message, or you may send a super chat.
Why do we have two different laws?
Oh, and can y'all
separate
watch the live for a second? I gotta
for
go
a lot
feed
of
these
the same
dogs.
issues?
I got you.
Why not have it
Well,
be
Kitten, I got
if an
you.
illegal immigrant breaks a law, whether it's an immigration law or whether it's a civil law or whether it's a
I would
criminal
love if we
law,
could get
have it see
to
one
250 before
judge,
Hector gets
one
back, guys. Just
system,
keep booping that
one
screen.
set
Share the
of
live
rules.
out.
Why do we have
If
to
you guys
break
want
it
to
up into
support
8
Manny via
different
through pay
ones?
links, they are
And
all
then we
in
get
his
caught up in the
bio.
legality of whether
You
they
could
broke a
also
law
send
or
it to
not.
me,
What
and I can have
subsection
Manny
does
read
it
it out
fall
on the panel
under?
if we want.
What jurisdiction does it
Everything
fall
that
under?
we get together or
That's
he
what
gets
to
gives
further
sent,
most
that
of the
question,
sauce of
et
which
cetera.
immigration or which subsection of laws does this fall under?
right? And to further that, why is it a different law if they have a student visa as to whether or not they have a visitor's visa as to whether or not they are here illegally? I think that's the whole question.
I don't think there's. What different law? Like, I think my question is, I'm failing to.
This is the different law.
Right.
This is the different law. Okay. So you have the green card, right? And you sign a specific contract and things that you will not participate in when it comes to you being here in the United States, like protesting against the government, which, by the way, I'm going to state it one more time because maybe people didn't read it before. Nobody in the United States has a right to protest. If you did, you wouldn't have to get a permit anytime you wanted to go out in large numbers. You have a right to peacefully assemble. And that's the problem. They don't teach you that shit. They don't teach you what an assembly is. They don't teach you what's effective. Martin Luther King and his civil rights movement was effective because he assembled in a church before he took it to the streets. They didn't listen. And he had legal documentation and suits and court cases and things like this before he took it to the streets. The problem with some people in the United States today is that they want to go straight to the street right away. You can't just fucking take to the street right away. That's not a right. If it was, they would have wrote it in. There was a protest before any of this ever happened anyways, wasn't there? The Boston Tea Party, that was a protest, but it harmed people because somebody bought that tea. Somebody had bought that tea. So it harmed. All right, excuse me. Ran out of battery. To plug in. No, I ran out of battery.
Okay.
So it's telling.
Real fast, I just want to introduce our new person, Gucci, just for TikTok purposes. How old are you, ma'am?
I'm 33.
All right. Is there something you would like to share?
W Gucci,
Absolutely.
we got Gucci on the
I
panel.
am
Let's
actually
go.
an immigrant. I've been through the system. I went through the whole permanent residency and all that stuff. I have a question for Salty. He kind of answered it, but not really. What do you think that permanent residents get that, or undocumented residents, immigrants get that permanent residents don't get?
Well, no, that's the point, right? Undocumented immigrants, people who are here illegally, do not even sign any type of contract or anything, correct? They don't sign anything. They're undocumented.
But
correct?
Documented doesn't mean
so if they are out in the street protesting against the United States government, and I mean, I'm pretty sure they know who people are and where they're at and things like that. I mean, people were given cell phones over the last 4 years and things like that. You're going to tell me that we don't know where people are? I mean, I'm sure we do. And if you're out in the streets and you're doing things like that, or you're defrauding the United States or someone else because you're stealing their social security number to work, these are things like, get out of the country. Why we don't want you here? What?
How do you know people are stealing social security numbers?
How do people pay income tax if they're here?
ITINs.
I'm sorry. Am I talking
You
to
can't
myself?
work off that.
Give me a second.
Go ahead,
Give me a
Philly.
second.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're all good. Yo, I usually don't do this. Comment section. Grow the fuck up, all of you. Someone go smoke Tylenol. Salty mentioning freaking Dr. Martin Luther King. Now he's a freaking racist. Yo, grow the fuck up, you ignorant fucks. Holy shit. someone just using Martin Luther King in an intellectual conversation, and your third grade remedial fucking mind can't
Someone tell the
comprehend
host to spell that.
you are dumber than the fucking box of fucking rocks. Get the fuck out of my life. If I see this shit in the fucking comments, I'm just going to start kicking you the fuck out. Hector, Manuel, and so far Gucci have come up
Now
here
he
and
wants to
been
compliment us as if the
having an
fucker wasn't
intellectual
crashing out.
conversation, But you
Now he wants to
fucks are making
compliment us
them
as if the
look fucking
fucker wasn't crashing out. Is Jay in here?
because you don't have three fucking brain cells to rub together.
Someone said, "Hey Jay." What's up, Jay?
I just want to.
Oh, there you are. What's up, Jay?
It's getting really old. All of the, the racism, the bigotry, the name callings. Like, if you want us to have common ground and to sit down and have a conversation rather than just sit here and battle, like that. Like, what are you even doing? Like, why are you in here debating politics then? Like, obviously you want to either change someone's mind or not, but you're not going to ever change anybody's mind if you come at them name calling. Like, I'm so sick of this. Stop, please. Stop insinuating that everyone was involved in Jan 6 to the person in the comment and they know who they are. Stop calling people racist. Nobody has said anything racist up here. Stop acting like children.
Yeah, I would love to see everybody in the comment section. I would love to see your reaction if I used your line of thinking. We're all white and we're all MAGA, so we're all racist. And I'm going to piss off everybody with this one. So with your line of thinking, then every black BLK person I see is automatically a smug dealer because I used to buy smugs from a BLK person. I'm just using your line of
That is
thinking.
automatically racist. That is racist.
I know, exactly. But I'm using their line of thinking in the comment section.
That is not even close.
Hold on. I'm white and I voted for Trump. So that means I'm racist.
This is
because I
everyone's
fit
friendly
a certain
reminder.
criteria that they believe.
I think you guys should start a cracker chain in the
You
comments.
vote for a racist or a racist.
Gucci, stop.
Trump is not a racist.
Hang on, I'm not a Trump supporter and I'm not white.
Jay literally just walked in.
Thank you for proving my point. Thank you.
Hey, Philly, turn your volume up a little bit on that microphone of yours.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way for you to.
Yeah, I will. But thank
Or
you for
tell
proving my
Salty to
point,
take the
Gucci. Thank
microphone
you
out of
so
his
much for
fucking
doing
mouth
that.
hole.
Because it's okay for someone else to come in here and go, oh my God, the white people who support MAGA just because of X, Y, and Z, they're automatically racist. But as soon as someone turns around and uses that same line of thinking on you, now it's
I think I'm about to
fucked
dip.
up.
I just want to make one point about
And you
don't have
tell me for the
protest.
love. Hold on, no, I'm talking
We have
right now.
proof for all.
Hold on, I'm being serious right now. This is a dead
Proof?
ass question. What is the view like from the top of fucking Hypocrite Mountain? Answer
They
that.
want
What's the
but
view
yet
like?
they voted for
Be
a
it
felon.
You don't
That's
have
hypocrite
proof for
mountain.
your claims because you butt
Just
D-Rugs
just
from
like
a
you guys
person.
I think you're missing the point. He doesn't need proof in the claim.
Gucci.
Wow, you
Oh
missed
my
Hold on,
God.
wait. Everybody stop for a second, Gucci. He was saying that that's like the same way as him making that statement. He was using it as an example because that is what is being done to the conservatives constantly.
I'm
Nothing
saying
to
it's not the
understand
same thing. It's not the same thing. It's a false
How is it?
equivalency.
Okay,
Of
so how
course
is
it
it not?
is.
Just because, hold on, wait. So just because we vote a certain
Trump
way,
is
we're
racist.
automatic.
If you support a
Please
racist, if you
Um,
defend a
Please
racist,
Those in the chat
example.
too.
Get
Kayla
out.
for the
Defend
$10 on
racist.
Venmo
Get
for
out.
respect
Get out.
with
Get
the arm.
out. Get
Appreciate you,
out.
Kayla. Can we get some W's in the chat for
Because
Kayla?
they're
W's in the
you
chat for
guys
Kayla.
lost
And I actually
all
forgot
the
to
other
update
arguments.
the last donation that we got.
Manuel?
My fault.
But they don't.
But why are you? Wait, hold on. Why are you addressing me? Why are you addressing me? Did I? I'm sorry.
That leaves us
Did my?
with,
Did I mic up at any time? At any point in time?
of our nightly goal.
Did I
appreciate
say
everyone
anybody
who
here was
donated so
racist? Did
far,
I
and to the people
actually
who
say
cannot
anybody here is
donate, you're doing
racist, bigot,
just the same
or
shit.
No, but
any
these
of
are your
that shit?
pleas in the comments, are they
My
not?
Free
fleas.
engagement is still engaged,
My
and I appreciate every
fleas.
last one of you.
Yes.
We're about to dip in a bit.
So because
I don't find
you assume
You jump in all of a
because
sudden.
you assume because you don't like what people are saying, all of a sudden I have to be lumped in with anybody and everybody else what they're saying, what adults are saying to you because you don't like what they're saying. They're my fleas. They're Hector's fleas. They're Erica's fleas. And now and now you're hurt, and you want me to respond to you because you're hurt because of what they called you. Because of what they called you. No, the only person who's mad is you. Considering I've been here for the past 45 minutes and I heard you before I got up on the panel.
Yeah.
You're the only person that was
you're one of
crashing
Hector's
out over a black woman.
See,
We
hold on,
crashed out
Hector,
over a
hold
black
on,
lady.
Manuel,
What
hold
the
on,
fuck?
Manuel, hold on. I gotta push back on something real fast. You had me up until the end. It has nothing to do with fucking skin color. Nothing. It's
You're in the chat over there.
ideas.
Start a cracker train.
That's
Just
it.
keep a cracker
I
train
can
going.
take having you, Hector, and even Gucci up here. I'd rather have people up here who disagree with us. We were having a good conversation. We may not agree with each other, but for the most part, it was an intellectual conversation, which is what we need in this country. But the second someone puts race at the end of it is where the problem is. We have no problem with Erica, the woman, or Gucci, the woman.
Didn't they fucking kick Erica and let Salty do that bullshit?
Racial for no
The fuck are we talking about?
reason. Where
How do you
at
think they
any
do with
point
a
in time did
cracker and egg,
anybody
Hector?
on this panel
Should I
mention
try?
her
Should I
skin
go?
color?
You stop.
I'll go. I can go.
Oh,
and
I
see
can
what
answer
happens.
that. It was manual, and it was about 35 seconds ago.
Okay.
Because I don't give a shit what fucking color you are. I don't. What's your ideas? And I may not like yours and I may not like Hector's, but I respect the shit out of both of you because you've been intellectual, you've been honest for the most part. I don't agree with what you're saying, but it's been intellectual. So I can have respect for both of you.
You know what? I will say this because I do have to drop down. I will give you some props, hosts, for at least checking your that rabid dog down there for all the interruptions and the rudeness. Because
I'm a rabid dog.
Respect.
Don't
I
insult my friend,
really
man.
did.
That's why the
Don't
fleas came
insult
in,
my friend.
Philly, because they
Don't
came
insult
for
me.
me.
You know what?
Okay.
That's
It's
valid.
okay.
I understand
I'm okay
that
with
you're
it.
defending your friends, but I
No,
do want
it's
to make
okay.
it abundantly clear that I've been
I can be
nothing
a
but
rabid dog.
this whole time, and he decided to be
That's
whatever
awesome.
that was. But in any case, I do appreciate you, hosts, for having some civility and trying to have an open conversation because I do think this is how we move forward in this country. I'm going to leave the rest of the topics alone about race and stuff because typically when we get into that, things get real spicy. But y'all enjoy the rest of your night.
Have a great evening.
Thanks, Hector.
Thank you, Hector.
And just
Thanks,
remember
Hector.
that
It was a pleasure.
communists are not real people.
Wait.
I know Manny left too. Manny said, "Fuck it."
What did I tell you? Please.
Yeah, now all the fleas are down there.
Now watch. Now one of them down there is going to count down as the numbers drop.
I love how they just got mad off the bat that people said W Hector. I'm not gonna lie, I would appreciate if you don't
I
do
hope
that.
so,
Like, let me
Fast
talk
Track.
at least before you do it, because then they're gonna be on this and shit.
You know what?
But I love
I'm
how
gonna put my next comment.
dudes
They both
initially
ran and
triggered
it's
just
a
based
W.
off of somebody
I'm
saying
gonna put
W
this
Hector.
in the. I'm gonna put this in the Discord because I can't fucking say this in a fucking live. I'll get fucking shut down.
Oh,
Both of you, when you guys get
not
a
him!
chance,
Not
just
him
check
about
the
to put something racist in his Discord.
Hi, Olive. How are you today?
Good. How are
Oh
you?
shit, Olive's up there.
Well,
Damn it,
what's
Olive!
your
I'm
age
about
for
to
TikTok
leave.
purposes?
I am 20. I will. Well,
About to
I'm 23. I'll be
leave,
24 in a
Olive.
few weeks.
I'm trying to find another
Awesome.
live.
I'm going to mute Jamie. Have fun.
Okay. What brings you in
Carolina
this
Misfit,
evening?
we waited forever.
I wanted to
Not going back
understand
there.
how a bunch of crackers get so twisted up in this type of conversation and wants to constantly. You specifically, Salty. How does it feel? You could actually.
Did she call us crackers?
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
do
she was.
racist
I
shit.
think she
don't-
was talking to Salty. His name is not Saltine Cracker. It's just Salty Rainbow.
Hey, yeah, I don't give a shit what the color of the fucking person is, man. If you're gonna be racist, get the fuck out.
If you're gonna be racist,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Honky Fest
Hey, yo,
2025.
what?
We
I
got
didn't-
crackers, we got honkies, we got peckerwoods, we got all your white people needs right here at Peckerwood Fest
Oh my
2025
God, let me find
here in
another live, bro. This
Crackertown.
is
You forgot the
If you're a
redneck.
big bald cracker,
So
come on up.
needless
If
to
you're a
say,
tiny,
I'm
if you're a
fucking
tiny,
thank you
fall,
so
long
much.
hair
Thank you,
cracker,
thank
come
you,
on up.
thank
If
you.
you're a male
Alright,
cracker,
I'm
come
gonna
on up.
mute
If you're a
them now.
female, if you're a Ritz cracker, if you're an animal cracker, come on up. It's
Oh my god.
I was like, it took me a lot because I'm doing like a Substack, and we're in blue. I don't know if anyone told you, but we're in blues, or we're in the Senate, and we were talking with blues streaming and shit.
Finding another live,
and I
y'all.
was just listening to you, and I was getting pissed the fuck off with how they were addressing you.
This one's
The
gonna be
ass
messy,
shit. The ass shit really sent me over. But then when Erica got up there, and that shit that they did, I was like, ain't no fucking way. I literally was like, I'm going over there.
So this is where I remind almost 393 people my main account got hacked. If you enjoyed that content, I do that all day, every day, even on here. I'm the resident favorite egg. So if you guys can also follow this account back, that'd be great. I lost 18.2K followers this morning. Yay! So here we are.
Are you in good talent hands?
What's so bad about me?
Wait, you're grounded now. Go back to your corner.
Oh, wait.
But wait, why the fuck am
You guys
I
can't hear him,
grounded?
right? When I just
Hold
pressed
on.
the mute
Check
button.
the group
first time I think
chat.
I've heard
you're
him
good
speak.
right now.
Okay.
I checked the group chat.
So I'm not sure how well you guys can see it. Let me
I
expand it
hate
for a
you
second.
already.
This
I don't
next
even know
live
what
that
to
we're in,
hear.
they have 11
Did you send
people
a snap?
in there. Ooh.
Oh, and Phantom
Get
is
off
in the
government
literal
assistant and get a job
corner.
unless you are a veteran,
Oh
elderly, or
my
disabled.
God, ass.
Ew.
So
That is.
I've never looked at that shit before.
we're gonna have fun with this one.
Oh,
with you?
By the way,
God.
I appreciate all the gifts that you
Are
guys are giving me. If you gift me
disgusting.
if you gift me at all,
Okay,
give me
what
on
the
Hector's panel when I come back.
Wait. I'm gonna respond
please
back
don't
with a
gift me
fire
on
emoji.
live.
Stop
That being
fucking doing
said,
that, y'all.
I took
Oh
my
my
Venmo down, but if anybody does,
We all better respond.
whatever,
I've literally missed
all of that is
like
going
everything
to
that's
Blue.
happened since my
That's
message.
Blue 3 Heart.
They're
He
trauma
is in between
bonding.
blessings right now.
You're
He is
Wait,
about
hold
to
on.
be
I'm
a
gonna
blessing come
Wait,
this
you guys.
Wait,
I
was
responded
January,
back with a wheelchair.
and I am trying to
You're
just
not
help
missing
him,
anything,
make
Kate.
those
I
ends
Oh my
promise.
fucking god!
try
I
to
knew,
survive
I
just
knew
fine.
what it was,
W's.
but I
Thank
would
you.
never
Anything
look
that,
I don't want to be a
anything
part of
that you
it.
guys gift me,
So,
I'll
You need
put my Venmo back
Snapchat.
up afterwards,
Wait,
but anything that
that's
you guys
an
gift me is
actual
You're
disease?
welcome.
yes. It's from
Hold on, Crow.
from
W's in the chat
it's from
to
Lot Lizards.
Okay.
It's
Thank
no one.
God.
Shauna for the $15
I've
donation
never
on
had
Venmo.
sex yet.
Big W's to Shauna in the chat, y'all.
Can we all
Big W's
just
to
be
Shauna in the
established?
chat.
You just
I
have to,
appreciate
know your
your
partner.
support.
Can we all just be
And
amazed
W's
right
in the
now
chat
that
to
I responded to
Patricia
that
for
chat
the
with a
$10
wheelchair?
Venmo. Thank you for being respectful, clear in your
Emoji.
questions, and informed while hunting. Yeah, I'm not up there to crash out. I'm really not. I was really trying to have conversations, and I felt like that live initially, outside of that one fucking
reminds me
twat,
of
was going in that direction, and then it became a whole thing, and then they got very. The crazy part is how defensive they got.
reminds me
Like, what is your point? Get to what you're trying to say. Blah blah blah.
when
Like
kids
even a
started
few
Googling what
other
a
people
blue
were trying to do that. I'm just like,
That's
just
exactly
trying to
wait,
have some
that is
dialogue,
wild.
bro.
That's
Trying to have some
literally what she
dialogue.
fucking
I
said.
truly did
that
not
what
go
it
into tonight's
is?
MAGA Hunting live to contest with anyone. I really fucking didn't. I was trying to keep the
Did you
flow of
guys all
yesterday's
in that
live,
chat
the
watch the video
ashwagandha
of the
shit,
one man, one jar?
to my fucking regret.
You heard me screaming.
But W's in the
Yeah,
chat to
that's right.
Shauna, W's in the
So
chat for
proud.
Patricia
Me
for your
screaming.
donations. That puts us
Steph,
up
do you want in on
to
this?
65 of our
If you
nightly
have
goal, guys.
Snapchat,
Best way to
just
support
let
the
us
platform,
know.
once again, is going to
Was
be the
it
links in the bio,
skinny
Cash App,
olive
PayPal,
jar,
and
or
Venmo.
was it
Hey,
We'll
like
talk
it
to
was
some
like-
R's on two of them,
Hey,
and then
it was
PayPal,
like
Hector
a
Paul,
mason
Hector
jar.
Pal with 2 O's and
Oh,
2
yeah.
L's. Those of you on the tube
Oh,
side,
no.
you can
And
send a super chat or hit up the
Kate,
links in
it
the
breaks
pinned message.
inside of this person, and they're
Oh, no.
pulling out
being
these
said,
shards.
Go ahead,
I just
Crow,
wanna
and
say
then
something.
Erica, and then we'll get
I'm
to
sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I was
Yeah.
going
You
to
guys
when
remember
we
when
were saying
Omegle was a
Omegle,
thing?
yes, but he's already
Omegle?
gone to go
Omegle?
join you over
That shit
there.
was so much fun. I'm not gonna lie.
So fuck. But that being said, when you go over there, please remind these people that Tommy Tuberville had a whole congressional hearing where he said that veterans needed to be cut from disability because disability makes them lazy.
I'm aware of that. I actually did see that video. Yes, this is going to be very interesting. Very interesting. Erica, what's up?
Fuck respectability. Crash out.
Look, if you don't want to crash out, I can just
No,
go.
I'm mad.
No,
No, hold on one moment, Olive. I'm mad because when Gucci was talking, all right, you were, I'll just message you. But yeah, crash the fuck out. Like, who that salty person think that he is? Like, seriously, like, bro, calm down. I'm gonna calm your ass down for you. Like, what are we doing? Like, he doesn't get to talk to people like that. And also, white people, just so you know, just because you didn't mention someone's skin color does not mean that you were not being microaggressive and or racist, okay? All right. They didn't have to say Gucci's skin color. All right. They didn't have to mention it. All right. They didn't have to mention it in order for it to be racist. They were being super racist in that live. All right, that was that benevolent bigotry crap, and I can't stand it. That was that Midwest nice crap. And that was absolutely stupid and asinine. I was like, why are we still here? Lord Jesus, why are we still here?
Yeah. I was only, well, I guess I could have crashed on the host too because he got contentious with me too. But then he dialed it down later. Because then, you notice, here's another way he showed his racism, guys. Those of you who didn't catch it. When Gucci came up and spoke passionately and said her piece, and she was correct, what did he then do? He tokenized me and Manny. We were having a respectful conversation with Manny. We're having a respectful conversation with Hector, and you just came up. They're the quickest to do some shit like that. Now trying to paint you out to be bad. And then the other ones, well, they were trying to do this. And really and truly, Manny and I had no reason to be respectful with any of them. None whatsoever. I'm not doing the contentious shit today. I'm already tired. I'm in the mood. With that being said, anyone else had anything real quick before we get into this live?
Oh, Manny's back. So, Manny, the new term you're going to have to learn is undefined. It's replacing undocumented and whatnot federally. It's already being changed at DHS. Undefined is being the new term because people don't understand undocumented, as you just fucking saw.
What's up, Matt?
What it means is anybody without a defined status.
I mean, that's fine. I could have brought in the actual UN charter of how we actually define, but I don't. I get it. I can go. I believe that's actually
I figured I'd give you that
in
heads
the
up,
UN.
like
It's
it's already
undefined.
being phased in.
I believe that's what's in the UN is undefined, actually, but I just didn't want to. They know it, or at least I didn't want to use illegal immigrant, right? And I know that DHS uses illegal alien and unauthorized, I believe unauthorized alien or unauthorized immigrant, but that's fine.
Right. Now I got too much people on this panel. And do we need to get back to the hunting? So
yes,
Crow.
I'm going.
I was about to say, oh yeah. So real quick, the live that I'm in currently. Sorry, I never gave you guys a username. I'll put it in the chat. The live that I'm in currently is shit. Unfiltered _ Ash. Unfiltered _ Ash. That is live that we're currently watching. I'm about to put the sound on in a second, and then we'll get straight to business. All right. Oh, shit. I have something else to read out. Once again, do not gift me on this panel. Do not gift me on MAGA panels. Stop doing that. W's in the chat to Vincent for the $5 on Cash App. I love Ashy Hector, but crash out. First off, Ashy Hector is not sticking. Fuck no. Secondly, if someone gives me one hell of a reason to, I guess, I'm really not trying to, and no W Hector till we talk. Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, stop doing that. Y'all snitching. Stop doing that. But no, I'm really not trying to crash out tonight. I'm really not. Okay.
When you're ready to crash out, just unleash the egg. Just say unleash the egg, and I'll run over there and call everyone a cracker.
Unleash the egg is diabolical.
Just so you guys know, I
All
put
right.
the clean version
I'm gonna
up
go
of that
ahead.
photo.
I'm gonna
Oh,
get
Jesus.
the goal, and then I'm gonna get.
Okay, don't ever type in the Google search bar mangled genitals.
Oh God, dear Lord.
Jesus.
Yeah. This man looks like he got ran over by a lawnmower.
Now we wait.
Oh, that was the clean photo I
Make sure you
sent.
unmute in the stream too, Hector.
I mean, we saw the non-clean photos the other day.
That was a
Who's this guy that wants to come up here?
Maybe he thought that he was ending up in a mangled genitals support
Alexis,
group.
what?
I'm sorry.
Right, well, I'm gonna bring him
I'm
up.
on the panel.
Bring him up. Why do we have 36 people in here right now?
Alexis?
Hector, welcome in. Can we get your age and who you voted for TikTok purposes?
Repeat the question.
Age, who'd you vote for? State?
My age is 27. My state is Texas, and then I voted for previous Madam Vice President Kamala Harris.
All right, welcome in.
Yeah. I found this background to be interesting. So I guess I'll open up with a question. Why should government assistance only be afforded to those three categories on that poster there?
Why shouldn't it?
Why shouldn't it? Because I think the majority of Americans pay taxes, and our taxes go into representation, and it goes into things that Americans need, whether it's infrastructure, social programs, so on and so forth. So any American pulling back from said program that they pay into regularly is perfectly fine with me.
What about
Sure, they could just get a-
assistance without having ever paid into it?
Say that again.
people who are just on assistance without ever having paid into it.
What example would that be? Of what kind of people would that be?
People who don't work.
Yeah, people who are abusing the system. My sister is actually one of them. You know, she's fully capable, fully able-bodied, and is abusing the system because she's bipolar. But she's not really. She just doesn't fucking want to work.
That was oddly specific and personal. Okay, did she get a bipolar diagnosis?
No, she refuses to get diagnosed, but she likes to self-medicate with green lettuce and alcohol.
So she
But you
wouldn't have
asked for the
gotten
sample, so I'm giving you a specific one.
she wouldn't have gotten that government assistance based off of that bipolar thing because she wouldn't have had a diagnosis. Then that would be something else. Like, am I missing something? Whatever reason she would have government assistance would not have anything to do with her bipolar.
I think I'm perfectly fine with people just getting it. If you're a veteran, elderly, or disabled, anything else, it's just a pure act of laziness, to be completely fair.
Why?
Because
Yeah.
you're lazy, get a better job. It's really not that hard.
I'm with Hector on this. That, I mean, if your sister is bipolar, that is 100% a disability. It makes living day-to-day life and functioning extremely difficult. Same thing with, I don't know. I have major depressive disorder. I maybe could file as disabled, but I want to try to be human when possible. Sometimes I rot in my bed for a couple of days. It happens. But I don't see the issue with people who have disabilities, even if they're able-bodied. Like, it doesn't have to be a physical disability, right?
Correct. And I'll also say, again, one, since you would not have an official diagnosis of that bipolar disorder, then that would not be the crux of how she's getting government assistance. Secondly, I don't think an American being afforded government assistance should be exclusive to you having a disability, being a veteran or elderly, because again, we all pay taxes to contribute to said system. And to the people that you're saying, no, they don't pay taxes, I don't know, maybe someone who hasn't gotten a job or whatnot. I'm unaware of a lot of those people being examples of folks who are overrepresented on those benefits, because the majority of people on SNAP and others are employed, sometimes with more than one job.
Here, here. Well said.
The crickets is crazy. These niggas didn't expect this.
From
They didn't
different
expect
lives
this.
that I've been on, I've noticed a theme of people not really understanding the difference between the different government assistance programs. And obviously they change from state to state. But so I'm just going to speak for my state. I'm in Michigan, where you can apply for the Affordable Care Act, previously known as Obamacare, same thing, and go to the marketplace and purchase health insurance. A lot of times you are paying for your health insurance. It's just more affordable and you're going through the government rather than doing COBRA or getting insurance through your employer, if your employer even offers it to you.
Yeah, we don't necessarily have free Medicare here. I think you guys are thinking more so of Medicaid. You can get a big discount based off of certain things, but like I'm self-employed. I obviously pay my taxes, but differently from people on a W-2. I was able to go to healthcare.gov and get me a healthcare plan because of the Affordable Care Act and stuff. But even if that wasn't the case, I think if someone's in a predicament to go up to an office and apply for food stamp benefits or anything else, based off the requirements and them being very stringent about it, they should be allowed to do so. I'm not doubting that there are people abusing the system, but I know several reports that we've had released recently show that the quote unquote abuse and fraud that's in things like SNAP is more so from the administrators and errors, and not so much people actually getting 700 instead of 500 and then using it to go buy TVs and substances.
Agreed. I've heard that too. And so I have said so many times already on this live, but I'm 29 and I'm back in school right now for software engineering. I quit my job, and so I did apply for healthcare because I am on medication, and it was like not an easy process. Like it was kind of a pain in the ass to get approved for it. It took a really long time. I had to do interviews with people and answer a bunch of questions. I mean, I can
Now I want the
see
contention. What is
maybe
this?
like the
Why is
most
everyone fucking quiet
maniacal
and then she's just
person
agreeing with me? What is this lie?
lying through their teeth.
Where is this
and
smoke?
Trying to cheat the
I
system.
do not want peace.
Sure,
I want
sure
problems.
that there has been
It's probably because
people
you're a man.
like there have been
All
people
of a
who have
bunch of
done this,
women.
but
MAGA women are very
I
submissive. It's a
think
problem,
that
in my opinion.
it's pretty
But I bet if
rock
I came up there, they'd
solid.
lose their shit.
I mean, it wasn't just like, here, give us your email and your phone number and we'll just send you money. Like it was not a walk in the park.
So to the people who I guess are anti anyone outside of who's on this list getting said benefits, is anyone familiar with the requirements to get on these programs?
It depends on the state.
You're the
It's
crazy.
a state to state requirement. Just depends.
Yeah, but I would say even in, let's say, the bluest of states, which are often considered to be the most loose, it is still difficult to get on these programs if you make a certain amount of money. I'm unaware of someone making $5,000 a month and easily being able to get any program. Because, well, that's above the average.
Well, have you ever heard of like food stamp trafficking, like people selling for cash?
Yes.
It's only dropped about 1%. So
How do you measure that?
Yeah.
Consensual.
I mean, there's so many different things when it comes to, I mean, obviously this prompt is very just like right direct to the point, to be completely honest, veteran, elderly, or disabled. But there's so much more that realistically goes into it, because it's like, if we only want to say it's a veteran or elderly or disabled, then you have to take out the whole entire part of like workers' compensation and when people get injured and stuff like that, because that's ran by the government as well. So it just really depends on what you're going to pick and choose out of it, to be honest. And I am a Republican, but I'm just going to be transparent on that part.
Dear God,
I do want to
conservative. I am so sorry. I meant to talk to you, but on my phone, all I can see is CONSE, and I said consensual. I called you consensual instead of conservative. But how do you?
Fine too.
You said it only dropped like 1%, but like, how are we measuring that? How do we know that? How is that being measured?
Football fields.
Probably measured from state to state.
No, like how? Like, are we?
And then they report it in.
We're talking to
because
like
they're
people on the streets or
caught.
what?
Yeah, because people are getting caught, obviously. So they're only catching so many. I don't know. I'm just reading what I'm looking up.
So I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that maybe we have a report on that. I guess more specifically, when you mentioned that it's only dropped by 1%, I was curious to what the overall percentage was, and if that quote unquote 1% would be I guess significant, because I think that would only substantiate my point, which is that the actual fraud in SNAP and other programs is significantly low outside of administrative errors. And I do want to do a correction here, because my friend actually just sent a message to me, and he's working in he works in whatchamacallit, I forgot the name of the damn department, but he said the federal government sets the minimum, and then based off of state funding, they can increase it. So it's not across the board the same outside of the one federal minimum, and then states can expand it, which typically is done in blue states.
Oh, and probably based off of like the cost of living from state to state.
So it also says that about 10.5 billion are errors and fraud.
10.5 billion of what?
Of the fraud, like, is wasted in fraud.
No, 10.5 billion of what?
Of government assistance. Is
Dollars?
like they've
Is that what
caught
you're saying?
so they caught fraud, and it equals up to $10.5 billion worth of fraudulent government assistance is what I just looked up.
Dang. I hope they're right on that. And if they are, then good. But
Just telling us that it's happening. I mean, it wasn't that hard to find a good source. Like there's several websites.
what is your source on that? I just want to look it up so I can read it too.
The United States Sentencing Commission, United States, let's see.
What she's referencing is the USDA's report that it released in 2020.
Yeah,
and that was
USDA. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my source for the person in the comments.
The USSC.gov.
And even if we look into Medicaid, I'm seeing a report here that was another 10.5 billion for fee for service payments for Medicaid. So that kind of goes into my point. So admittedly, there is that is common in any industry. Obviously, when it comes to aid and stuff and billions of dollars, that can be an issue. In which case, we need to better vet the employees and individuals who are administering this aid to.
Yeah, but the majority of those people that do get charged with that aren't going to be paying it back. Obviously.
Sure. That's a problem. That's bad. But that goes into my point of Trump's rhetoric surrounding SNAP and other benefits, which is mostly being that the people, the citizens, the people who are getting it are the ones who are perpetuating all of this fraud, when that's simply not true. And I don't think under the guise of people frauding the government, should we cut all of these programs significantly, because it's going to ultimately harm the majority of people on there who need it.
I agree with that.
I'm
know that
not stimulated. I'm leaving. Why am I here?
I tend to be an optimist.
This is a boring
one.
This is so trash. This is so fucking trash. No one has anything.
They don't even believe in their. They're not even like they have no conviction in their own
None.
post.
They weren't prepared. They just wanted to put a background up and whatever.
I'm assuming that they're hungry, and it doesn't really upset me that much. Like I understand that
the egg?
you need to
No, it's just nothing there.
face the consequences of your actions. But at
While
the
Hector's
same
trying to find
time,
another one, everybody. So
in the back of my mind, I'm like,
as I
well,
stated
how
earlier,
have we
that
failed
all the funds
this
that I get will be going to
teenager
Blue. I
who
updated
feels the
my
need
Linktree with
to
Blue's,
go into a grocery store and
Cash
steal
App
these
and
things
Venmo.
just to try to feed themselves and their younger siblings?
It's there. It's on my link.
How
in
has
my bio.
how
You
have
can
their
click there
parents
if you
failed
guys
them?
feel,
And
generous. I know everybody. It's
so
holiday season.
the different
$1 is hard to come
the
by these days,
different
especially in Trump's economy. Yeah,
I
you go, Trump.
guess
But if anybody can, that'd be
consequences
great.
based
It's all
on
going to Blue, so it's not even
a
going to touch
crime
my
like
Venmo at
that,
all.
which can come down really hard on
Also,
someone
we're almost
who's
to 350.
17,
Do me a favor.
even
Keep
16,
pooping till we
16,
at least hit
17, 18 or older,
350,000 likes.
versus the president of the United States. I have a really hard time like battling with that, where it's like for this person,
Also, all MAGA
you're
women
gonna
sound the same.
basically lock them up and throw
Once
away
again,
the key.
if you
but
are in the Discord,
for this man
and this is
who
ultimately
you
what
have
I would prefer,
tens
where I
of
prefer
you
you guys send the links.
dozens of witnesses
Please send
of
any MAGA lives that
him
you have
acting
to the live
inappropriately
chat
and
in the
doing
Discord. If you
illegal
are not in
things,
the Discord, thank you, Natalia, for sharing this one. I'm about to check
he
it
just
out. If you're not in the Discord, check the link in the link
there's no
in my bio.
consequences for
We are
him
540 something
because he
members strong.
has
Join the
clout
Discord.
or
We have a
he has
good
money
bit
or
of fun in
I
there.
don't
And that's where I prefer the information, because when you share it to
I
the group chat,
can't
like if I'm on a
even
panel or if
Well,
I'm
and
in
the
a
other
request, I can't look at it and stay
like
there.
I know it's
Whereas
anecdotal,
I can
but you
easily
see
look at it from
tons and
here,
tons of
kind of
videos
flesh it out, and then
of
join from my phone.
people's food
So
stamp
that is
hauls.
the preferred place to send
You
those
know,
links. So I
posting
appreciate
on
everyone
social
joining in.
media
Those
of
of you
like
who are in the
what all
MAGA
they
Hunting chat,
buy
keep sharing in
with
there,
their
because that's gonna be helpful as
benefits
well.
at the store. And it's
W's
not
in the
even
chat to
healthy
everyone
food.
who's been tapping the
what
fuck out
does
of the
that
screen,
matter
because
though
we
if
are
it's
2
healthy or
hours in
not?
and we're at 314K likes. Can we do 500K tonight
Well,
by the
it,
end of this
it
live? Because I think we
perpetuates
probably got
the
an hour left, and I
thinking.
got to start a
I mean, I
long
think
drive
that if
home.
we're gonna
I got to go
do,
back home,
I don't
guys. I
100%
gotta go
agree
back
with the
home
prompt
tonight. So let's
myself,
see if
but
we can get up to
what I'm saying
500K
is
before
I
we
don't.
wrap
I
it up
think it's
here, which we're
abused
not ready
more than
yet.
that,
I'm
and we
going
need
to
to get
check
that
a couple
abuse
more
out.
lives. But do the good things.
So we're talking about having
Wait, kicking you?
healthy
Wait, what?
food. I mean, I think
No.
90% of food on
I
our
said because you said you got to
shelves
go home
garbage
tonight, so
anyway.
I
I don't
said, is
think
she kicking
anybody
you
should
out,
be
bro?
eating
But
it.
Oh no, I'm ready to
So
go.
when
Fuck
it's
home.
something that is perpetuating disease
Becky's
and
like, I'm tired of
problems
these
and
dogs.
health, then that just causes more things
Hey, kid.
for tax-paying citizens to have to pay for.
I will say, just to add on to that topic,
Oh,
to be
sorry,
I can
Alexis,
barely hear
I'm
you,
so
but I
sorry.
understand you said you
I
can't talk.
so badly want to. My.
You were all good, sweetie. You were all good. I'm just saying, like, you know, I do understand when people are, like you were saying, Kate, actively in stores to get stuff to actually help them in those situations. You know, I think we all have like a sort of type of a sympathy
This feels like a
in
group of
some
people meeting at
retrospect.
like
I
a
think a lot
Starbucks
of this
cafe to
isn't
talk
just that, though. A lot of people sell and all that kind of stuff. And then you also have kleptomania, right? So that takes up to, what is that? I think it was like 15% is even just kleptomania, right? So
I'm
it's
hearing a
just,
lot of.
it's just wild.
I'm about to ask one more question, then we're gonna move on. But
I mean, you
I
can
just
look
can't
at the
let
stats on that,
this lack of
right?
conviction
So
fly.
You have stats
because
on
I just find it crazy how
kleptomania?
quiet they got when I started
15%. So
speaking.
it's
And I
due to
said
depression,
nothing
coping
crazy. So I'm just gonna
mechanisms.
say one more
Juveniles
thing.
takes up 6.2% of cases. So it could be
Oh.
under peer pressure, influence, you know. So I don't think all of it is going to be from people just hungry. And mostly food's not really the biggest target in stores, to be honest. It's mostly actually alcohol, then it goes to food, or it's going to be electronics.
And people whose what is it, Maslow? Maslow? No. Maslow? His hierarchy of needs. Anyone familiar with that? He was
Hector, leave now.
So
Maslow. His name is Maslow. His hierarchy of needs. So at the base level, it was like food, shelter, a roof over your head. That is shelter. Sorry. Water. And then once you have all of those needs met, then you like move up to the second tier and you keep moving up into tiers. But if you are stuck at a like survival instinct level where you don't know where your next meal is coming from, you don't know if your dad's gonna beat
I
the
didn't wanna wait. I
living
don't
hell
care.
out of you when you get home, etc.
Because it wouldn't even been worth it. I was gonna get more contentious and be like, "The fuck is the purpose?" Because those of you who can't see the sticker, you can't see the sticker on here. The sticker says "Demon Crats" or "Demon Rats Request Up." So I was expecting, you know, people who got all that audacity for the background and shit to really have some oomph, and that was so fucking lackadaisical. That was so fucking lackadaisical. I wasn't gonna wait. Fuck them. We'll see if we can find something good. See if we can find something good. Okay, looks like Natalia shared one in the Cord. I'm joining this one after your next one. Okay. And Erica has one, so let's see what we have here. Liberals request up. All right. All right, so the next one we're going into is Killuminati 76. I don't fucking know. Let's go into it. The money.
We're about 28,000 likes till we get to that 350. Let's keep booping, sharing, repost, add it to your stories. Let's stay engaged, enjoying the comments. I hope you guys continue to enjoy these type of Sundays. We do this so you don't have to. Because they like to hide in comments.
It's not even pulling up his live. Oh, found it. Found it. All right.
The fuck is that?
Before I turn this sound on and deal with whatever fuckery is happening in this live, thank you guys so much for being here. This is MAGA Hunting. We are on episode 2, officially episode 2. Unofficially, it's technically the 3rd, where we go into Trump spaces and we talk to them. Because, you know, sometimes we just have trouble finding ops and stuff. I've been wanting to do this for some time. I'm so glad I got it started, and it's been one hell of a fucking show. I want to remind everyone. So how this works, I go into a live on my backup. I speak from there. You see it on the screen, and we do that back and forth. One of the reasons why I chose to do it this way is because I hate the idea of blowing up Trump supporters' lives. echo chambers of misinformation and bigotry and hatred should not be getting the views and the gifts and stuff that they get sometimes, especially from people on our side of the aisle. The reason why we're doing this from here is that you can watch from here, you can gift from here, you can tap from here, you can share from here. You're not supposed to be over there blowing up their lives. There's only so much we can do. Thank you guys for the gifts. I appreciate you. There's only so much we can do about like just, you know, us joining and those numbers increasing, like shooting them up in the algorithm. There's only so much we can do about that. But there's no fucking reason why I should ever have coins from you guys on the MAGA panel. I want to make that super duper fucking clear, especially when we have our goal up here in the links in the bio. I want to make that super duper clear. But with that being said, I'm about to get into requests. Once again, get the likes up to 400K. Get the likes to 400K. We have 383 people in here. Those of you on the tube side, like the stream. Appreciate everyone who's over there. Thank you, mods, for being on the lookout. Best ways to support the platform, make sure that you do so with the links in the bio. We have our daily goal here, and then we have our perfume goal for the TikTok gifts. Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Also, what was I going to say? Well, shit, something I needed to add. And I'm blanking now. If you are in the Discord, do me a favor and check out the Helping Hectic section. There are a few people, I believe, who made some requests, who need some donations and need a little bit of help. So if you have some extra income, honestly, if you can bypass my goal for a second, go to the main chat or the Helping Hectic section in the Discord and see if there's someone you can help in there based off the few recent posts that's been made. But if you can do both, let's knock out this fucking goal here, okay? We have 70 of 200. Let's get down to half, 70 of 200. And I'm going to go ahead and unmute and get in the requests. This ought to be a show. The background is just literally Trump in a Christmas gear.
I see MOD in there.
MOD? I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's one of those letters.
I'm kidding. She's not going to show anything. She's just going to get up here and she's going to monologue, Scar. That's what she does. She never shows anything. For a good source. I didn't tell you that. In 30 seconds, as soon as I keep muting her, eventually she's going to drop. That's why I said give her 30 seconds.
Let's just say this, Peggy. Unless you can have a conversation that goes back and forth, there's no point in you being here.
You should probably listen to this stuff.
You should probably shut your mouth.
No, I shouldn't.
Fuck up and listen.
You should shut your mouth.
It's called the
You didn't even read Trump's.
Peggy, it's called the Unitary Executive Theory, and all these guys have believed it since the 70s.
Matt,
you know what the Unitary Executive is?
Matt, shut the fuck up.
Star, what's the Unitary Executive?
Shut the fuck up for 1 second.
Star. Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna start setting timers on these.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Make me shut the fuck up. Do something.
I'll make you shut the fuck up. What are you gonna make?
Go do jack.
All right, come on, fellas. Come on, fellas. There's no need in getting TikTok.
Bitch, just like half the rest of the people on this damn
having
map.
fun here, you bitch.
I know, MJ. Got you. Look, I think. Hold on, because I think MJ. Did you want to say something?
No, I was trying to talk to Peggy, but Peggy didn't want to talk. She didn't want to go back and forth. She just wanted to continue talking.
Mansplain, Scar. That's all you want to do is mansplain.
Yeah, I got your man.
All right.
Have you heard of the Unitary Executive Theory?
Right, 1 second, please. I think Mod. Hold on, Mod. I got you, Matt. Hold on, Mod.
I'm going to call bullshit on you thinking that Keynesian economics doesn't work. You said you're a democratic socialist, and they generally draw a mix of socialist principles along with progressive economic theories, and they believe in Keynesian economics with Marxist influence.
Right.
You want to? So what economic?
I believe in the concept of the appropriate investment. Like Keynes argued that there's a place for government spending, right? Where the Austrian model basically says no regulation, no government spending, the free market, like just completely free markets. The Chicago school argues consumption, that the only thing that matters is consumption. And I'm saying what I am is a mix of basic, what I was taught at the University of Colorado Boulder. If you want to look it up, I have a degree in finance with a minor in economics. I graduated in 1997. I'm not smart. I operate a ski lift.
That was fine.
And I believe that government investment like consumer spending is the biggest part of our economy. Government spending is the next biggest part. And the most important thing is the government invests in the right things like education, healthcare, roads, military. Do we need to spend $1 trillion a year on our military or more, which I think we do? No. But we do need to invest, like education has a 7-to-1. I understand macroeconomics better. Like universal school lunch is not only the moral thing to do, it's a good macroeconomic theory because it lowers the overall price of food.
Like one of my economics professors who had multiple PhDs, the one thing I remember he told me was the basic theory of philosophy of economics is the efficient use of resources. Economics is the study of is efficiency. Hoarding wealth at the top 1%, top 0.1% of mostly white people is fucking immoral, number one. And number two, it's fucking inefficient. That shit does not trickle down. So quit fucking. Charles Koch is laughing at you motherfuckers with his $50 billion sitting in his bank account while all of us poors are out here fucking scraping shit together and going broke and declare. Why do we declare medical bankruptcy? That's fucking stupid. So again, if you guys want to argue, with your Trump University economics degrees, let's go. I'm ready.
Apparently he's on our side.
Yeah, just that I didn't ask you any of that. I specifically asked
Keynesian economics to you.
So I called bullshit on the fact that you said you don't believe in Keynesian economics for you to turn around and explain that you
I don't not believe in it. I'm saying Keynes was right about certain things.
You said you don't follow Keynesian economics.
I said I follow like a hybrid Keynesian economics. I said Keynes believes that there's a place for government spending, and I believe that when government makes the right investments.
Right, and you also threw in some Marxist influence, which means you're a democratic socialist.
Tell me about Marxism.
Yeah, so while not advocating for full communism, democratic socialists often adopt the critiques of Marxist critiques of capitalism.
Marxism or Leninism?
Marxism.
Okay.
And whereas your concern is more about the wealth concentration and exploitation, which you just mentioned, and the push for worker empowerment and reducing corporate dominance, right? You believe in that?
What he's saying? Go.
Yes, I believe. That's why I'm a democratic socialist.
Yes, you're a Marxist.
Yeah, I'm not. That's not Marxism. That is not Marxism.
It is
democratic socialism is a form of capitalism.
Yeah. Do you believe that there is a concern for wealth concentration and exploitation of the working class? Yes or no?
I do, and that's why I believe that the under democratic socialism, it's a more that the workers have more of a say, and the wealth is spread, but it's still a form of capitalism. It is literally
also
a
the
rising
live we're
tide
in
lifts all
because the
ships.
username
It's
is
not that hard to
ridiculous.
understand. What do you
the easy way to find the lives that I'm in is
believe?
to follow the
I believe in
backup.
the
So if you check the link in the link
okay,
in
so
my
you believe
bio,
in
it's going to have a link to my
17th
backup.
century
Follow the
Austrian
backup,
economist that like Charles Koch believes in, and Charles Koch is worth 50 billion, and you're worth
on these lives.
I don't know.
I really don't. I don't think your net worth has anything to do with your belief in economics.
Okay, so why? You know what the
Hold on, please. Hey, Matt, I just said, give me 1 second, sir.
Hey, man, go ahead.
Yo, can we please tap the screen, people? Come on, you guys.
Tell me about wealth
I kind of
inequality.
feel wrong now because if I say what I want to say,
In
it's
the
going to
Gini
derail. And he's
coefficient,
doing
why
a
has our
good job.
Gini coefficient gone up since Reagan?
I want to bring up
Okay,
racism,
so
especially because there's a black
let's try
up
to
here.
stick
That's
to
what I want to
was
talk
talking
about.
about here because, like I said, I was just calling
But
BS
he's cooking
on the
with this.
fact
I think
that
I'm gonna
you
let him
said
cook for a
you
little
don't
bit.
believe in Keynesian economics, but you quite literally just went on to describe it. I mean, you did.
All right, quit putting words in my mouth, all right? At least do that.
Not one
Well,
of
I
my
mean, I'm not
fucking
the one
mutuals
getting
immediately gifting me
hyped
on
up
the
here.
goddamn
So
panel.
all I'm saying
Okay.
is
Why the
there's a
fuck don't y'all
Marxist
listen?
influence in what you do believe. You're a democratic socialist. So I'm just curious what sort of economic model. I was curious about what sort of economic model you would think actually works. And then can you give me an example of where this does work?
What do you mean? Like literally, I just said it's like a hybrid, common sense Keynesian model where if the government makes the right investments and has the right amount of regulation, it's like what we saw under Clinton. It's kind of a hybrid of all of these things where you don't overregulate, but you have regulation, but you tax people appropriately. And right now, we've gotten so far into feudalism that if we don't start clawing back those tax rates, like I think the tax rate should be tied to wealth inequality.
God damn it, Randy.
Like the
God damn it, Randy.
until
Now
wealth
you know.
inequality starts changing, like you know what the Gini coefficient is, right?
All right, dude. Hey, Matt, man. 1 second.
She asked him to
All right,
prove where
1 second, please. Hector, what do you got, Hector?
I kind of don't want to derail this current conversation y'all have going on with Matt because y'all are really going to hate what I have to say. So if you want me to hold, I can hold, or I can spit it out right now.
Yeah, come on, dude.
All right, no problem. Yeah. So why y'all vote for racists?
Oh, you want to pivot to that? Okay, all right. That's a great question.
By saying that it would be a pivot. So
I got you. Okay, yeah. So we'll wait on that.
He forgot where Biden came from in the 70s.
I don't know if that has to do with my point, but sure, we can get into that.
Yeah.
All right. Matt, okay, MJ, did you want to go ahead, MJ?
Yeah, I was just saying, I think our current tax model and the way that we have it, the policy does tax based on wealth and wealth inequality. I mean, don't we have brackets for a reason for the individuals that the higher earners get taxed at a higher rate?
We tax capital at much lower rates than we tax labor.
I have no problem.
Undeniable.
What's the reason that we do that?
I'm very curious to see what MOD says.
Because
y'all know
the tax
who MOD
code is
is.
written
I don't
by
fucking know who this is.
corporations for
But apparently they have a
corporations to avoid
reputation, so
taxes
we'll see what they're
and by the wealthy. So people wage
whose
earners
taxes
taxes
are
are withdrawn on a
before?
weekly or bi-weekly basis, bi-monthly.
I understand all that.
Why are you asking me? Why are you asking that question if you understand?
Because I was asking you specifically about the corporations, and you started going to the earners. I'm talking about the corporations.
Why are you interrupting me? If you understand it, then why
I'm
are
not
you
interrupting
asking?
you because
you did.
were
You just interrupted me, dude.
Well, the mod had asked you.
That's all you do. That's all you do. Just
Hold on one second.
beat around the bush. Ask a fucking straw man question that you want the answer to.
Straw man question. I asked you a straw man question, and you actually
and I answered. I was trying to answer it, and then you fucking interrupted me.
My name.
No, you started talking about the workers. You started talking about. Hold on.
I was telling you about taxing labor like tax capital like labor. And you didn't want to hear my explanation, apparently.
Almost at 400K, y'all. Almost at 400K.
Well,
Keep
please
doing the
continue.
things. I appreciate y'all. I really do.
Go ahead.
So wage earners, so the average person making, $15 an hour, that tax is taken out of their paycheck. They file their income taxes to get if it's overtaxed, to get it back. Corporations pass through income. Trump's the TCJA, they raised the inheritance tax, number one. They also favored pass through income like LLCs, private corporations. So it's all of this stuff is around. They didn't tax stock buybacks. It's all around the rich avoiding taxes. Wage earners do not have a choice to avoid taxes. They have no choice. The rich have a million choices to avoid taxes. And all of you people up here stumping for the rich when you're probably a wage earner, you're not a pass-through income earner. Some of you maybe are, but you're sitting here going,
who's stomping for the rich? Right. Let me just hold on, sir. I got you, bro. Damn, you talk a lot, bro.
Do you know what?
Damn, you have no like. Come on, bro. Take a deep breath. Chill out.
All right, go ahead.
Right. When it comes, I would say, I would specifically say, I'm sure I can name a few more if I look some things up, but. I think when the rich is pumping back out into society, you're damn right. I'm a stomp for them, right? Like I'm a stomp for people like Elon Musk, right? I'm going to stomp to the people.
Look at the genie.
What is wrong with this dude, man?
G-I-N-I.
Like, what is wrong with you, bro? Are you okay?
I've hit a lot of trees skiing.
Okay, that's good. I got good. Go hit a few more. So again, I'll stump for people like Elon. I'll stump for people like Dell, right? The way that they just donated, I believe it was, how much was it, Jade? 6.4 million?
6.5 billion.
6.5 billion to open up starter bank accounts for newborn babies. I'll sit up there and I'm a stomp for people like that. And again, I'm sure there's a few more. If I look up, I can name a few. But yeah, they're billionaires, right? They're the rich, and they just pledged $6.4 billion for Trump's new what is it called? Trump savings? What is it called? Whatever it is.
The Trump accounts.
Yeah, for the Trump account.
Silly.
Oh, got you.
How much is Michael Dell worth?
What is this guy's problem, dog? It doesn't matter, bro. Why does that matter?
Not a good thing.
Exactly. Like, why did like? Why,
I mean, is that philanthropy?
Oh my God.
Like, why do y'all pocket
money?
like my whole thing is why do y'all pocket watch so much? I promise you, the rich isn't pocket watching you, bro. Right? Regardless of the fact that they donated some of their funds to help the middle class, because that's what it was initially for. It's for the middle class, people who make less than, I believe, $350,000 a year or 250,000, one of the two, they still donated millions of dollars to the average middle class working American, right? Obviously, I can't say anything else about anybody else, but I know as far as those two go, I don't have an issue. I don't think Elon is selfish with his money. Obviously, we see that Dale's not. And I'm sure, again, that there's a few more that I can name who are millionaires, billionaires, or quote unquote the rich, who have also helped middle class working individuals. Not to mention, a lot of these billionaires that you're talking about, they literally supply us with jobs. They supply us with jobs.
Well,
So, I mean...
And that's what I was asking Matt about. He still didn't answer my question because he was talking about the corporate tax rates. And I asked him, why would they lower corporate tax rates? And he started going to employees and their tax income or whatever, the labor. Again, Matt, I'm going to ask you, what would be a reason you would lower corporate taxes?
Can I quickly point out that the $6.25 billion that was donated by the Dell family, that would equate to about $250 each in each account. The government will put the initial $1,000 deposit, so we can say roughly $750 starting off is what the government would pay in. That would not surmount to what Kamala Harris's plan was, which was a $6,000 tax credit for the first year of the child's birth. Child's
Well, hold on.
Right, again, we're deflected.
Well, yeah, we are deflecting. But if you want to deflect that far, Donald Trump's was better because Donald Trump's was until the child turned 18, not 1 year, right? Carmela's was once your baby gets over the age of 1 year old, they will no longer get that. It was a one-time payment. Donald Trump established it until they turned 18. So whose is better?
Hey, host, those donations that the Dells were making depended on people and families adding to that when 70% of the people that they're talking about setting up these accounts for can't make
going
the
up
second
to when
deposit.
they were 18.
What good
So
does that do?
that's what I'm trying to get out now.
If you read it right, it says either them.
I read it.
And
Yeah,
then after
it's fucking bullshit.
How many options? How many? This is what I'm saying, bro.
It's like seed money. It's seed money in an account that you can't keep.
And then it goes
I got
further
you.
down.
And this is what I'm saying, bro. It's like
You need to go read it.
nothing is never good enough for these people. Nothing is never good enough for these people. And I want to start off by just saying
he's advocating for the government wanting to give people stuff. The government gives people stuff. Somebody something.
Let me just read this, please. Right?
Can you guys read a balance?
Shut up, please. Right. So once again, when these people come up here, right, I sit up here.
Income statement.
Hey, Matt, I don't want to drop you 50-year-old hitting tree skier guy. Like, calm down, bro. Have some damn self-decorum. Hold on, sir, please. Hold on.
Hector, chill.
Damn. Right? I just want to read these.
Why'd he tell me to chill
these
specifically? I'm
things,
sorry,
right?
that bothered me a little
And
bit.
it just amazes me
Why'd he tell me
how
to chill
people like
specifically?
Matt and the
I'm
rest
getting
of
back to
these
that fucking
lunatics
incorrect
can never
shit that he
give
said.
Donald Trump the credit he deserves. It would be different if these people came up here and was like, yo, I don't like Trump. I didn't vote for Trump, but I do appreciate this. I do like what he did with this. I guess I'm gonna have to wait and see where it
Why
goes.
do we have to like
so
something?
forth and so on.
Why do we have to capitulate in order
These
for you
people
to be
come
okay
on these
with it? That's
panels
some bullshit.
and they just have a disdain, hatred for Donald Trump for whatever
you
reason.
wanna tap dance
But the
and
fact
toe
that
tap for
Congress
the fucking
passed the
white
one
man doesn't
beautiful
mean everybody
bill,
else has to.
thereby delivering the largest tax cut in American history, which was increasing Americans' take-home pay by as much as
Top
13,000.
Top 1%. We're getting those cuts.
All right. Hey, Matt,
I don't understand why you guys have such a hard time that when the host's box is lighting up, yours isn't. Is that so hard to comprehend? Do you
spewing
see anybody else
misinformation.
interrupting other than Matt in the bottom box?
Right. So again, Americans take home pay by as much as $13,300, also terminating benefits for at least 1.4 million illegal immigrants who were gaming the system, which we know that this is a fact. Also, Congress passed Donald Trump's historic recession package, which will save taxpayers $9 billion in wasteful politically funding for left-wing foreign aid scams and biased NPR and PBS. Not to mention the eggs, right? The wholesale price of a dozen eggs is down 53%, or $3.09 since the inauguration, and is down 62 or $5 from March. The U.S. economy has now added a net worth of 671,000 jobs since January 25.
Take you back to the White House.
This is all they can
that's
do.
true. No, that's not even true.
The only thing that might be true, host, is the egg thing. But do we import eggs from other countries?
Mother, did you have anything to say, Mother?
Pivot.
I got it. The historic packet recession package eliminates woke, weaponized, and wasteful spending.
Let's talk about inflation.
Rose reading.
Let's talk about how much. Okay, so cool. Great,
Again, I mean, I'm
fantastic,
still trying to figure out how free money deposited into a savings account for your child, something coming from the government, which you want the government giving you something, how that's a bad thing.
From Michael Dell or the government?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who it comes from.
Why does he make all the follow-on?
It doesn't matter.
Make all the follow-on
no matter what.
deposits.
What if it just comes out of thin air? I mean, it's free money.
You guys have no fucking basis in macroeconomic theory. That's the funny part.
Hold on. What's the drawback?
I don't think you will
Tell me the drawback of the
because
free
they
money
have their
put in your
hands
child's
filled
savings account.
like full.
Because it's a grift. With Dell's doing it, he's going to get something out of it. It's a grift.
That knows his shit.
Explain that.
Because Michael Dell's doing it to putter up Trump for something.
Because when you know the economy,
administration's a grift.
like it becomes a clear difference when you don't know the economy.
Honestly, are we thinking maybe we should just leave? Let him cook. Matt's got this.
You're complaining
Matt's
about
good.
billionaires.
Matt's
You're talking about
nobody
wealth
if you guys
inequality.
know
I'm a billionaire. That's
Matt's
really
really
hold on. Let me
good
finish.
at
Just
debating.
let me finish,
I've seen
Matt.
him
I'll let
multiple
you
times. I've been on multiple
respectfully. I'll let you finish. Okay. You talk
Tell you
about
what, guys.
billionaires. You
Tell
talk
you
about
what.
the wealth inequality.
Follow
you
Matt.
I'm
I'm gonna
about
put his
that.
username
Then when
in
a
here again.
billionaire steps
This
up
is
and
my
says, "You
first
know what?
time
I'm going to give all your
interacting with
kids
him, so I'm
$1,000
unaware of
for
his
their
genius.
savings account."
But apparently Maddie knows
Free
it.
money, basically.
Oh,
You're
W
bitching about that
Beaky,
because
thank
you're
you. She
saying,
put it
"Oh, it's
down there.
it's a trick, it's a gimmick, it's a whatever."
EZ0421.
Tell us what would need to happen for you not to bitch.
Is my daughter's
I think I want to get
account
one
set
point
up?
out before we
answer
go.
the question.
Because
Tell
I'm
us
going to
what
correct
we
that
would need to
misinformation you
do.
spread
What would
about
need to
Donald
happen
Trump's
for
tax
you not
plan
to bitch
all the way
about
up until 18.
He's
what
I
were you
want to
saying
see
about
it
that,
for
Manny?
number one because I think Michael Dell's lying with what they're
Oh,
doing with these Trump, and I haven't seen any Trump accounts set up for anybody. So I'm like a trust, but you know, I'm an old Reagan Republican, Scar.
When it doesn't happen,
Scar,
you
I'm
would
an
have
old
an
Reagan
opportunity to
Republican.
bitch.
I trust but
I
verify.
asked you very specifically.
I'm an
what
old
would
Reagan
have to happen
Republican.
for
I'm
you
trust
not
but
to
verify, Scar.
bitch?
Where's my daughter's account?
For you not to bitch?
Where's my where's my
Again,
daughter's
I know
account?
he's black,
Why won't
Mark,
you answer
but
that one
like,
question?
Matt already is consuming
My
this
daughter's
live,
Trump
so I'm like,
account.
we let him cook, and I can go find something else.
Have you opened it? Have you
Since
tried to
know
open
so
it?
much about it,
There
it
isn't
doesn't
one.
It doesn't even
Okay.
launch until
Again,
July
what would have to
6th of
happen
next
for
year.
you not to bitch?
One second, please. Hold on. Because Jade
What's the new
gave
health
some
plan?
very, very important. What did you just say, Jade? Because I was looking for that.
It doesn't launch. They're not even launching it until actually it launches on July 4th of 2026. So for you to continue to say, where's my daughter's account? Where's my daughter? They're
Right.
literally, it's the framework. They're getting it all together.
And it
All
doesn't
right,
matter.
where's
He's gonna
my-
bitch
where's my
about it
Doge-
anyway.
where's
my
my
question
Doge
is
check,
very
then?
simple. What would
Oh my
have to
gosh.
happen? What would have to happen for you not to bitch about it?
Where's my tariff check? Where's my Doge check? Nothing.
There's a reason
Trump's
you
done
won't
nothing good.
answer
Trump
that
does
question.
nothing. Trump did nothing good
There's
his
a
first go
reason
around.
You won't answer that question. The reason
Trump
you won't
does-
answer that
Trump did-
question
I
is
did-
because your logic is
No, 'cause Trump doesn't do
flawed
anything
on this
right.
very topic.
Hey, gas
Trump hasn't
Sit there and
done
bitch
one
about
good thing.
billionaires. You bitch about the government.
I can bitch
Billionaires and
about
the
Trump
government
'cause
step
he-
in to
guess
try to
what?
give
It's
you
my
something.
First
You're gonna
Amendment
bitch
right,
about
dude.
that. You are never going to be happy.
He's a liberal. That's what
I'm
he
not.
does.
Trump does. You know,
He does
George
nothing
W.
else
Okay,
but
hold on.
bitch.
Hold
I
on.
can
George
point out
W.
good
Bush
things
did
that
two
Trump
things
has
good. He did PEPFAR. PEPFAR was really good, and the African American History Museum was really good. That's what George W. Bush did good. Outside of that, he was a fucking moron.
Good. Tell us what has to happen for you not to bitch.
I mean, I can point out.
What
Nothing. Trump needs to go away. He's terrible. He's gonna everything
You
Trump's
would
gonna
bitch
do is
about that
bad.
too. You
Trump
would
does
bitch
not.
about that
Trump has
too.
never
You would
done.
bitch about
Trump has
whoever
never
comes
done
in.
one good thing.
What did Biden do? What did Obama do?
A lot.
Biden built back the economy from the bottom up and the middle out.
Are you retarded? I'm sorry, you're not
Hey,
saying
listen,
that.
man.
Are you
I can't.
I want to dummy.
I can't listen. I
They
just
kicked Matt,
once
so
again,
I
right?
guess I'll stick with it.
It's one thing. It's one thing for the opposition to come on my panel, right, and to be genuine, right. Once again,
By the way, for those asking,
out of all
Matt
the
did
things
not
that this man Trump has done since he's gotten to office, while even signing bills during inauguration, and for these people like Matt.
The glaze.
For these people like Matt to come up, I don't know why that person just got reported. I don't think they even said anything. But,
He said yeah, he did. He said the R
oh,
word.
he said the R word.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like his president, like Trump did.
So for them them to come up here and not, again, to be genuine about one single thing, right? Out of 1,000 things that this man did, they cannot be genuine about one single thing to me, that's when the conversation, there's just no more point into the conversation because they're just highly disingenuous.
Well, hang on, Belly. I would love for Hector or Professor to actually answer that question because, again, I think this is very important. You guys are backing him in everything he says. And he said he complained about billionaires. He complained about the government doing programs for kids, for people, giving back. Okay. So here you have a billionaire stepping up, willing to give $6.5 billion. There you have the government setting up basically savings plans for kids. Okay. That at 18 years old, they can use for school, buying a home, whatever. If not, it rolls into an IRA that they can start pulling out at 59 and a half. All right. What part about that would you have to bitch about?
So on that point specifically, first I made several. One, I could mention several things that I think Trump did that I agreed with. Secondly, to correct something that the host said with Donald Trump's tax plan, his base tax reduction for children was still not as high as Kamala Harris's because I believe hers was $3,500 after that first year. And the third point, to your point of the billionaires donating the $6.25 billion, yes, absolutely, it's a great donation. It's not something new. It's not something substantial. Billionaires have donated money to causes quite a bit. You can argue that the big beautiful bill may have led to them wanting to be a little bit more friendly with that. But considering the sheer amount of money that they're saving, it only would make sense that they would donate some of this back into some of these programs and resources, especially based off their political leanings. So it's good, sure, but I'm not going to suck them off for it.
Nobody asked you to suck him off for it. I mean, you could at least give credit.
Sure. It's good when anyone donates money to good things. I find these accounts to be interesting, but it's free money for Americans. I quite frankly don't give a shit about when we get something back from the government, considering how much we pay in taxes.
What about you, Professor?
So,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with Hector. I just, like I said, a lot of these billionaires aren't going to just fork over money and not expect anything in return for it. Like I said, it does come off as pretty grifty to me. I mean, are we just going to expect like all the billionaires to become generous and trickle it down all of a sudden?
You do. You do.
We do.
You do.
We have to wait. We have to wait for them to be generous and stuff.
You do because what happens when we raise the corporate tax rate or when we tax the rich? Do they get a choice to pay those taxes or do they skirt the responsibility most of the time? What happens?
Loopholes and stuff. Yeah.
They take advantage of loopholes. So what does raising the corporate tax rate and taxing the rich do again?
It's a choice.
I don't know. Look what it did in the late 1940s with the New Deal and everything.
Perfect. So when Kamala Harris puts forth a major expansion on things like child tax credit and saying that she's going to raise the corporate tax rate, did the Senate step in and say, hey, you know what, we're going to support that by ensuring that we change the tax code so that we eliminate those tax benefits so that they cannot take advantage of loopholes? Did they ever state that? Did they support her in that?
I don't think they got to that.
I don't think they got to that point. No, yeah, you're right about that. Because so when she proposed the major expansion on the child tax credit as part of her economic plan, so you're right, she proposed a $6,000 tax credit for families with newborns. And that was just during the child's first year of life, right? Now, is that money spendable?
No, it would be.
Yes, it is. No, it's a tax credit, which goes to their tax return, so it is spendable. It goes into their bank account.
Misunderstood. Got it.
Yeah, so when the baby bonus of about $2,400 goes, and that was pandemic era expanded credit, so that would only last for a short time period because it was the money from the American Rescue Plan expansion. So it was a temporary increase on the CTC to $3,600. It wasn't permanent. It was temporary, right? So when those funds run out, then what happens?
In the accounts?
No, okay, so listen very carefully. So the tax credit is when someone goes to file their tax return, when they say, hey, I have children. If you have a newborn, meaning you had a child born in the previous tax year, right? Then you would get $6,000 for the child's first year. Because then the following year, they'll be a year old. They no longer qualify. Then the tax credit that would take over would be under the CTC, which would be $3,600, right?
Now, the CTC is only for children up to 3 children. So if the child is a newborn, right, then they would go to the additional child tax credit, which is only about $2,400. So it actually would go down, right? Now, with that expansion, that money comes from the American Rescue Plan money. So it was pandemic era funds. I'm asking you, what happens when that money runs out? Because it was only supposed to be temporary.
When you say run out, I'm a little confused. Obviously,
There was a sunset. There would be a sunset on that child tax credit. It's only temporary because the increase was based on pandemic era funds. So when that pandemic era money runs out, it no longer is a part of the budget. Then what happens?
I'm unaware of that being.
I can answer this question
from the pandemic.
Well, you should have read the plan, buddy, because that's exactly
I
what
can
you
answer this
said.
question as to what would happen. Okay, Democrats would, whenever the budget ends, all right, and comes up, and they go to vote to fund the government again, they would hold this massive shutdown, and they would continue it, bitching and moaning and wanting to extend those payments.
I do.
So they would do just like they did last time.
Under the Obama administration, we had a 35% corporate tax rate, and I believe there was provisions that was put forward to reduce it to 25% with certain stipulations that they ultimately denied, and that was to close some of those loopholes that you're talking about. So it's really
You're not listening to what we're talking about.
I'm listening to what you're talking about.
We're not talking the corporate tax thing is something separate. I'm specifically, we already addressed that.
Yeah, I brought that up. I know what you're saying. And then when you're talking about the child tax credit specifically, you said that was tied to the pandemic provisions, much like the ACA subsidies that was expanded, correct?
Okay. So no, that's separate.
I know those are two separate things, but I was giving a comparison of the subsidies that were passed during the pandemic, specifically 2021, and that was one of the debate on the
government. Those weren't based off of pandemic. Those were not based off of pandemic era funds. It was based off of, because it's based off of a person's income, right? So the ACA expansion, it was part of the American Rescue Plan, part of that deal, but it wasn't COVID era funds. It was based off of it was an increase on the tax credit, but it wasn't based off of COVID era funds. No.
It was passed under the American Rescue Plan.
Yeah, but it wasn't
during the pandemic. And was related to that event.
It wasn't pandemic money. No.
I wasn't referencing specifically pandemic money.
The child tax credit is based off of. So listen, Hector. The proposal was not permanent. It was designed as a temporary expansion.
It was permanent.
Neither one of them were.
I never said this
in the same respect that what Kamala Harris was proposing for the child tax credit is different, right? Because this was only for 1 year. The sunset date on the ACA provisions expanded the ACA, right? And it was done under the American Rescue Plan. Actually, no, it was actually done under the Infrastructure Act. Let me correct myself. That was done under the Infrastructure Act, okay? What I'm talking about, and that was an ACA expansion during the pandemic, but it wasn't pandemic era money. This specifically was using pandemic era child tax credit expansion, pandemic era money. So it was only designed to be temporary and only for the first year, right?
We know this.
Yeah, so it was a temporary expansion. So I'm asking, right, what happens after that? Because much as the ACA had a 5-year
child tax credit. What? I'm confused.
It was only for a year. That's what she proposed.
6,000 was only for the year.
She didn't propose
the 6,000, and then up to 3,600 was for a limited time. There was a sunset date on it.
Correct.
So again, with the ACA expansion, it's different because there was a 5-year limit. On this one, it was limited for 1 year. And if somebody could tell me it was permanent, I would love to see where she proposed it was permanent, because I've never been able to find a damn thing that shows that it was.
Show me where it was permanent. Fantasy land.
So what you're saying is that the child tax credit, as it would be returned to normal after the first year, which was 1,000, that was still temporary.
If there is a sunset on it, then yes, it was not permanent. I would love to see where it was permanent.
And you're alleging that this was outside of the initial 6,000 for the first year.
I've explained this now twice.
I'm just double checking before I get to searching.
I'm
Go
confused.
research.
But let's see.
Okay.
Okay, what she's
so-
saying is the entirety of the tax credit is tied to ACA subsidies that was only temporary. I'm like, what the fuck? I've never heard of
yes,
this.
the child tax credit is has a sunset date, but just like most things, if she were to have won the presidency in 2024, Democrats would just advocate and push to expand it into later years. Literally, her tax credit plan for child tax credit is $6,000 for newborns, $3,600 for children between the ages of 1 through 5, and then $3,000 for the ages of 6 through 17. She wasn't going to use what was already there. She was going to expand on it. She would have to pass new legislation, which means that she would have to expand it. I don't know why she's acting as if we already have this set in stone. This is a proposal to expand it, not a.
It's so quiet here. Hello?
Oh, there's Erica.
Erica, where does it say her proposal that it?
I was like, oh, hi, Mod. It's just so quiet over here. I was like, what's happening? Okay.
W's
all
in the
right,
chat for everyone who made us pass
first things first is
400,000
that
likes.
it
Let's get
was
us up to
the
5K. We have
ARPA, so the
343 people
ARPA
in the live,
American
so let's
Rescue
keep doing the
Plan
good
Act.
things.
It was those tax credits that she wanted to make permanent, and that would be that child tax credit that you're speaking of on you. And Mod, I say this with the utmost respect to you. You're quoting, you're explaining it wrong, love. Right? She wanted to make those tax credits permanent, and what she wanted to do was she wanted to basically make it increase the maximum child tax credit to $3,600 for children under the age of 6, I believe. Yeah, under the age of 6. All right, and she wanted to do it for children, the older children. So from 7 to 17, she wanted it to be $3,000. And then what she wanted to do was for newborns, first year of life, she wanted to do it, give the $6,000 like extra credit is what she wanted to do. And so this information, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, according to the policy engine analysis of the official campaign release and the Tax Policy Center, both looked at her economic plan, both confirmed that $6,000 for newborns was for the first year only. The restoration of the 2021 expanded CTC $3,600 for under age 6, sunset after 1 year unless extended by Congress.
No, she wanted to make them permanent.
Okay, so show me where it says that, because both of these analyzed, and I haven't found one source that proves that there was a permanent. She's proposed anything permanent. These are two.
How would she?
So show me where it says she wanted it permanent.
Sure.
She would have
I'm
to-
looking at the townfoundation.org.
.org. It was literally for 1 year.
It says 1 year right here.
Yeah,
It's
I'm looking
sunset
at
after 1 year unless extended.
What sunset after 1 year? Give me a number. What's the number that sunset?
Okay, so I'm going to give you the source again. According to the analysis done by Policy Engine Analysis of Harris's
Policy Engine Analysis?
Yeah, let me finish. Policy Engine Analysis of
analysis.
Policy Engine's analysis of Harris's official campaign release was Kamala Harris' child tax credit proposal, and according to the Tax Policy Center summary of her tax plan, both confirm that she only wanted $6,000 for newborns for the first year only, restoration of the 2021 expanded CTC, which is the child tax credit, for $3,600 under age 6, and sunset after 1 year unless extended by Congress. So where are you showing that it was permanent?
I just told you. I said I'm looking at the taxfoundation.org. The name of it is Kamala Harris Tax Plan Ideas, Details, and Analysis, or Analysis, whichever way you want to pronounce it. And again, that's the taxfoundation.org. All right, let me see here. Okay, so the child tax credit.
Also,
with the tax foundation's analysis, they treated
let
her
me see
expansion.
here.
Hold on a second. The tax foundation's analysis treated her expansion as permanent for modeling purposes, and this is what they said. Harris's plan would further expand the child tax credit and other credits, and the tax foundation estimated its cost, 10-year cost, at $1.6 trillion, assuming permanence. Their model assumed that the expanded CTC, including 6,000 for newborns and restoration of the 2021 ARPA levels, would continue beyond 1 year because they needed a baseline for long-run economic impact. However, campaign language and most media reports describe the baby bonus only as for 1 year.
Wait a minute.
And the ARPA-style expansion is temporary unless extended by Congress.
Yours was
printed. Excuse me, hold on. This is from the Tax Foundation. This is from their website. Would you like for me to show you that it was for modeling purposes?
No, you don't have to show me anything. I'm just looking at the one that you're looking at, the policy engine.
Your own source says it's for modeling purposes, and if they were to do so, then this is how it would look. It never states that. You didn't read the thing. It states in here that the plain language of the campaign states it's only for 1 year. However, the Tax Foundation assumed for permanent scoring and economic modeling on the long term.
That is
and then yours literally
expanded. And
it literally confirms it was only for 1 year.
So not only are you trying to prove a hypothetical incorrect, which is absolutely crazy. The one that you read also, I'm so sorry, Mai. We just let you go for 2.5 minutes. Please allow me just a moment to say one thing. Yours also at the bottom in conclusion said, based on the policy engine model analysis. It literally, so yours is also a model analysis. So yours literally takes in, all right, yours is saying that it's not going to be permanent. Your model says that it's not going to be permanent. My model says that it is going to be permanent. But guess what? We'll never know because Kamala isn't president.
So Kamala Harris herself in her own tax plan says it's
now there's this cool thing called a Wayback Machine. There's this cool thing called the Wayback Machine, and that's what I'm going to look at.
Always do when you start getting cooked.
He's flat out lying about it.
She's literally over talking me. They won't let me say anything.
No, because you're flat out lying to everybody.
I'm not lying.
No, you are lying.
I'm really confused here. So your argument here is that all of this was proposed. You keep mentioning the 6,000, which we already know is going.
It's a temporary proposal.
And there she goes cutting hair off.
I don't know why you keep.
It was only proposed for 1 year. There was nothing. There was nothing.
Keep repeating that.
There was nothing that in her policy that states that it was permanent.
No one here
That's exactly what I said. No, she is denying that.
This is what she does when she starts losing.
No, she's denying
what she does.
Excuse me, both of you are lying
with me
because both of you just got
literally what she does.
Both of you just got proven wrong. She was in the comment section.
Literally what she does.
That Kamala Harris herself stated that it was permanent when it doesn't state that.
No, when did Kamala Harris say that the 6,000 was permanent?
She never said it. That's what my whole point was.
That's literally our point.
We never
No, that's not what your point is.
You never said that the 6,000 was permanent.
She's making a false argument. This is why I asked the questions that I asked earlier, because she kept repeating the 6,000 was temporary. The 6,000 was temporary. Like, we know that for the first year.
You were in the
it's the
comment
tax
section
credits
lying
after
about
that
it.
that you said it was going to expire after some point because of the ACA provision in 2021. That's what I was wanting clarification from.
I'm sorry,
and you were
guys.
still wrong.
I don't care about this.
No,
You were still wrong.
You're wrong.
Hyper focusing on the
That's
6K.
not what I
Notice that,
said.
guys. She's hyper focusing on the
say that.
6K.
No,
That's not what I said.
You just got
Hey, yo,
cooked.
But she doesn't wanna
Trumpavelli, when
engage
you
with
get
the
this,
3.6
when you get this, will you
She
please
doesn't wanna
provide me with
engage
the
with the
recording of
other
my part,
Absolutely,
please?
he will.
Because what I
6.6K.
literally said is that for children, all right, that are not newborns, okay, all right, for children that are not newborns, she wants to take the tax credit.
You said to
Okay?
make it permanent.
Be quiet. She wants to
said to
take
make
the
it
tax
permanent.
credit of $3,600 for children between the ages of 3 and 6 is what she said. All right.
Was it
I'm
permanent
sorry,
or
for
not,
children
Erica?
under 6. It's for children
Was it
under
for
6.
permanent or
And she
not?
wanted to make those permanent, and she wanted to make the tax
No,
credit for
she doesn't
children
want to
from
make any
7
of it
to
permanent.
17 permanent,
She
and she
never
only wanted to
proposed
do
that.
one, a $6,000 one
No,
for the
none of her
first year
plan was
life.
permanent.
Thank you very much.
None of her plan was proposed to be permanent. Not
And
the
both of the things, the
$6,000
one
and not
you
the
cited, the
3,600.
one you cited, and the one that I'm citing are both models. The
No,
models are simply
no, they're
different.
not.
And guess what? We'll never know actually how they'll play out because
Yeah.
Kamala isn't
Erica,
president.
nice job
So
for trying to
therefore,
kill this
what
year.
I am doing is
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a
You're
copy
loud
of
and
Kamala's
wrong.
economic plan. No, you're always
loud
loud
and
and wrong.
wrong.
We know
You're
that your
loud and wrong.
comprehension skills are
You said it was
sucky.
permanent.
We know that much.
You said it was
we
permanent.
know that. I never
You
said
said
the
it was
6,000 was
permanent.
permanent.
Yes, you did.
Stupid. No,
Yes,
I
you
did
did.
not.
And now
no,
you're
I
ad
did
homing
not.
attacking. You see how you're ad homing? You came
Yeah,
up
you
here,
just
you in
said
the
I'm
comment
loud and
section.
wrong, and
You
I'm
are
calling
loud
you
and wrong.
stupid.
You're loud and
What the
wrong
fuck are we
because
doing,
you were in the
Mod?
comment
Mod, be so
section.
serious.
You said
This is
you
literally
just
why
said
it's hard to have
over
a
and over and over
conversation with
again.
you because you literally have the
can't have a
comprehension skills of a
conversation because you
goat.
can't because
My
you can't
gosh,
comprehend
you
a
have the
conversation.
comprehension skills of a fucking
And look
goat.
how you're ad hom attacking. Once again, you were wrong.
Yeah, tell
Your
us what the
tax
definition of an ad
foundation
hom
plan.
is, please.
An ad hom is when you have to use personal insults in a debate. I didn't personally insult you. I just said you were loud and wrong because you are.
That's a personal insult. I'm having to be loud simply because of the simple
You are
fact that
loud
you
and
keep
you
over
said- and you
talking
were
me.
wrong.
There we
You were
go.
loud
Stop
and wrong,
over talking.
Erica. Get over it.
Can we address
go.
the fact that you keep hyper focusing on the 6,000, which we know was
No,
for the
I'm not
first year?
hyper focusing on the
Okay,
6,000.
cool,
I'm
great.
hyper
And then when you
focusing
go
on
and when you
those.
move on to the
None of it is
3,600,
permanent.
and
None
then
of
when
it
you
is
move on
permanent.
to the
I'm gonna say this
3,600,
See, now she keeps over talking
and when
Hector.
you
None of
move
this.
on to the
I
3,600,
said
and then we
over and
talk
over and
about the
over again.
3,000,
Nope, you're
you
not
keep
gonna
saying
mince my
she never
words. I'm
proposed
sorry,
any of it
you're
as
not gonna
permanent,
mince my words.
which none of
I
us
specifically
contested.
go get my
said
This would all
over
be
and over
something
and
that
over
she would
again
have to get
that
done in
none of it was
Congress to be
permanent. None of her
expanded.
plan
So
was
I don't know
permanent.
why you keep
Yeah.
here
And
saying
guess what,
that
Hector?
we
Guess who
thought she
has
was going to
Kamala
start
Harris's
day
tax
one with
plan
these
right in front of
I'm about to
her?
go get. I'm
No,
about to
you
go get
guys
my
are both
Monica.
lying because I said over and
They
over.
dropped me.
I just don't understand.
They dropped me.
For the
They
life
fucking
of
dropped
me,
me.
why we
I
cannot
was literally
talk one at a time.
I was
I just don't
literally
understand
about to
that.
give you where it says
I don't
that
understand
Harris wants it for permanent.
why we have to yell.
Of course she wants it for permanent.
just not
It would
let
have to
these
get
people
passed
finish.
permanently.
We know they're not smart.
Yeah.
We know
Oh, he
they're
dropped the whole panel.
queens, right?
Yeah, he
Of
dropped the whole
spreading misinformation. Like I just don't understand why we're yelling. I
Why
just don't
we?
understand
Hold
that.
on. Your fucking mom didn't let us talk.
I don't understand why we're not tapping the screen and sharing the live
I'm
and
sorry.
closing out that live goal.
I was over talked by two different people.
Well, you guys are all over talking each other.
Yeah, no, but I was only talking to one person and then I was over talked by two people and I couldn't get my point across again. So I said that, and I'm going to say this for the last time because I don't need to repeat myself 3 and 4 times. I said this over and over again. The child tax credit, her proposal, both the 6,000 and the 3,600 were temporary. It had a sunset provision on the entirety of the proposal. That is what I said from the beginning, and I have not detracted from that. I don't need to ad hom attack anybody. She gave me her source. I looked up her source. Her economic, she said that it was permanent. None of her plan was permanent. I said that over and over again. When she just looked it up, I also stated, I never stated that what they didn't analyze it as a model because that's exactly what they did. That's what an analysis does, right? But the point of that was they assumed that it was permanent because she said that this to tax foundation said it was permanent. No, they were modeling as
This is so
if
fucking
it was
stupid.
permanent.
This is so
It's not
fucking
a permanent.
stupid.
None of that plan is permanent. I said that over and over again. If she wants to keep continuing down this pathway of trying to prove me wrong on something I never said, then have at it. I never said it was permanent. Not one part of it. I didn't cherry pick it. I didn't say the 6,000 alone. I did say the 3,600 alone. I literally said her entire child tax plan was
Why
a
doesn't she mention
temporary,
the other
had a
3K as
sunset
well?
provision. That is what I meant.
It's 6,000, 3,000,
Hey, Trump Valley, may I have a moment to speak,
3,000.
please?
Oh my God, 6,000, 36,000.
May I speak?
And then
Please,
3,000.
share that false information. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's this machine. It's called the Wayback Machine. It's pretty cool. It actually archives websites. And I'm looking at Kamala Harris's website as of November 2nd of 2024 is what I'm looking at. And on the page right here, it says restoring the expanded child tax credit up to $3,600 to help more than 100 million Americans. That's where you can find it under her economic plan. All right. And so here we go. So it says here, while the extension of this vital tax relief for working families was blocked by Republican opposition in
Make
Congress,
sure we're taking care of
Vice
Erica.
President Harris
Not on
and
the MAGA
Governor
panel. Hit up her
Walz
links. Hit
have
up her links.
proposed to restore the expanded child tax credit and to make it the permanent law of the land. It will provide a tax credit of up to $3,600 per child for the middle class and the most hard-pressed working families with children.
Damn, MAGA turd. See what
Permanent.
happens when you read? I knew that since last year.
Permanent. Permanent. It says permanent. All right. So the
And that
thing
was
is,
verified.
you know what, Trump, I'm so sorry, Special. My apologies.
No, you're good.
Trumpavelli. Here's the thing. All right. The only thing that I ever do, all right, is provide factual information. All right. My apologies for over talking on your panel. All right. But what I was trying to explain is that she wanted to make the tax cuts for children under 3 years old. So basically from 1 year to 3, she wanted to make it permanent. All right, from 1 to 3 years, no, I'm sorry, under 6, from 1 to 6, and then from 6 to 17. She wanted to make those permanent. The only thing that she said wasn't permanent, and actually she can't even say that, so I won't even speak on the $6,000. That was like a dream of hers to add that credit on for newborns. But dude, she said that it was permanent. So thank you
Yeah.
for letting me share my screen. I'll turn my camera off now.
This has been very public information since like.
All right, thank you for your public information announcement. Maud, go ahead. Hold on, Special K.
It says right there that the temporary middle class families relief, temporary relief of 2021. So once again, her plan, regardless of what she said, if she said it was supposed to be permanent, whatever, the plan that she put forth was temporary.
That's not part of her plan.
It was temporary. It had a sunset of 1 year.
That is not part of her plan. What you have, whatever you have right there.
Her official plan that came out, and we both read it, it was meant to be temporary. It was only going to last. It had a sunset provision of 1 year.
No one denied the sunset.
Yet she did deny it.
No,
She said there was no sunset provision.
she did.
She did over and over again. She did.
No,
And
she
they
did
fucking
not.
muted me.
My Harris
Did you
All right, I
find-
got you. Mother Dragon, did you have anything, Mother?
And let's say you dog walk a MAGA turd right there. Talk about false information, please.
Whether she wanted
Back
or
to the
not,
comments.
it had a Sunday on it, and that was the entire argument. So regardless, this whole plan by Trump is better than what Kamala Harris was offering.
Of
Period.
course,
And that was the argument that we started out with.
That's a ridiculous argument considering
Well,
that
I
both
don't.
of their tax
That
plans
was
would
the
have had to
that was
pass
the
in
original
Congress.
argument, and again, it
Both
was
of their tax plans would
temporary.
have had to
It
have been
wasn't
passed in Congress.
permanent.
It's different
It
from
had
what
a
they proposed.
sunset date on it. This
It didn't
doesn't.
have a sunset. No, it didn't. It
Yes,
did
it
not.
All right, hey,
She
listen.
wanted-
we just-
okay, I don't
hold on.
think you all
guys.
understand.
Listen, I literally just nuked the panel because of the over talking and people not letting other people finish talking, right? So let's not do that again. Let Mother says what she has to say, and then either you or the other misinformation guy can y'all can rebuttal with more misinformation. Just
Bro,
chill
you
out.
could call it misinformation. It doesn't make it.
That's okay, bro. I'm not talking to you. This have nothing to do with you, bro. Hold on.
Get your head out of your ass is all.
I got you. Hold on, sir. Mother.
And it had a sunset date on it. Period, point blank. That's all there is to it. That was the argument. Erica is again saying that it didn't. It did. And it was specifically outlined right there.
You guys were
Anything
talking specifically
further?
about the
Yeah,
in
okay.
2021,
Okay, my guy.
not the rest of them, because we know Donald Trump's entire tax plan also would have sunsetted unless it was expanded. That's what the purpose of the big beautiful bill. So why this argument is so ridiculous is because both of them would have had to get their plans passed in Congress. And if you're talking about how in her plan, the not ACA, I keep mixing them up. That one provision that you're talking about that was specifically going to the 6,000, then the 3,600, and then the 3,000 would have had to have been passed in Congress. No one's denying that. I was the one who was unaware of that money specifically coming from the 2021 bill that you talked about. Now that I do know, all of this is still proposed. The point of contention was that you were saying Kamala Harris, none of her plan was permanent, when that was an unfair claim to make.
No,
based
no,
on
it
that
wasn't
was
unfair.
passed in Congress.
So if you know that it has to be passed in Congress, right, and that 2021 credit was a proposal for that tax break for that 1 year, you do understand that it would require the act of Congress to make it permanent, right? So
Yes.
even if her goal was for it to be permanent, the plan itself that she proposed was only for 1 year until Congress could step in. That's what my entire
One
argument.
provision specifically, yes.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying the first time.
No, Erica
plan was not-
here, and she
her
was
plan was
simply
not-
saying that was a part of her overall.
I understand. Again, I'm
where
going
this whole
to
comes
say this one more time. I understand what Kamala Harris said she wanted to do, but her plan, her actual proposal was only for 1 year. That was my entire argument. There was no need to come up and say, well, this is what she wanted to do. She coulda, shoulda, woulda. I don't care what she wanted to do. What she put on paper was only good for 1 year. That is exactly what the argument
Portion
was
of it.
I was making.
Okay, hey Hector, can you make the disconnect for my sake? Because at this point, my head is spinning. Preferably without a goddamn interruption. Like, where's the confusion?
I believe we're all on the same page now, but I believe the initial point of contention, or at least how it was perceived, that they were saying the entirety of the plan was based off this one provision, which that was clarified. But all of this is proposed, so it really didn't need to get here.
No, it was simply based off of making a comparison between Trump's child tax plan as far as putting money into these accounts, which I said the child tax credit was spendable, right? Whereas his plan was going into an account where parents could put money towards it every single year, and it was not spendable. It would accrue interest. Whereas the child tax credit doesn't necessarily go for the child; it goes to the parent, and it's spendable. And in most cases, people that get these increased child tax credits, and not saying they don't spend it on their children, but they don't go into bank accounts typically. They don't take that $6,000 and just throw it into a bank account.
It's for low income people, obviously.
Yeah, low income individuals are going to use it for things like bills. They might put a down payment on a car. They may, buy their children clothes. They use it for things that are immediate. When you're low income, that's typically what you do. You don't have the luxury of being able to go and put it into a savings. What this does is it allows the parent to be able to contribute to it, but the parent can't touch it. Therefore, when the child gets old enough, then they can use it for what they need to use it for, and it's not being spent, frivolously, as one may say. Now, personally, I don't think people just go out and take their tax returns and just spend it on whatever, but some people do.
So, okay, well, this would be a personal responsibility thing. Anyone could have done that with their tax credits under either plan. It didn't need to happen under the big, beautiful bill. But sure, you want to make an argument they couldn't touch it? Cool, now they can't touch it. But I would just leave that back up to personal responsibility. Make an account if you want to better your kid.
It's all about what the parent wants to do.
We're praising Trump for
And
simply
at the
making
end
an
of the
account
day,
for
you're
someone
right.
who could have made an
If-
account for
if it's-
himself to
if-
put money
if a
in that
parent
account
chooses
to
to
better
take the
their
child
child
tax
long term.
credit and
This
they
is
do
fucking
the
stupid.
seemingly right thing and open up
It's still
an account for their kid and let it accrue interest or whatever, and they don't touch it, yes, because that's the parent's choice. In this case, there's a bit of autonomy there with the parent, but then also there's some controls, there's some guardrails. They can't just go into the account and spend it.
We know Republicans hate autonomy.
Okay, nice rebuttal, bro.
But I have a question. Are you guys arguing that Donald Trump's freaking $1,000 accounts are better than a child tax credit being increased?
I think they're meaningless in comparison. I would prefer something that can accrue interest that you can pay into.
But
like that's wild.
I would say you're wrong because under Biden, when they expanded the child tax credit, we saw the wealth grab close dramatically compared to what it was prior to there being the child tax credit being expanded during the COVID pandemic.
The wealth gap closed
Regarding to
W's in
rate
the chat.
across
W's in the
various
chat for
races,
getting
the
us
gap
up to
between various races regarding their
500,000
incomes, there is a closing in the gap.
500,000
Give me a
likes.
second.
Big W said
But
everyone
also,
double tapping
JD Vance
that screen.
himself
I appreciate every last
did
one of
say
you.
that
Pat
Donald
yourselves on the
Trump
back. Pat yourselves on the
administration
back.
planned on raising the child tax
Fuck it,
credit
let's
to
see if we can get out this
$5,000.
system, okay? I think we're going to conclude in a bit. I don't think I'm going to another live.
Okay.
I do remember that.
So if this is such a bad policy, your own vice president literally
racism and
ran on that same exact policy.
I didn't say that it was a bad thing. I
meantime,
would be
between
all
time,
for
thank you
increasing
guys
the
so much for
child
your
tax
support over here.
credit.
Those are on the
I didn't
side.
say
Thank
that
you
it
for
was
tuning in,
bad.
showing
I would
support
say
as
that
well.
it's better
If you're
than
not subscribed
giving
yet, hit that subscription
$1,000.
button. Hit that subscription
Like,
button.
I'm not
on the
saying that
YouTube
that's
side.
bad, but it
We
isn't.
go live every
That's
single
not the
Sunday
same
doing
as.
MAGA
That's
Hunting
not
every single
actually
Saturday at
helping
3 p.m. CST,
with poverty.
and then randomly throughout
You're
the
not
week,
reducing
hit that
poverty by
subscription
giving
button if you
someone
love the conversation
$1,000
so far.
to put into a
Best way to
savings
support
account.
the platform, all of you,
Sir,
links in the bio once
like,
again. Cash
you're
App,
not- you
PayPal,
can't
and
be this
Venmo.
dense,
Those
right?
of you on the
That's not
YouTube
dense.
side, give me
Hold
some
on.
a super
That's
chat.
reality.
Hector
Hold on,
talks
sir.
with
Number
two
I'm sorry,
R's
your host.
or
I got
Hector
you.
Pal with
Number
two O's
one,
and two R's. Thank you for the
they can't
follows.
even access
Thank
the
you so
funds
much for the
until they
follows,
turn
y'all.
18.
But yeah, we're about to
doing
wrap
what
it
you're
up in a bit.
supposed
So
to
do all the
do
good things.
as
Also,
a
let's see if we can get this goal
diligent
knocked
parent,
down here.
and you're
Do all the
adding
good things.
money
We have a couple more
into
of
this
the
account.
hot cocos.
Whether
Hot
it's
cocoa gifts?
$50,
Clear that out
$100 here,
and
maybe
end this shit.
$150 here, whatever the case is, or even child support funding that you're receiving from the parent who's not there. How much money should be into that account by the time you turn 18? You make it seem like as if it's just a one deposit of $1,000.
Because how are low income families supposed to use that?
Wait a minute. If
Money
can I
regularly.
interject here?
Oh my
This is
God.
common sense. Lower income families don't get much help there.
Yeah.
It's obviously not common sense, bro. It's
See,
This is the key
problem that we
difference, I would
have
say,
with
is that
today's
when
I see
you
how the fuck
Billy,
it's not common
I'm
sense.
telling you.
my whatever your name is, the
My
key
name's
difference
Mother.
is that people who are in low income do not have disposable income to just be putting into a savings account. That's the whole
Bro.
reason why they
No,
and
thing.
the reason can
Hold
you
up.
not
There is no. Here's the thing.
while I
It's
speak?
that really cut and dry.
Okay, so hold on. To the
Go ahead, Mother.
the American Rescue Plan expanded child tax credit was only for 1 year.
Yeah.
And you're saying that it decreased the racial wealth gap. So while there was some racial income inequality at the bottom of the distribution, so it did reduce it some in the 10th and 25 percentiles, but that's different from wealth inequality, right?
Well, I used the wrong term. I'm sorry, but besides that doesn't change the fact that, as I said, people do not have disposable income to be just putting into this account that you're talking about. You're making the assumption that poor people are going to suddenly just start putting their money that they have to literally spend every single dollar because they're living paycheck to paycheck into a savings account, when you could actually be using good policies like expanding the child tax credit as proposed by Democrats in 2024, which we already saw that works in 2021 when we saw childhood poverty fall by 5.2%, fell to 5.2%, the lowest on record. That's the lowest the child poverty has been. And that was with the expansion of the child tax credit via the American Rescue Plan.
Yeah, and then that quickly increased when we had 9% inflation in 2022.
But that see, you're just adding things. That's besides the point.
Yeah,
That is not. Did we not see a dramatic decline in childhood poverty just because we expanded that tax credit? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. You don't need to start adding in inflation.
All right, I just want to read something real quick. The CEA estimates that under a scenario of average returns on the U.S. stock market, Trump account balance for a baby born in 26 will be roughly $303,800 by the age of 18 and $1 million by the age of 28 if maximum contributions are made. Like, I just don't understand.
Are y'all not fucking listening?
I got you. Shut the hell up. Here's the thing, right?
Wait that fucking long.
I got you. Shut the hell up. Go wait in the queue. Wait in the queue again. How about that? So my whole thing, Jonah, is that I'm not going to sit up here and try to dictate or try to pocket watch other people to determine what they can and what they can't put into their Trump saving to their child's Trump savings account. I'm just not going to do that. Like I said, there's no way. I don't care if I was at the bottom of the barrel, right? There's no way that if I'm working, I can at least put $25 in there, $50 in there. And then it also says that your job can also contribute as well. I guess we'll have to see how that part turns out, but there's just no reason for that at all whatsoever. People might be poor and broke, but they're not that broke, right? Get your priorities in order.
Do you realize that people can't afford to go to, like, what do you mean you're not going to pocket watch? It's not pocket watching. It's freaking common sense. Over 60% of Americans are living.
You're literally dictating what people can put into this account. You're saying who can put what and who can't.
I'm saying you're acting as if you're acting as if this is not better is what I'm telling you, is that this is just something where Donald Trump's name is literally on something. That's all it is. If the majority of these people who are going to be getting this tax, be getting these accounts, cannot actually add to these accounts, this amount of money, it's not going to be monumental in comparison to if you were actually giving children and their families the ability to actually have $3,500 of additional income every single year. That's
They're just
far
gonna
more
fucking
substantial
spend it
than
on
giving
dumb shit.
someone
What the fuck you
1K.
mean?
And exactly. And this is why I don't have Trump doing it the way he's doing it, right? There's a lot of parents out here who get these returns because they're claiming their children. And yet I'm almost willing to bet majority of them are not spending that child tax credit money that they're getting in the appropriate manner. That's not up for debate. I'm sure some are, but I'm sure a lot aren't. Just like child support, right? You got fathers out here who are paying child support to help take care of the child, right? But I guarantee you a lot of that child support money, the mom's only spending about maybe 50 or 65% of that money on the child. She's spending the rest to go get her hairs and nails done, probably getting a tune up, probably getting her eyebrows waxed.
Getting a tune up on the car that takes those kids to and from school?
Bro, it doesn't matter, right? That
It
money
does matter.
The
I'm
money,
sorry.
the
And actually,
money,
you're right. It doesn't matter how she spends that money because that's hers.
Hello. The money is supposed to benefit and help the child, right? This is why the mom should have a job. If your car needs a tune-up, take that out of your paycheck that you get every other week, every month, once a week, whatever the damn case is.
I understand that people are working more than one job and they still can't afford to sometimes do tune-ups to go to and from work, childcare, and everything else. What was that estimate that you gave earlier with the tax, the accounts and the 1,000 over time?
$303,000 or something.
I heard something about 300,000 after 18 or some shit. I don't know what that was.
That's what the max contribution of a $5,000 annual limit. And then you also have low.
They don't have that.
Well, hold on. That's annually. So you can have a $2,500. Your employer can contribute to it, and $1,000 seed deposit from the government. So that's
Well, employer matches potential. They haven't guaranteed that. That's potential.
I said that's exactly what I was trying to say. Is if
But
the
that's not
employer
what you
can't,
said.
I
You
said
said
the-
your employer could
I
match
said I said they can contribute up to $2,500 per year. That is what I said.
I'll let you. Okay, I'll wait.
So the $5,000 per year is max. That can come from parents, guardians, and other individuals. The employers can do $2,500 per year, but that counts towards the $5,000 limit. And then you have $1,000 government seed deposit, but that does not count against the $5,000 limit. So that's also with low cost. It's restricted to low cost U.S. index funds. So it's on the S&P 500. And then what you have is it's basically a 529 plan where it's tax-free growth, and there's high contribution limits, kind of like a 529 plan, but not exactly, right? And it's essentially, yeah, you're right. There are parents that might look at that money. I don't know if it's a zero floor. Here's the issue, and I get what you guys are saying, and I'm not saying you're wrong about parents might needing their tax return to spend on a tune-up on their car, okay? I'm not stating, and I'm not saying that the plan doesn't work or won't work, or that maybe Kamala Harris's plan wasn't going to work either. Because, like I said, I am all for
The
increasing
only
the child
reason why
tax
she's
credit.
pushing back
I
is
think that's
because the
something we
host
should
said
do.
something bad
But
about
if you
single
want
moms
to
or
look at
moms
this
that are getting
objectively,
moms
and
that are getting
you want to have a plan
child
put in
support, and the
place,
host
can
said
we
some
increase
shit
the
that hit
child
her in
tax
the gut.
credit
Yep.
simultaneously
Yep.
while doing this tax plan? Because I haven't
Host
heard
spoke out about
anything
something, it
where
hit her
Congress or
personally,
Trump
and
is
now
saying we
he's
shouldn't
now she's
increase the
over here.
child tax credit. Because as a matter of fact, the Republicans were introducing bills as early as last year
The
trying
DoorDash
to increase the
lawyer
child
gets
tax credit. The
supplement
Senate was doing that.
parents
So
child
this is not it's not whether or not we should do either or, right? Or can we do both? And can we encourage
She's over
parents
here
to take the
pretzeling
money from the
herself to
child
make
tax
it
credit if we
to-
do
to
increase
not
it,
anger the
right?
wrath of the people
Can the
that she's
parents put
friends
some
with, while
sort of
also
money when they
not
do get a
to-
tax
not to seem
return?
like
They
she's
oftentimes get upwards of
completely a fucking
$5,000,
misogynist by
$6,000.
talking against-
Can a
by not
parent
trying
take
to call him out for
$1,000
that
from their
bullshit
tax
rant.
return from each child instead of going and spending it all? Because I don't think a tune-up costs $5,000 unless you got a BMW. Okay, I think you can put some money towards your child's contribution into an account so that they could later have it on. You want generational wealth? You can't do that by sitting there complaining and saying, well, I don't have money to put towards savings. You're going to have to at some point.
Why would we trust the government to do this?
I mean, trust yourself to do it. You could do it this. You don't have to trust the government.
Anyone can do it. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind of
anybody
my
can
point.
do it. So the plan is the plan. Either you're going to take advantage of it or not. If you don't want to, you can easily go and open up an IRA account for your child. You can easily go and open a savings account and do the exact same thing I just said. So no, you don't need to trust the government. You could just do it on your own.
But hold on. I mean, but you trusted Carmela to give you the highest child tax credit, didn't you?
Put some respect on her name.
I
That's
think
your fucking
child
vice
tax credits is
president.
different from trusting the government with that type of fund for your child. They're two different things.
No. Oh my gosh, bro.
Also,
Kamala Harris was
okay. If I may respond, in regards to the things that Maud said, with people being able to like start these savings accounts, open up these IRAs, and things of that nature, is the government also going to be offering free financial literacy tests? Because
No, it just went on pause because it's the web version of TikTok. It'd be shitty.
20% of Americans were good at demonstrating financial literacy, and in 2023 it was at 25%. So I would like, are they going to be offering free financial literacy tests? Has Mod, has Trump said anything about that?
I don't know, but the U.S.
Literacy
government-
classes. I'm sorry.
So free, So right now, the U.S. government funds and supports free literacy programs for children and adults. Most of that you can take advantage of through your state agencies, schools, libraries, nonprofits.
By the way.
There's actually the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Program that quite literally supports. It's free. It's from birth through age for grade 12, and it focuses on high-need communities. You also have the National Center for Improving Literacy, Innovative Approaches to Literacy grants. Those are for children. Adults, there is Adult Education and Family Literacy Act and the Adult Literacy and Education Initiative. You can find that through the Department of Labor. So if you go and search the National Literacy Directory, there are hundreds of free programs that you guys can take advantage of right now, free.
Scott Bessent did say today in an interview on Face of the Nation that they would be doing something regarding financial literacy, but they haven't finished the framework of the plan, obviously.
I think that's
okay, but even I'm sorry.
I think it's an excellent. Thank you for bringing that up because I'm glad to tell everybody about this because I'm big on financial literacy. I think it's highly important. Like I've stressed this to my kids. I have 5 children. I stress this to my kids all the time, and I have to be very fiscally conservative when it comes to that because they all think, well, Mom, you're rich. No, I'm not. But no, I'm not. And it's difficult being a mom. Even when I was a single mom, it's difficult to try to save money. And at the same time, trust me, I'm a parent too. I am literally not putting anybody down here.
I told you when he said that shit.
If you're going to say that there's
when he said that shit, it hurt her.
This is not going to work.
That's why she's
try
changing.
to just take one of those free classes.
That's why she changed her
I implore
entire
you to do
tune
it.
after
It's
that.
free. It
I
won't
didn't know
take
she
you.
got.
She was
It's free
hot.
for your
She was
time.
hot, and
I'm so glad you brought that up, Erica. Thank you, because that did remind me. I wanted to tell people about those literacy programs. You can find it. Local libraries do it all the time. You can even go to your bank and ask them, do they offer financial literacy classes? Thank you for bringing that up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so my whole thing with it though is that something that Donald Trump has a tendency to do is he has a tendency to like shake your hand with the right and like, you know, poke you in the back with the left. All right. Title 4A funding. All right. Because that, and I just saw it in the comments, but Ma, that was good advice. I think that everyone should take financial literacy classes. And you're right, the government does offer those. However, Donald Trump has proposed cutting funding to those programs. Right, within his budget that he has. He has proposed cutting funding to those programs. I'm looking more into it because I don't want people to get excited about something, but then they don't know how to use it. I don't want people to get excited about something and then it's convoluted. So I'm going to keep looking into Title 4A and I want to see exactly what Donald Trump has cut from it, specifically in regards to, again, Title 4A, which handles the part about financial literacy, those programs. So that's what I want to look into and that's what I'm going to be doing. And then we can go over it. Right. But yeah, Donald Trump, because this was part of the.
So again, right? I just looked it up, and it says during his presidency and the recent budget proposal, Donald Trump pursued policies that would have significantly cut funding from various federal education and student aid programs, some of which include financial literacy education as a component. However, the administration also proposed a new initiative called Trump Accounts, hence is what we're talking about, aimed at building financial literacy and long-term wealth. So, I mean, take that out.
But what part of the Trump accounts comes with financial literacy?
Yeah.
Like what part of
They're
it?
just saying you have
That's
an
the thing.
account.
Yeah, they're just saying you have the account.
That's what Scott
So
Besson
what
made it
part
sound
of
like.
it?
I mean,
This is where learning what interest does and what learning what investing does and how that can those accounts grow over time. And the more that you add to those or add on to them or back those accounts up with stuff like high yield savings accounts and stuff like that, that in itself will teach financial literacy. Because
if people had money to do that, they would.
We appreciate you speaking from a place of privilege.
I want to correct something here. First of all, the Title 4A funding is specifically for STEM programs. It's provide access for well-rounded education, improving school conditions and use of technology. But as far as those were distributed based off of the Title I formula. But here's the thing. The proposal to the Title 4A funding was actually to eliminate it as a standalone program and consolidate it into the K-12 simplified program. So that block grant would combine all 18 programs. So that includes Title I, Title II, and Title 4A, and arts education and after school into a single $2 billion grant. And then that current funding for those programs totals $6 billion, so that would represent around a 70% cut. But those were administrative burdens. That was for administrative costs, not to the actual program. And I'm looking at it right here. So,
and I'm looking at it too, also.
Yeah. So
and with this, because it uses the formula grant, all right, and it was for well-rounded schools, and part of that, all right, was to go towards financial literacy programs for children.
Okay.
And that's why I said I am looking into it.
Okay.
That's why I said I'm looking into it.
Okay.
To see exactly what was cut from it.
All right. So does the Trump accounts require children to be financially literate, or does it require the parent to be financially literate?
I'm unaware of any requirements in it.
Neither.
I'm unaware of any requirements.
I would say that if these accounts, if they're going to be attached to any sort of financial literacy, it should be geared more towards the parents. So the Title 4A funding wouldn't have anything to do with these Trump accounts.
Yeah. So 18 billion specifically under Title I, that program was cut, and that goes into TRIO, which does have subsectors that teach financial literacy. That's one of the cuts that Erica was referencing.
So the Title 4A funding with the well-rounded education that includes programs for economics, personal finance, and financial literacy would be grouped under college and career readiness. So they're just grouping things together.
You're talking about the overseement of some of the grant programs.
Yeah, but again, for this program, I don't think the Title 4A funding has anything to do with the Trump accounts. That's all I'm saying. I think that the parents, we should hyper focus on parental financial literacy rather than stating that, you know, this Title 4A funding somehow is connected to these Trump accounts. I don't think that has anything to do with anything. Do we need children to be financially literate? Yes. Yes, we do. But there are free programs to which they can also apply for. But I don't think this is connected. That's why I'm saying I don't know why we're trying to create this nexus, because it doesn't exist.
The nexus would be that if the children get to take over these accounts at the age of 18, then they're going to have to be prepared to actually handle that money. Because it's not like a 529 where with a 529, the parent is still the administrator. So the parent is the one who gets to take out that money and spend it on tuition and books and housing and whatnot for the child when they're going to school. But with the MAGA account, if this is going to go into the child's name at 18 years old, then the child's going to have to know what to do with this money, are they not? So wouldn't we want the children?
But listen.
Okay, I just make
this is up, like, number one.
Debbie's in the chat to Ange for the $5.
Like,
have a
this
safe
comes
drive
with
home. Thank you for a great
parenting,
live. I
This comes
appreciate you,
with
Ange.
teaching
Thank you so much.
our children morals and responsibility, and once again, financial literacy, bro. Like, you start your kid off young. That way, when they get older, they don't depart from it, right? This is why teaching your children about saving, right, and savings accounts are so important. From the moment they're able to start going to work, you want to install that right away. Install that. This is your savings. This is for your future events. Don't touch this money. Every time you get paid, you're going to put 25, 30, 40% of the money of your check into your savings account, and you're just going to accumulate it. This is how you're going to purchase your car. This is how you're going to be able to go to graduation, or not graduation, but the trips before graduation. Like, it's teaching your child to be financially responsible. No one should be depending on the damn government to teach your child that. That's just my opinion.
I don't think anyone implied that you should rely on the government for it. But yeah, sure. That would involve making sure the next generation is properly educated. And I think that is threatened with what's taking place with the Department of Education or the revisionist history that the Trump administration is spearheading.
Is it possible that we can, just like you said, because being a conservative, I don't necessarily think that I would trust the government to teach my children financial literacy, given the fact that half of them aren't financially literate. We have a deficit that grows every single year. I think I'm much better equipped to teach my children finance and economics. I have a degree in it. Here's the problem. I agree with you, right? So is it up to me, like Trumpabelli, to his point, if we both agree that the government is not to be trusted when it comes to financial literacy, then can we take advantage of the fact that it's up to the parent to either teach themselves financial literacy or for them to go out and find the programs that help that parent, then therefore help their child, and make sure that you instill those things in your children as they grow. Can we at least agree on that we don't want the government anywhere near, just because they provide an account doesn't mean that we have to take their financial advice. Is it possible that we can agree here that leave the government out of financial literacy because we don't trust any of them, and let's agree that parents should be educated on finances? Can we agree on that?
I cannot agree with that more. And I would just only add on to that. I also have no issue with any type of funding through the government that parents or children would have access to expand on their financial literacy as well, which I don't think anyone here disagrees with.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone disagrees with people having financial literacy. I would want everyone to have that in an ideal world. My only concern is simply the fact that this for low income people and let's say like lower middle income people, like the people, the quarter of Americans who are living paycheck to paycheck who don't have that extra money to put into the account. So we have those people. We also have like Americans who don't even have like, what is it? About 40% of Americans don't even have $1,000 that they could pull from right now. If they need it, like $1,000 emergency, they don't have that. And so that's why I think that okay, let's do the Trump accounts. Let's do the Trump accounts. But then also, because I haven't heard anything this year, Maud. You mentioned last year. I haven't heard anything this year. Let's increase the child tax credit and let's make it permanent and let's see if we can give parents more money immediately in their
Can we get the
pockets.
600K before
All
we
right,
end?
and let them have these accounts.
Let's get the 600K before
I
we
think
end.
that's something that we should do, and I think you mentioned that earlier. All right, and if that's what you said,
I
then by
just
all
can't
means, I
agree
agree with
with
it.
that.
It's always more.
I just can't.
don't get it.
I just can't agree with that for the simple fact. Once again,
Of course, the
we
black
all
man
know
and
for
the white
sure
woman can't
that there
agree.
are parents who are financially irresponsible.
Wait, I
I'm
thought we
just-
just agreed that everyone's going to be getting financial aid. I'm so confused.
Here's my problem. You can't sit here and tell me that every single household or parent in this country can't put $40 a week or a paycheck aside.
That's what I said, or even 25.
That's $80 a fucking month. That's over That's over $900
Is she
a
serious?
year.
Can I
That's
get a
going in.
second?
That's over $900 a year going into an account for your kid that is accruing interest. That is being fucking matched. I don't understand the problem. Don't tell me that parents don't go out to eat, that
Literally
they don't
low
spend
and
dumb
middle
money, that they don't
class
Klarna, that they don't TikTok shop, that they don't spend their money on all kinds of shit,
"Can you
but
put
don't put $40 a
aside?"
paycheck
Like,
away for
what?
their kids' fucking schools or life
Yeah,
or
you
future
want
or
them.
anything else.
Can I
Don't
get a
tell me
second?
that. Don't.
I'm new to the panel. Is it okay if I speak real quick?
Go, please, sir. Go.
Yeah, what I would say is I'm really successful now. My kids are financially literate. My twins are bought a home. My son's going to the Air Force. My other son's a correction officer. My daughter's in college. They've been working since they were 14 years old. They understand money. But I got to tell you, when we got them child credit tax returns, it was saving our lives. Okay, we needed to get beds. We needed dishwasher, washer and dryer, new fridge, paying off credit cards. You know, we were so broke. We would leave $1 in our account so we could go pump gas, overdraft, just so we could have enough gas to make it to work the rest of the week. So I would overdraft just enough so that I don't get the overdraft fee, so I could have gas until payday. So I ain't had no $20 to put aside. And that's just real life. My kids are financially, thank God I'm successful now. You know, I make a decent pay. I work a great job and my kids are doing excellent. And that's only
But
because
again,
I have financial
right?
literacy. So I agree with you guys.
But again,
But that
Mr.
money for
Hold on.
me, real quick, I promise I'll land right here.
You interrupting
Host,
him with
you
your
were talking about
bullshit.
spending money on hair and nails and things, and I just hate that that's the picture that comes to your mind when you think about what real
No. It's not a
do
picture.
with that money.
Sir. This isn't a picture, right? This is what I've witnessed in my time growing up in that class, right? Being raised and born around that type of environment. This is just what I've seen throughout my life, right? Arguments and fights happening over money and funds of dad sending money to the mom to take care of funds. She spends it on something else. So she's calling the father, asking him for the money. And he's like, damn, I just gave you $1,200 bucks. What happened to the money? Like, what did you do with it? Sure enough, well, I had to get my hair done. I had to get my nails done for this party. I had to do this. I had to do that. And again, right, I'm not saying that's everyone, but I'm a witness to it. I've seen it. I've heard it. I've seen
No
fights
denying
break
it's
out
happening.
because of that.
I just wanted to show another side. That's all.
And that's fine. But again, with me, I also feel, right, that it's very important. And I think y'all might not like what I'm going to say, but it's, again, these are my opinions, right? And of course it happens, but this is the difference between us and them, right? As Black folks, we're pumping out children and we're getting these women pregnant, right?
I knew it.
But financially,
What is happening?
I got you. You could always leave, right? But financially,
I knew it.
we
Just
weren't
the
ready
way
to
that
have
he was
these
talking
children.
about
But things
child
happen. We get
support,
caught up in the
way
heat in the
that he
moment,
was talking
right?
about,
We're nutting in these women. Next thing you know, she's pregnant. Neither of us are financially
Y'all,
ready for a
these
child.
FBA
So then you go through what you're going through. This is why it's important to make sure you have your ducks lined up before you decide to have children. Again, y'all don't gotta like what I say. This is a platform.
Hold
I
on.
can speak
Why
whatever.
do you just make that a Black thing? Especially considering, as someone who grew up in the Deep South in very small towns with people who live below the poverty level, their whole method, especially when it comes to the Bible and be fruitful, multiply and stuff, is popping out kids left and right, stuffing them all into a freaking Prius, or better yet, a Geo Tracker, and then somehow managing life working at a Walmart. Like, this isn't common or exclusive to Black people. Why did you single out Black people when it comes to that?
Because once again, right, I'm speaking from my life experiences of what I've seen growing up.
That doesn't represent everyone.
Did I say it represented everyone? Once again, I'm not saying that. I'm speaking from my experiences of what I've seen. I've seen a mother and father pump out 3 or 4 kids, and the dad just can't keep a job. He'll keep a job, and then he'll get fired a month or two later, do the same thing over and over repeatedly, just not consistent with jobs. So now he's constantly calling his big brother for money who's financially stable, who has a good job in the family. Like, this is what I've seen.
I was just speaking to the general
May I
idea
say
that
something, guys?
Black people in your life. Real quick. I was just speaking to the general idea that, there were a lot of people on the panel saying that you can't tell me you can't save whatever money. I'm just telling you, there are times where I
Really
couldn't
quickly,
save that
I'm
money.
doing my best, baby
You know
blue
what I mean?
eyes,
For real.
not to
And I
bring
work
that up.
hard.
Because you want to talk about these people, then God forbid they try to get an abortion, and then you want to scream and cry pro-life.
Is Black people going hard, trying to get up out of these situations. And the Black people I'm around got homes and businesses and jobs. And so I just think that we always talk about that one negative side, which does exist, but I don't think we should deny the side of us who are doing the right thing with the money, because some people may be cheating the system. You know what I mean? And that goes for everything. And they say that they be saying like Democrats will feed everybody just in case one person is hungry, while Republicans won't feed anybody just in case one person is taking advantage and don't deserve it and didn't work for it. And that's the difference.
Can we
in
just
my opinion.
Mr. Wright, though, no one here is advocating to take away the child tax credit. No, there's not been one, even with this this plan. Instead of increasing the child tax credit, like I said before, I would advocate to increase the child tax credit. I actually like JD Vance's plan. I think that they should.
But he just copied it and made it worse.
Can I finish talking, please? I didn't interrupt anybody. Don't be rude.
Once we get up to 600K,
I like JD Vance's plan. I like the fact that if you take that $5,000, I would have even liked if we took the $6,000 and rolled it into a monthly fee, or a monthly check for children specifically. So an extra $200 and some odd per month for families every single month, instead of giving them one lump sum, which oftentimes for low-income individuals who are not financially literate, it's usually spent on things that they need in the immediate. Like, so they buy a bunch of clothes for the year, or they pay up a bunch of bills. They're behind on their rent. I have a real estate company. People do this all the time. They're like, hey, can I pay all my money during my tax return? Okay. This happens consistently, no matter, even if they're on every subsidy program you can think of. Trust me, people are still behind on their rent, and they will wait till their tax return to pay it. Okay, this is typically what happens. And I'm Mr. Wright, and I'm sorry if you feel like we're coming down on people. We're just bringing reality, right? And if people want to have better for their children, you have to start thinking differently. Like the whole social engineering aspect of changing people's way of thinking of how they do things. Okay, if you know that even that small seed at birth, by the time that child turns 18 with an 8% return, you're looking at about $4,000 by the time they do. Now, if a parent contributes $5,000 annually, at a 7% return, you're looking at about over $220,000 by the time they're 18 years old. Okay, if you take that for long-term growth and you roll that 1,000 into an IRA, by the time they're 65, they'll have $148,000. And with max contributions, that could exceed $1 million by the age 28 under those optimistic scenarios. And yes, it does. It's compounded annually based off of market volatility, right?
This is what they also.
But here's the thing, and like I said, you may not have that $20 to spend, but do you think that in the 18 years that you're growing your children and raising them, right? When you have a newborn, what would it be like if your child turned 18 years old and you can present them the gift of $1 million in an account because you contributed to it, or maybe even $500,000? How about 100,000? That's life-changing money, right?
There was just a story. There was just a story about you. There was just a story, Maude, about how this woman saved up all of her child support checks, right? Gave it to her daughter when her daughter graduated, and guess how much it was?
Much.
It was $82,000. $82,000. And see, this woman, she did right. Literally saved up all that money that she accumulated over the years. And when her daughter graduated, gave her a check for $82,000. And that was all that child support money that she accumulated throughout the years.
It was 48.
Yes. Am I 48K. Said my name.
And what?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is child support?
I think
Bro,
the
what is child
disconnect here
support got to do with
wild
this?
to me.
Child support
I just
isn't meant
told
for
you
that. Child
that
support
I
is to
would
assist the
overdraft
parent
my
while they have
account
the
because I had
child.
no
It's
money.
not a saving
And you're
account.
talking about me saving $5,000, adding $5,000 a year to account. It's laughable. But I'm back here on
That's right. I wasn't referring to you personally. I wasn't talking about you.
48K for 11 years.
Please let me finish responding, and then you can rebuttal whatever you want to say. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, yeah. Let me get you that rent when I get my tax returns. You know why? Because I got to pay for all this other stuff that I'm behind on. So I depend on that tax return to get caught up with all of the stuff that I've been juggling. And this is me working, my wife working. My kids been working since they were 14 years old. That's a fact. You feel what I'm saying? So, and then I'm telling you with all of that, and I'm doing great now. And we was able to get it together, and that's that's neither here nor there. But to the idea when you guys keep saying something about me putting money aside while at the same time you see what I mean? You get what I'm getting at?
But sweetie, this wasn't to you personally. And that's why I prefaced the fact that I said, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. And I wasn't talking about you personally and I'm glad you're doing better now. Okay. So I don't know why you took that so personal. I was referring to just think about it. If you're able to contribute 5,000, if you can't, then that's fine. I'm not vilifying parents here for not being able to. That's just the formula to think about. Even if you can do $1,000 a year, hell, if you could do $100 a year, you're doing a whole lot better than a lot of parents are doing. That's all we're saying. It is if you're going to strive towards making sure that your kids don't have to go through what you went through, I think it would be a good idea to take advantage of the account and put what you can in it. It doesn't have to be $5,000 annually, but if you can do it, if you can go, you know what, this time, this tax return, I'm going to try my hardest. If I can make it to $499,000, right? Or whatever, $4,999. If I can make it to $1,000, if I have one kid and I could contribute $1,000 per month, I'm still giving my child a chance. And someone asked me in the comments section, let me see what your kids' bank accounts are in 20 years. I have a 24-year-old right now. He has money sitting in an account that has well over six figures.
I cannot touch race.
Does he know about it? Now he does.
I'm never going to leave this panel
because he has a kid, but he had to finish college first. I don't tell my kids about my finances. They all think I'm broke, and I like it that way. That way they can't rake me through the coals, and I can offer them money when they need it. I'm a conservative. I don't spend my money. I don't live above my means. So yes, I have 5 children, and yes, all of my children I have to contribute money to. I don't get to live luxuriously. because I brought these children into this world. Yeah, I'm broke. I got 5 kids. Of course I'm broke.
All right.
Shit.
Yep. Hey, I agree. But you did. But again, you're the prime example of financial literacy, though, right? And
I
it's
know what
just
I'm
sad that all of us can't really. I don't know, Erica. Before I let you speak, let Linda go. Linda, what's going on?
Hi.
Hello, Linda. All right, I don't know what's going on with Linda. Erica, what you got?
Oh, okay. So in regards to it all, I do think a lot of anecdotal information has been shared on both sides of this. And while everyone's story is valid, I think we have to look at the data here. I've already gone over the percentage of Americans who actually have financial literacy. And of course, unfortunately, in the Black community, that number is greater. But we also want to think about those born into poverty. Okay. If you spend the majority of your life, so like half of your life in poverty, all right, the stats show that you have a greater likelihood, all right, between 35 to 46% likelihood to actually stay in poverty. All right. And this is an intergenerational study that was actually done by the Ballard Brief. If you want to go there to look at it. But yeah, so people are born into poverty and they typically, unfortunately, unalive in poverty. All right. When you are in poverty, you don't have access to financial literacy, unfortunately. Even if you want it, all right, you would have to basically try to figure a way out because here's the thing. No one is necessarily choosing to live a life of low income. No one is choosing that. All right. And Mod, I saw that you just put in the comments that it's free, but they still have to be able to access it.
Or know about it, because I don't think the average person
Exactly. And know about it.
Literally
That's what I meant
everybody
by
has a
access
phone
to.
in their hand right
Man,
now.
this is all I hear is excuses. All I hear,
Exactly. Like
all I
everybody
hear is
has a
excuses,
phone.
dog.
I'm so sorry. I
Like,
don't
ain't
know.
no
I
damn
didn't cut
way. Now,
anyone
Erica, hold
off.
on, because I get what you're saying, bro. But to me, it's
Do
just
you really know Stumper Valley?
it's excuses, though, right? Ain't no damn way that I'm gonna choose to live in poverty for 30 years of my damn
Yeah,
life.
I said that. No one
Okay.
wants to live in poverty.
Okay, so nobody has a gun to nobody's head telling them you have to live under these conditions for your entire life. No one's doing that, right? They become a product of their environment.
Isn't making an excuse though, and I do have
To
to
me
drop
it
it.
is. To me it
I
is.
just want to make that point, acknowledging the discrepancy and the fact that some of us aren't even privileged to a lot of the information that other individuals are. It isn't an excuse, and there's probably some people in the chat right now who didn't know.
Everybody in the damn hood got a damn cell phone. 13-year-old kids is walking around with cell
He is
phones.
straight on anti-black.
You can access a
this is stupid.
You can literally access a financial literacy class on the damn cell phone, bruh.
So
Like this is wild to me.
At what point?
Yeah,
at
so
what point
now,
do we
so
let me get this straight. So now Black people in the hood can't go on Google and say
No one was
where or how to
that's
invest
enough.
my money.
That's
YouTube. You can go on YouTube.
It will literally
Okay.
line that shit.
Okay. That's I wasn't.
It was straight anti. Like he is straight anti-black.
Everything is you can do this, you can do that. Let me be clear. Let me be super duper clear. Does he have a point? Yes. But I think Erica, the reason why, actually, fuck it, I'm gonna let Erica go over her point, but I would just say this. Erica brought up the fact that typically when you're born into poverty, which we know black people have generation to generation, it's how do I say this in a way that's not gonna sound fucking weird? When it's all you know, it's all you know.
Exactly.
And I'm like,
I didn't even bring up the fact that I'm sorry, Hector, but I didn't even bring up the fact that between that 35 to 42% of people who are, I'm sorry, 46% of people who are born into poverty die in poverty, is that for Black people, all right, it's about 4 times that, which is absolutely awful, all right, but they don't want to have that conversation. They don't want to have that conversation, not at all. All right, because that conversation for them, all right, will be an excuse. Because I made it out. I made it out. Look at
Mhm.
me. I made it out. Like, give me a break. They don't understand intergenerational poverty. They literally don't understand anything. They're super hyper individualistic, which is a tenet of white supremacy, and they are in a chokehold. Literally, white supremacy has their asses in a fucking chokehold, and they won't release. It just really won't release.
It,
I
so much privilege. The privilege was like, and to be clear, we're not knocking privileged people, but the way privileged people go about life, not acknowledging their no, I'm saying it's if you're privileged, congratulations, good for you, especially if you worked for that shit. That's amazing. That's fantastic. But what I can't fucking stand about so many people, whether it's white, black, whatever, but especially fucking coon ass niggas, is when they make themselves the exceptional Negro. And it's when I did it so everybody can do it. And oh, this must mean a bigger problem, which means just black people are stupid and we just don't have the. That's the problem that I have. I'm in a privileged position, and I'm not rich by any means, but I'm in a privileged position to have some of the things that I have, to know some of the people that I know. That's helped me personally with financial literacy and several other things. I'm a privileged person in that regard, and all I ever try to do is, if I can, put other people on game, not put people down. I knew he was already going to be going down that road, which his friend Maud there tried to save him a little bit with her cleanup later on of we're not saying this and I'm not trying to be this, is when he started off with they're buying wigs, they're buying this, they're buying that. Okay, so there's some hood rats. There's some hood rats.
So
okay.
anti-black.
Okay. Every time people like that say shit like that, especially when that's all that they say, that's all that they have to offer a conversation about black people, it paints this picture and narrative, especially for the chat full of white people that were there, that's all we have. That's the best we got. That's all we know. That's our norm. That's the fucking problem I have with these conversations and these coon ass niggas. But
Man, I'm about to be on my Casso shit, yo, and say fuck talking to these black conservatives, yo. That was infuriating. Like that really upset me to the point. Oh, Hector, this is why I keep a small panel. But that really infuriated me to the point to where I literally, bro, was like, "Are these people serious?" Because they're all. And that gentleman that came up there, Mr. Wright, and told his story, and like to show the other side of the coin, and they completely dismissed him, and then Mod like low-key shaded him, was really, really fucked up. Like you don't do that to people, first of all. But okay, you both got to share both sides of the same coin. Okay, you got to share both sides. All right, now can we actually look at actual facts and discuss that? No, we can't, because all they want to do is put on their personal opinions about everything. It's absolutely crazy.
I got annoyed because Maud tried to then walk back her shit. She really fucking tried to walk back her shit. The whole reason why we got into that argument about Kamala's tax plan was because she was trying to paint it as if the entirety of the fucking thing was temporary. And it's like, no, the 6,000 was temporary. Yes. Then she's like, the rest of it was temporary. I'm like, what? No. And then everything else would be proposed. She really tried to make a thing where nowhere can you find that Kamala Harris intended for it to be permanent. Yes, the fuck you can. And it's all dependent on if it gets passed. That was fucking annoying because we spent way too much time on that stupid ass topic. And then everything else where it's like we're talking about if you put 5,000 here and do this, this is gonna become 1 million by this. Who the fuck doesn't know that? Broke ass people know that. Broke ass people can't do it. That's the point.
I just like that the host chin checked Mod with the anti-black comments. Like straight up chin checked her to the point where she was walking shit back. She was trying to make good. Like,
anywho,
Hector,
I wanted to get into racism. I should have started earlier. It's second that Matt guy dropped, I should have said, yeah, so about his racism, because we're sitting here doing fucking financial literacy things from people who are in better positions than the average individual. Better yet, they want to talk about this literacy stuff. What are they doing for the people around them? How are they trying to help them? I don't know. It just irritates me.
I'm sorry, Hector.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Hector, what I was gonna say, like my big thing is like obviously giving people this account is not a bad thing necessarily, but what they're failing to realize is we were clearly saying that people cannot afford it if they are actually like the 60 to 67% of people that are living paycheck to paycheck, they cannot afford to be just putting money into that. But even beyond that, it's just these accounts there's not a stipulation. It's not based on a tax bracket, or there's no limit on the income. Anyone can get these accounts. It's on children that are born in 2026.
Yeah.
That's anyone. That means that is going to benefit the wealthiest of people in this country. Those are the people that are going to be having $1 million for their children at the end of this. It's not going to be the poor people that literally can't afford to even pay for childcare currently. So it's not like it just doesn't actually lift people out of poverty like the child tax credit did when they expanded it in the American Rescue Plan. It doesn't do the same thing. That's just not what it's meant to do. It's going to benefit the wealthiest people in this country, and the wealth gap is going to continue to expand.
Yeah, I think when this is all said and done, the data on it is going to be very interesting into how much of the poor people that they think this is going to help actually are going to be able to contribute to these accounts or have it. And mind you, we're still in the legislative part of these plans. So we don't know what these requirements or caps or stipulations and all this stupid stuff is going to be. In which case, I think we're going to really see who's going to impact already more than what we already know by the time the fine print is said and done. But no, like I said on the panel, when it comes to Americans getting money from the government because they pay so much in taxes into something that would benefit them, I am all for it. I would still argue that Kamala Harris's child tax credit expansion would have helped significantly starting 2026 for so many people. And then they didn't go over the fact that Trump's ones would have reduced over time. Like,
I mean, 100% would have. They did not want to be genuine about the proposal plan and acting as if she would not have just had to go through the same process to get the big beautiful bill passed. Like, B, they didn't want to acknowledge.
That's why I got pissed off.
Yeah, that was like hella pissed me off. Then B, they didn't want it. They weren't acknowledging that a child tax credit does more for the family immediately versus saying, I'm gonna give here's $1,000, you can't touch it, no one can touch it, deal with it until the child is 18 or something. Like,
yeah, I think it was 18, but then they could kept the account up until they're 20 something. They would just switch over to the now adult child, something like that. I haven't read the fine print of that. I never bothered about it because personally, I didn't even think it was actually going to happen. But maybe it is. We'll see. I'm very curious as to where we're gonna get that money from, because off the bat, and I meant to bring this up in the conversation. We're already having the billionaires have to contribute to it to get it going because we don't have the fucking money for it. It's really funny to me. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Any case, I gotta get the fuck up out of here.
yeah.
So
I'm bouncing.
I'm
Thank
going
you
to
for having
do.
me up.
Kit, did you have anything? I'm not sure Kit's even available. Kit may have fallen asleep or busy doing something. If you did have anything, Kit, just come back up. Olive, final thoughts.
Thanks for having me up. Next time I want to be uncartoned and I want to be the permanent crash out cracker. Thank you. Have a good night.
By all means, I'm not always going to record it. Thank you so much, that short guy, for knocking out the final crown gift goal. I'll probably set one more big one, see if we can conclude it on our way out. I do need to, probably next time I'm going to try to have less people on the panel, just so we can't, Kit can't talk. Okay, thank you, Kit. Just so we can make sure that we're clearly hearing everyone on the panel sometimes. Because I know I talk to interrupt for the PSAs and stuff. And sometimes you guys have to say things as well. But we do want to try and keep that to a minimum. Outside of that, what else was I going to say? We didn't really do many panels tonight, did we?
No, you stayed pretty
One,
hard.
two,
Stayed for a while.
three.
Three? Maybe?
Oh my God, yeah, just three. It was the one about the First Amendment, which I didn't even get into everything else. We never got to touch Mahmoud Khalil. They didn't fully address how Trump's weaponization of Section D of that executive order could have been, again, anyone who shows any type of contention for this administration through the American flag can get deported and detained and all this stupid shit just because they pissed Trump off. That's really what I was trying to get to. It's like, this isn't about like the law that determines, hey, if you're a threat to America and you're saying some crazy shit, we'll have to detain you and deport you because you're just, you know, a threat. It was Trump deems you a threat because you're an immigrant off the bat and because you showed criticism to his policies. That's the issue. But on that note, Manny, final thoughts.
Yeah, two things. First, I know I talk a lot. My bad, guys. I'd just be upset, but I didn't want to go over there because I crash out. Anyway, secondly, thank you to everybody who went into the link tree and donated to Blue. Thank you all for everyone who did that. I appreciate that. Blue appreciates that a lot. We were communicating back and forth as well. So thank you guys. Love y'all. You know, take care of yourself. Mental health.
God bless you.
This one,
God bless you.
I just feel like Black is just a lot worse.
God bless you.
I don't know. Black would be eating me. Can't do it.
It's the way that host just led with some anti-black shit. That's the part. It's like if he was like, hey, you know, because we're amongst black people, I just want to say, you know, sometimes we need to do better. That's a different conversation. It's the way he led with anti-blackness, or specifically misogynoir, because the men part came after. Oh, the man. In fact, he tried to compliment. Oh, the man's giving the woman all these money and checks, and then he give her $1,200, and you can't figure out where the $1,200 went. I'm like, what? Huh? What? Anyway. Erica, final thoughts.
Hello, brother.
You gonna stop doing that?
It doesn't hit. It doesn't
Stop
work.
saying brother like that. I don't like that.
I'm gonna call you after the live.
Okay.
Okay. But no, like those, like I don't know.
bless
People
you.
just speaking from
Thank you,
a
Amanda.
place of privilege. I am by no means struggling, and I'm very thankful for what I do and for my family. However, even I understand that like people do struggle, and not everyone has access to the information in which they were talking about. They simply don't have it. All right. What are we doing here? How do you get this way? How do we get this way? Someone says 666 is above your name. Why you mute that? It says I'm evil. Your mama. Anywho, I'm gonna what? What? Hey, why you make that face? What I do? I
At
didn't
the
do
comment.
nothing. Oh, I'm not evil. I'm an angel. Did you got any more donuts that you gotta yell out or anything?
No. Looks like it at a
No.
standstill at 75.
What are we doing? Back up from your ear. Take the ear thingies out. Excuse me. You all just saw Hector. All right, literally fighting toe with toe with Blagger with some benevolent racists because they thought just because they didn't say black that they weren't being racist. All right. He also had to endure that boring ass panel. All right. Stop gifting me and hit the pay links. All right. Go give Hector those donos, guys. All right. Hit the pay links up. All right, this guy does all these awesome things for you, brings you this great entertainment. All right, and dude has to drive 3 friggin' hours back home because he did a kind thing for a friend this weekend. I need y'all to show some love. Hit those pay links. The links are in the bio. PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Like, what are we doing? Somebody send a super chat. Somebody send a super chat. 167 people in here. Everybody send $1. We can reach the goal. All right, that's it. You know what, Hector? I've decided I'm not doing MAGA hunting anymore. I'm not. The people don't deserve it because they think that your labor is free. I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
What was I going to say?
I don't know. I don't know, brother.
I was trying to think of something.
That was better.
I was not supposed to be doing this late, but y'all know why.
Yeah.
So next Sunday, these are going to be a lot earlier.
What about doing it on a? No, I like doing it on Friday. What about a Thursday or Saturday afternoon? So you can do what you want to do on Saturday night.
Well, I already have my Saturday lives at 3 p.m. And typically, depending on how that live goes, sometimes I'll drive, sometimes I'll stay home. So that's already covered. Sunday just makes sense to me, but I may switch it from Sunday because like Sundays were my chill days.
Yeah.
Typically the days where I try to take a break from mostly everything and just relax, cook, get into a good movie, go out, do something. This is really a bad idea to pick MAGA Sundays. So we may switch the day. I just don't know what other day I would do it on. Somebody snoring?
Is somebody snooping? It's not me. It wasn't me this time.
Yeah, that's grandma. Grandma snoring. That's crazy. We may switch it from Sunday, or at the bare minimum, we'll do this a lot earlier. But yeah, we really didn't get to do much actual hopping today outside of the first panel. But one thing I can kind of say, we had better, except for this last panel. That pissed me off. And then the first one with that salty guy. But we had some pretty decent segments of conversation with them. I will say that. MAGA Monday. Honestly, that probably would be better to do it on Monday. It may be Monday.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Because a lot of people after the weekend, they hop on lives to do whatever. Probably have a lot more options than Sundays. Because Sundays, people are winding down, getting ready for Monday. So
I'm watching football.
Yeah. I think Monday may be better. But yeah, we was having some decent conversations. I can respect the first host, even though he started to get contentious with me at some point. I can respect the first host for trying to keep a civil panel and actually checking his rabid dog. That's what I'm fucking calling him now. The second panel, I don't even know what that was. I don't even know what that was. That second panel, I just opened my mouth and everybody went quiet. I'm like, okay, y'all don't do this for real. And then y'all saw what happened with the third panel. I really just wanted to make that shit about race, because it was Blaga, and you guys know how I feel about Blaga. And it's like, the funny thing is, it was easier for them. They still weren't that great at it, but it was easier for them to talk about the financial stuff and some of the things that they know and the benefits to Americans, than it would be to talk about the fact that they sold out their whole goddamn community. I should have blown the whole chat up, bro. I should have done it, but whatever. I'm tired.
Hey, shout out to Taylor for the $4.86 for Kamala would never. I know that's right.
Kamala
She
would
sure
motherfucking
wouldn't.
never. Sure wouldn't.
Go get your hats. Hector Talks. Click on the link in the bio. Get your hats.
Oh yeah, I'm about to take that shit down. But yeah, the sheet's still up if anyone still wanted hats. I specifically put in the instructions that you need to send your money along with said hat, and literally the only 2 people have done it. So then I tried to go message the other people who signed up for the sheet, and then none of them have responded. So I'm tired of holding up everyone else in their hats, especially the people who sent money. So I'm just gonna order it. So I'm probably gonna take the sheet down. But yeah, last minute, if you want a hat, go do the shit. But I need to go place this order. And this is why I hate doing it this way. So I'm about to look into the bulk option. But oh shit. W's in the chat for Jamie for the $3 super chat. Safe travels. I appreciate you. Jamie. W's in the chat for Jamie. W's in the chat for Jamie. And W's in the chat for Maria for the $5. Thank you. Thank you very much. W's to you as well. Erica, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. I'm sleepy.
Erica, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, check Discord.
Okay. W's in the chat to Erica Shante for the $50 PayPal.
Why you say it like that? I think you should say like W's in the chat for E. I don't know who Erica Shante is. Who the hell is Erica Shante? That's fucked up. Who's that? I think you should say W's in the chat for E. What are we doing?
W's in the chat to
brother.
E-Money. W's in the chat to E-Money for the $50 PayPal. Always going to support my bro. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Erica. Thank you so much. W's in the chat, guys. Not just some W's. I'm gonna need to see several W's. Use the regular W. Use the sticker W. Put M upside down. Do all the W's in the chat for Erica. Appreciate your support. W's in the chat for Gucci for the $5 Venmo. MAGA hunting before a long drive is wild, but I appreciate you. Safe travels. So really and truly,
Thank you, Gucci.
really and truly, chat. Like I said, I was in a mood today. I'm not gonna all say why, but I'm just ready to go home. And I was not gonna do this initially. I was gonna skip, but then I'm like, I need to do my thing. I'm trying to do this whole, when I say I'm gonna do something, it has to be done. And I know I have the flexibility to be like, fuck it, I'll do it another day. But I tell everyone we're doing this every Sunday, so I try to stick to it. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep it short. But then I don't know why I lie to myself and never say that, because we're at the 4 hour and 17-minute mark. Jesus Christ.
Because you don't know how to leave a panel. Bro, crash out.
See, that I don't like that. I don't like that.
Literally will crash out.
If I like crashing out when it's like, if it's, I join a panel and like the consensus for the majority of the panels that they're all pieces of shit, then I'm gonna just go the fuck off because I don't care. But if like one or two people show me some civility and stuff, I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't like doing that. I don't like to crash out, guys. I really don't. Don't. But W to you, Gucci. It's my therapy. It's great. W's in the chat to Angie for the $10 cash app. 5 for you, Hector, and 5 for Erica. Love yo mucho. Erica's just gonna tell me to keep it. Appreciate you, Angie. Okay, you can get your 5. You just sent, that's crazy. You sent me 50. You want your 5 back? You can get your fucking 5. W's in the chat.
That's a net $45.
W's in the chat to you, Angie. Thank you so much. Also, we have some super chats here. W's in the chat for Miss Donna hi Miss Donna for the $2 super chat. Love and appreciate you, Hector. Thank you so much. And big W's in the chat for Belinda
Donna.
For the $2 super chat as well. Yes, $2 super chat. Thanks for all of your work. I do my best. You know what? Now I'm like, I should have crashed out because I held everything in yesterday. Yesterday. Those of you who tuned into yesterday's live, we did MAGA Can We Find Common Ground, which I haven't done for a while. But I think it was Thursday's live where I crashed out and I didn't like it. Again, I really try not to crash out. I really do. But it was just so bad. It was that fucking blagger, Erica. The nigga was talking about, what about the Freedmen's...
What the hell is he
That
talking
man
about?
pissed me off. And I was like, I don't want to be crashing out like that. So I'm going to see if I can have some sensible conversations. And does anyone remember yesterday's live? Does anyone remember the guests we had? The white supremacists. We had the white girl talking about...
Call me a C word?
Yes. I think that was the first or second guest.
Cool.
We had him.
Okay.
We had the white girl who was out. The lady called in and snitched on her, talking about if you had a preference of slaves, which group would it be? And then she was talking that nonsense about Charlie Kirk was spreading good Christian values. We had the other motherfucker over there talking about immigrants. Their culture is a threat to American culture, and their culture is inherently criminal. And I'm like, this is what I get for choosing civility. This is what the fuck I get. I should have crashed the fuck out. I really should have.
I be on your shoulder. I be like, crash out. You be like, no. And I be like, yes, do that shit. Crash the fuck out, bro. Just do it.
See, some days when I'm in certain moods, it's like relieving. And then there's other days when I'm in other moods, I feel worse after. Today, I'm in one of those moods where I wouldn't have felt good about it. Oh, no.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not all the time, but sometimes if I do it, I'm like,
that.
yeah. So
I feel that. I get it. Yeah.
once I get a good
No,
night's
it's-
rest
it's
and some boba in my system, I'll be fine.
I can't stay up late tonight. I don't want to. I gotta go to sleep. But yeah, this was interesting. This was very, very interesting. All right. Can I promo really quick?
Yeah.
All right, guys. So, Hector, as always, it's a pleasure. All right. Your final thoughts were supposed to be about 20 minutes ago. So I would like for you to end your live. All I'm going to say is that, hey, guys, Hector is considering doing MAGA Monday. So just be on the lookout. All right. All right. He'll definitely let you all know what he'll be doing. So just be on the lookout for it. Also on Wednesdays, every single Wednesday, please join Hector and I for fun and facts. All right. I'm the fun and
Oh
never do it.
shit! Sorry.
Why you
And
never do
I'm
it?
the
You
facts.
now.
I'm tired. God damn it! I'm tired.
Okay, let's rewind. Let's do it one more time. All right. Join us every Wednesday for fun and facts. I'm the fun
And I
and
am the facts.
yay! Awesome. So it's 11:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time and 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we do the weekly news that you may have missed and some stories that you just may want some additional context on. So join us here on the Ticket Toss, and we stream over to the Tube too. Okay, so we look forward to seeing you there. Make sure you're following both of us, but Hector mainly. And guys, and this upcoming Friday, I will be MAGA hunting. All right, with a super duper awesome special guest. I'm not going to say their name right now because if you heard me earlier, you heard me say their name, but I'm not going to say it again. All right. And then also, Hector might stop by, Liv might stop by. All right. So it's going to be super fun. This upcoming Friday, we are going MAGA hunting. All right. And you already know I'm a certified crash out. So just expect some shenanigans because I know how to shenan. All right. Well, with that being said, Hector, you're the best. All right. Safe travels. Let us know when you get home, okay?
Will do. I gotta go find somebody to bug on the phone or something until I get home.
All right.
All right. Catch you later.
Bye.
I'm about to say once I end, just call me whenever. Fuck was I gonna say? Well, no, we don't need to do that.
T-shirt.
Miss Casey, are you there?
I need the Dr. Pepper T-shirt.
Shauna said he's ending. Shauna said he's ending. Don't worry about it. Final words. Hit him up in the bio. Hit the cash. I didn't remove her. I did remove her. Shauna said enough. Oh, can you guys do me a favor? This is what I was going to ask. Can you guys do me a favor? I just need 10 more people to follow me. Just one more time. I just need 10 people to follow me. Can I get 10 people to follow me? There's 126 of you in here. You can't all be friendlies. I just need 10 people to follow me. Look in the top left corner. Hit that follow button. I just need 10 people to follow me. I just want to see something real quick. Okay? W's in the chat to Shauna for the $25 Venmo. Wait, will it work if you guys unfollow me and then follow me back? Can I get 10 people to unfollow me and follow me back? I just want to see it. I just want to see the effect one more time. First off, big W's in the chat to Shauna. Big W's in the chat to Shauna. I appreciate your support so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to do my best to get home safe. I have a long life to live and red pandas to see. I just need 10 people to follow me. I want to see if it does it. Do it. We need 10 people. Yes! That's what I wanted. Thank you guys so much. That's all I wanted. That is all I wanted. Okay. I love that little effect. I love the doves. Appreciate y'all. Tube, you guys are missing all the effects. I'm sorry. It's two different platforms, but I'll go ahead and end on the Tube side. Thank you all so much. The Tube live went crazy today, actually. Had a good bit of people in here. So I appreciate every last one of you. We're going to go ahead and end it first for y'all. Once again, make sure that you are subscribed. If you're not, hit that like button on the way out. But we're going to conclude here. I will see y'all for the next live. Most likely it won't be tomorrow. Probably Tuesday. I'll see you guys for the next live Tuesday. Good night, Tube. Good night.